The vastness of the desert stretched beyond sight, a sea of golden grains, shimmering under the intense gaze of the sun. From a high vantage point atop a distant hill, the silhouette of a lone figure stood, captivated by the grandeur spread before him. The whispering winds carried tales of the desert's timeless secrets. His voice, soft yet filled with awe, broke the stillness. Below, the pyramids, those colossal structures, pierced the horizon like immovable giants, their tips caressing the azure heavens. The intricacies of their construction, the sheer might of their stature, all stood as an undeniable testament to human ambition and architectural prowess. "You know, Mena," he continued, turning to his younger companion, "these pyramids, they're not just tombs. They're symbols of our eternal quest for greatness." Mena's eyes, wide with reverence, responded each stone, "Uncle, speaks of the blood, sweat, and dreams of those who laid them. Our ancestors wanted us to remember their ambition." The elder man, Ahmozi, nodded. "And remember we must. Not just the glory, but the sacrifices too. These sands have seen civilizations rise and fall, but the pyramids, they remain, challenging time itself." The two stood in silence for a moment, lost in contemplation. The vast desert around them seemed alive, each grain of sand carrying memories of millennia past. "I've heard stories," Mena began, his voice tinged with curiosity, "stories of secret chambers and hidden treasures within the pyramids. Do you believe they're true?" Mosi smiled, his eyes crinkling with wisdom and mischief. "Ah, the allure of secrets. Some tales are best left as tales. Young one. But yes, I believe there are secrets buried deep, waiting for the worthy to uncover them." Mena's excitement was palpable. "Do you think we could ever—" Mosi raised a hand, cutting him off. "We are but transient beings, Mena. Our time here is fleeting. The pyramids, however, they stand eternal. Respect their majesty, for they are the heartbeat of our land." With a final, lingering gaze at the horizon, the two descended the hill, their shadows stretching long behind them. The pyramids, guardians of ancient Egypt's legacy, continued their silent vigil, majestic against the backdrop of the setting sun. From the arid embrace of the desert, the land morphed into a realm of shimmering blues. The Nile, winding its way through Egypt like a silver ribbon, glistened under the sun. Its waters kissed the parched earth, bringing with it the promise of life and hope. On its banks, a young girl named Siti danced with delight, her laughter echoing like a merry tune. Her little feet splashed in the water, sending ripples that mirrored her glee. "Look, mother, the river speaks to me," she exclaimed, watching the water's playful response to her movements. Her mother, Neferet, chuckled warmly. "The Nile has always spoken to us, child. It tells tales of nourishment and growth. It is why we, and generations before us, have thrived." Further downstream, a group of fishermen stood in the shallows, casting their nets with a practiced rhythm. "You feel it too, don't you, Akil?" One of them, Bakher, mused aloud, his eyes tracking the float of his net. Akil nodded, pulling at his net. "The river's pulse." "You mean?" "Every day. It's as if the heart of Egypt beats beneath these waters." Bakar smiled, his sun-worn face wrinkling with mirth. "We draw our sustenance from her. She's more than just water. She's a keeper of dreams, hopes, and tomorrow's meal." On the lush floodplains, farmers toiled, their hands moving in harmony with the land. Fields of golden grain swayed with the wind, their heads heavy with the bounty the Nile provided. Isa, an old farmer, leaned on his hoe and remarked to his son, "Ramos, you see, the river doesn't just flow. It weaves the fabric of our lives." Ramos, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, I understand, Father. We plant, and the Nile blesses. It's an unspoken pact, a bond older than the oldest pyramid. As day gave way to night, the Nile reflected the starlit sky, its depths hiding the ancient mysteries of a civilization cradled in its embrace. The sounds of laughter, the splash of nets, and the rustling crops created a symphony that sang of life, unity, and the eternal embrace of the Nile. As the sun hung directly overhead, casting a golden glow on Egypt's vast expanse, the true heart of the empire revealed itself in all its magnificence. Majestic palaces soared high, reflecting the glory and pride of a civilization that had touched the heavens. A caravan of traders, led by a man named Jalen, approached the palace grounds, their eyes widening in awe. "By the gods," Jalen whispered, "these structures, they're nothing short of divine." His companion, Lysandra, a foreign trader from the lands beyond, nodded in agreement. "I've heard tales, but to see it with one's own eyes, the grandeur, the opulence, it's overwhelming." The palace entrance was flanked by massive stone columns, each intricately carved with lotus and papyrus motifs, symbols of Upper and Lower Egypt. At the base of each column stood statues of gods and revered pharaohs, their stony gazes forever watching over their dominion. As they ventured deeper into the palace, the walls came alive with stories. Vibrant hieroglyphs, painted narratives of fierce battles, where chariots charged and arrows rained. Scenes of grand celebrations showed dancers, musicians, and feasts that lasted days. Sacred moments were immortalized too, with depictions of offerings to the mighty gods, ensuring their favor. A scribe named Nebet, seeing Lysandra's interest, approached her. "You seem taken by our history." Lysandra traced a finger over the hieroglyphs. "These aren't just carvings. They pulsate with life, with stories that beckon to be told." Nebet smiled. "Each glyph carries the soul of Egypt. They're not just tales of our past, but prophecies of our future." As the sun began its descent, the palace's silhouette stood bold against the crimson sky, a testament to the empire's undying spirit. Within its walls, stories of valor, passion, and divinity echoed, forever etching the heart-pats of a mighty civilization. The heart of the city pulsed with life in its sprawling marketplace. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, the strumming of lyres, the rhythmic beat of drums, and the lively haggling of merchants and patrons. Arya, a young fruit seller, called out cheerfully, "Fresh dates, sun-kissed and sweetened by the gods themselves." Her stall was a vibrant display of reds, yellows, and purples, with fruits glistening under the morning sun. Beside her, an older merchant named Hakim showcased jars filled with spices, their scents wafting enticingly. "Come, breathe in the aroma of the Far East, cinnamon, cloves, and the rarest saffron." As they bantered, a goldsmith named Idris chiseled away diligently, his fingers dancing over a piece of jewelry. Observing him was a foreign trader, Marek, who marveled, "Your craftsmanship, it's unparalleled. The way the gold catches the light." Idris looked up, pride evident in his eyes. "In Egypt, we don't just craft jewelry. We weave stories. This, for instance," he pointed at the necklace he was working on, "tells of a love that lasted lifetimes." A few stalls away, a scribe named Nefertari, her fingers stained with ink, meticulously recorded transactions. "The market's busier than ever," she commented to a merchant beside her. "Seems everyone wants a piece of Egypt's treasures." The merchant, Zubri, chuckled. "And why wouldn't they? Look around. The heartbeat of our empire, the blend of traditions, the tapestry of cultures. It's all here." Indeed, as the day wore on, the marketplace's melodies played on, each note a testament to the thriving life, trade, and stories that wove the fabric of an empire. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the land, An elderly woman named Hesina sat on the outskirts of the marketplace, her eyes gazing towards the majestic pyramids in the distance. Beside her, her young grandson, Amun, played with a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers. "Grandmother," Amun began, looking up at the timeless monuments. "Why do the pyramids never change, yet everything around them does?" Hesina smiled, her eyes filled with memories of a time long past. Young one, the pyramids stand as witnesses to our ambition, our legacy. They've seen pharaohs come and go, empires rise and fall, yet they remain steadfast and eternal. Amun looked at the sand he held, watching it shift and change with every gust of wind. "And what about this? The sand, the people, the market, they all change. Nothing stays the same." Hesina nodded. "That's the dance of life, Amun. Just as the river flows and the winds change direction, life is in constant motion. But that's the beauty of Egypt." She spread her arms wide, encompassing the vast expanse before them. "In this dance, the eternal and the fleeting come together, the pyramids and the sands, the stories of old and the laughter of today." Amun looked thoughtful, his eyes scanning the bustling market, then shifting to the silent pyramids. "So, Egypt is both the unchanging pyramids and the ever-changing sands." Hesina leaned down, pulling him into an embrace. "Exactly. Egypt is the heartbeat that echoes through time, forever constant, yet always evolving. And as the last rays of the sun kissed the horizon, the essence of Egypt, a land of contrasts where the eternal met the ephemeral, stood timeless, its spirit untouched by the shifting sands of time. As the heavy doors of the grand hall swung open, a gasp echoed from the gathered crowd. Even those who frequented the palace were taken aback by the transformation the hall had undergone. The ceiling, high and vast, seemed to be painted with the very essence of the skies at twilight, stars twinkling and shimmering, reflecting off the polished golden walls. These walls, now embedded with sapphires, rubies, and emeralds, danced with light, casting ethereal reflections across the marbled floor. Lila, a noblewoman attending the event, whispered in awe to her companion, "By the gods, I've never seen such opulence, even in the pharaoh's own quarters." Her friend, Seti, nodded in agreement. "Nor have I. Nekbet has truly outdone himself. This hall, it's nothing short of enchanting." At the heart of this mesmerizing room stood a platform, raised and carved from black obsidian, gleaming mysteriously under the ambient light. Intricate hieroglyphs adorned its base, some ancient and others unfamiliar, as though they held secrets yet to be revealed. As murmurs of appreciation filled the hall, a loud, commanding voice echoed, "Esteemed guests, behold the fruits of our great land's ingenuity and the prowess of Nekbet." It was Pharaoh's voice, filled with pride and anticipation. From a side entrance, Nekbet stepped forward, his robe trailing behind him, adorned with symbols and glyphs that matched those on the obsidian platform. He held in his hand a curious device, its purpose unclear to the curious onlookers. "Noble Pharaoh, distinguished guests," Nekbet began, his voice steady. "Today, you witness not just the luxury of a transformed hall, but the promise of a future powered by the very essence of the gods." With that, he placed the device onto the platform. It began to glow, illuminating the room with an even brighter luminescence. The hieroglyphs on the platform pulsated with life, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire hall was alive, breathing and resonating with an ancient magic. Seti leaned over to Lila, his eyes wide with wonder. "What sorcery is this? What does Nekbet intend?" Lila, equally captivated, responded, "I know not, but it promises to be a demonstration the likes of which Egypt has never seen." The room fell silent, every eye fixated on Nekbet and his enchanting display, awaiting the revelation of secrets that would shape the very destiny of their empire. The ambient chatter of the gathered nobles was interrupted by a sudden dimming of the lights. A cool breeze, carrying the fragrance of rare incenses, wafted through the hall, prompting puzzled glances and hushed murmurs. The musicians, sensing the importance of the moment, began to play a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to drift from another realm. From a doorway draped in deep purple silks, a figure began to emerge. Every eye was drawn to him, the very air seeming to vibrate with his presence. There was a collective intake of breath, a palpable tension. It was as though time itself had paused to witness this grand entrance. "That's him." Her companion, an older, seasoned courtier, nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the emerging figure. "The great Nekhbet. I've heard tales, but seeing him, it's something else entirely." Nekhbet's robe, a deep shade of midnight blue, flowed around him like liquid shadow, adorned with golden hieroglyphs that seemed to move and shimmer. As he stepped into the light, the intricate designs on his robe sparkled, creating an ethereal aura. But what drew the most attention was the tall staff he held, made of an otherworldly metal. It was embedded with crystals that pulsed with an inner light, illuminating the path before him. His face, though lined with age, had an ageless quality. His eyes, deep set and of a shade so dark, they seemed almost black, held an intensity that was impossible to look away from. They held wisdom, power, and mysteries that spoke of epochs gone by. As he made his way to the center of the hall, the crowd instinctively parted, granting him an unobstructed path. The whispers grew louder, a blend of admiration, curiosity, and trepidation. "Look at his staff," murmured a merchant to his neighbor. "They say it harnesses the power of the cosmos itself." "And his eyes," responded the neighbor, a hint of reverence in his voice. "It said they've gazed upon truths beyond our comprehension." Reaching the heart of the room, Nekhbet raised his hand for silence. The chatter ceased immediately, the power of his presence undeniable. "My esteemed guests," his voice began, resonating throughout the hall, "prepare yourselves for a revelation that shall change the course of our empire and its destiny." The room remained in rapt attention, every soul hanging on his every word, ready to be taken on a journey that promised to be nothing short of magical. The hall, already glowing from the gleam of gold and precious gems, dimmed once again. The elite crowd, in all their finery, leaned forward, the weight of their collective anticipation thick in the air. Nekhbet stood at the center, staff in hand, its crystals now emitting a soft, pulsating glow. "With the knowledge granted by the cosmos and the ancient energies harnessed by our ancestors," he began, his voice a deep, melodic cadence, "I present to you the future of illumination." With a fluid motion, he waved his staff over an array of lamps arranged on the platform. With no wick or oil in sight, they suddenly burst into life, each glowing brilliantly. The crowd gasped. The lamps cast a clear, pure light, brighter than any flame they'd seen, turning the midnight-like ambiance into one resembling daylight. An elderly nobleman whispered in astonishment, "By the gods, it's as if Ra himself graced this hall." A princess nearby, her eyes wide in wonder, murmured, "Such brightness, without flame or smoke. It's a miracle." But Nekhbet was not finished. With another sweep of his staff, the lights transformed, changing hues in a mesmerizing display. Deep blues, radiant reds, soft purples, and shimmering greens painted the room. The hall became a canvas, and Nekhbet its master artist. The ethereal music started again, and as if sensing its rhythms, the beams of light began to dance. They moved gracefully, intertwining and diverging, casting vibrant patterns on the walls, floors, and awestruck faces of the spectators. The room itself seemed to come alive, responding to the unheard melodies and the magician's command. A young scribe, clutching his writing tools, whispered to a fellow observer, "How do we even document this wonder? Words fail me." His companion, equally spellbound, replied, "We don't, my friend. We just feel, remember, and let our souls dance with the lights." Nekhbet, sensing the awe he'd instilled, allowed himself a moment to bask in their wonderment. "What you see," he said, drawing the room's attention back to him, "is not mere magic, but a union of ancient knowledge and the boundless possibilities of the universe." The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, the bright promise of the future brilliantly displayed before them, all thanks to the mastery of Nekhbet. The applause for Nekhbet's light show had barely faded when he signaled to his apprentices. With a coordinated grace, they rolled in a series of covered structures. The elite audience exchanged curious glances, wondering what other wonders lay beneath those cloths. "Light is but a fraction of what our ancient electricity can achieve," Nekhbet proclaimed. With a flourish, he unveiled the first machine, a series of polished wooden tubes and shiny metal plates, all connected with intricate wiring. With an inviting gesture, he said, "Behold, music without musicians." He touched a small lever on the side of the apparatus, and the hall filled with the sound of a hauntingly beautiful melody. The machine seemed to replicate an entire orchestra, from the deep bass of drums to the lilting notes of a flute. A noble woman, her eyes wide in surprise, exclaimed, "By the gods! It's as if a symphony resides within that box." Ignoring the whispered conversations, Nekhbet moved on to the next device. It resembled a box with a glass pane at the front. "With this," he said, tapping the glass gently, "we can bring distant tales to our very walls." The room darkened, and suddenly, lifelike images appeared on the walls. Scenes of battles, grand feasts, and serene landscapes, all moving as if alive. The crowd gasped as they saw birds fly and warriors clash, all within the confines of the palace walls. A young prince murmured, moving paintings, "This is sorcery of the highest order." Nekhbet smiled, savoring the reactions, and unveiled the final machine. It stood sleek and tall, with an array of dials and switches. "This," he declared, "is the epitome of our advancements. A device that listens and obeys." He cleared his throat and commanded, "Awaken." To the crowd's astonishment, the machine hummed to life on its own. "Dim the lights," Nekhbet ordered, and the room's illumination softened. "Play the melody of the desert winds." He instructed, and the apparatus filled the room with a soft, windswept tune. A merchant, leaning closer to a fellow spectator, whispered, "A machine that listens and responds." This magician has truly bridged the realms of gods and men. Nekhbet, with a triumphant glint in his eyes, concluded with the power of ancient electricity. "We stand at the dawn of an era where machinery will enhance our lives, bringing wonders beyond our wildest dreams." The crowd erupted into cheers, their minds ablaze with the limitless potential of the future. As the last note of the desert melody resonated through the hall, an electric silence settled. Then, like a dam breaking, whispers erupted from every corner, each voice a mixture of awe, disbelief, or apprehension. A temple priest, his robes signifying his lofty position, turned to a fellow cleric, saying, "Surely, this power can only be granted by the gods. It has the touch of divinity." The other cleric nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Nekhbet. He must be their chosen one. Only a favorite of the gods could harness such wonders. Across the room, a group of scholars debated fiercely. "It's a rediscovery of ancient knowledge," one argued. "Long before the age of pharaohs, there were tales of civilizations that held the power to command light and sound." A younger scholar interjected, "But never has it been so. Vibrant, so alive. It's like the very pulse of the universe resides within these machines." Close to the central platform, a group of merchants excitedly discussed the potential for trade. Imagine selling lamps that need no oil or flame. One pondered, his eyes sparkling with visions of gold coins. But not all reactions were positive. In the dimmer recesses of the hall, an elder statesman leaned into his confidants, his voice dripping with apprehension. Such power can be a boon or a curse. The balance of nature shouldn't be toyed with. His confidants, his eyes darting to Nekhbet, whispered, "And what if it's neither nature nor the gods? What if there's something more, sinister at play?" But amidst the various reactions, one sentiment was unanimous. The ancient electricity, with its breathtaking potential, was nothing short of a miracle. As debates and discussions continued into the night, Nekhbet stood back, absorbing the myriad of emotions swirling around him. It was clear that he had not only illuminated the hall, but also ignited imaginations, hopes, and fears in equal measure. The murmurs began to subside as Nekhbet stepped forward, ascending the platform with a grace and confidence that demanded attention. He raised his hands, and the glow from the machines seemed to dance and shimmer around him, casting ethereal patterns on the walls and floor. "People of Egypt," his voice began, deep and resonating, effortlessly filling every corner of the vast hall. "What you've witnessed today isn't just a demonstration of innovation or machinery. It's a testament to human endeavor, a glimpse into what we can achieve when we tap into the ancient energies that surround us." A young noblewoman leaned into her companion, whispering, "He speaks as if he's touched the stars themselves." Nekhbet continued, "This ancient electricity is neither a toy nor a mere plaything for amusement. It's a power, raw and vast, akin to the life-giving Nile that nourishes our lands. And like the Nile, it demands respect and responsibility." An old general, his scars a testament to countless battles, murmured to a nearby officer, "With such power, Egypt could be undefeatable." But Nekhbet seemed to anticipate such thoughts. While it's tempting to envision dominance and conquest, we must remember our duty. This energy, this gift, is meant to propel Egypt into an era of prosperity and enlightenment, not an era of conflict. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before hinting at the origins of the electricity. The roots of this power trace back to times even our oldest stories barely remember. It's as if the universe itself whispered its secrets to those who were willing to listen. There was an awed silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the machines. As we harness this gift, let's vow to use it wisely, to illuminate minds, not just halls, to build bridges, not barriers, to usher in a golden age for our beloved Egypt. The crowd, captivated by his vision, erupted into applause. Chants of his name reverberated, echoing the sentiments of reverence and admiration. As the celebrations continued, Nekhbet stepped back, bathed in the golden glow of his creations. In that moment, amidst the brilliance of ancient electricity, he was not just a magician or an inventor, but the beacon leading Egypt into its luminous future. The vast expanse of the desert stretched infinitely in every direction, its sands cool under the caress of the evening. Above, a sea of stars twinkled, illuminating the night with a soft glow. Amidst this desolate serenity, a pocket of life stirred. At a remote campsite, camels lazily chewed their cud, their burdens unloaded for the night. Tents made of woven fabrics stood sporadically, providing shelter against the unpredictable desert climate. In the center, a roaring fire crackled, its flames casting a warm, golden glow. Nomads and traders, weary from their day's journey, gathered around the fire. They sat cross-legged, passing around earthen pots filled with fragrant tea and sharing flatbreads. Their faces, though rugged and tanned from the sun, gleamed with a hint of excitement as the night deepened. A wrinkled old man, his beard long and white, leaned forward, his voice gravelly yet captivating. "Have any of you heard of the two strangers who've been spotted traveling our lands?" A younger trader, his turban slightly askew, nodded. "Yes, I've heard whispers. Two men, unlike any we've seen. One tall and imposing, the other slight and quick-witted. Another added, his eyes alight with curiosity. I met a shepherd who said these strangers could speak our tongue, but they carried items of unimaginable design. Tools that gleamed in the sun and clothing unlike any other. A woman, her dark eyes sharp and observant, spoke next. In the oasis town, they say these men are not just traders. They're seekers, searchers of some great secret hidden in our deserts. The old man leaned in closer. I've heard they bear a map that is said to lead to the heart of the desert where treasures from bygone eras lay buried. The traders and nomads exchanged intrigued glances. The desert, for all its barrenness, held countless secrets, tombs, lost cities, and treasures swallowed by the sands of time. A hush fell over the group as a young girl, no older than 10, chimed in. My grandmother spoke of an ancient city, hidden from prying eyes, protected by the spirits of the desert. The old man nodded. Perhaps, child. The desert speaks in hushed tones, revealing its secrets only to those truly worthy. As the night wore on, tales of the two mysterious strangers grew, each account more fantastic than the last. From battles with desert spirits to discovering forgotten kingdoms, the stories painted an image of adventurers, enigmatic and brave. And as the embers of the fire began to wane, the desert resumed its silent watch, its endless sands whispering tales of old and new. As the campfire burned low, casting long shadows on the sands, a middle-aged trader named Halim took a deep sip from his cup and cleared his throat, capturing the group's attention. You all speak of these strangers, Halim began. I've witnessed their doings with my own eyes. A murmur of interest spread among the listeners, their faces reflecting the glow of the dying flames. Halim's voice lowered, filled with awe. I was on the outskirts of Dahab when a monstrous sandstorm approached. We've all seen our fair share of storms, but this was a behemoth. The sky turned dark, and the winds howled like vengeful spirits. A young boy, his eyes wide with fear, whispered, "And the strangers?" Halim nodded. They were there, caught in the open like the rest of us. But while we shielded our faces and braced for the worst, the taller of the two simply extended his hand towards the storm. Within moments, it was as if the desert winds themselves heeded his call. The storm dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of settling dust. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. An old woman, her face lined with age and wisdom, leaned in. I've heard a tale of them near El Qusair. The village well, the only source of fresh water, had been poisoned. People were sick, livestock dying. Then these two arrived. The slighter one, with swift movements, touched the waters. Surface. Within moments, the water turned clear, as if the very essence of life had returned to it. Another trader, wearing a tunic of rich blue, chimed in eagerly in Aswan. There's talk of a deadly serpent. It had terrorized a village, its venom claiming many lives. No charmer could tame it, no warrior could kill it. But these strangers, without a song or a weapon, approached the beast. Shorter one merely gazed into its eyes. To everyone's astonishment, the serpent slithered away into the desert, never to be seen again. Silence enveloped the camp as the tales resonated with the listeners, each story more miraculous than the last, painting the strangers not just as travelers, but as beings possessing powers beyond comprehension. A nomad, his face obscured by a hood, spoke up, his voice filled with trepidation. Such tales, while fascinating, are also unnerving. Are these men gods, or something darker? Their deeds challenge everything we understand. Halim nodded solemnly indeed. Their presence is both a blessing and an enigma, and only the sands know what they truly seek. With that, the campfire's last ember flickered out, casting the desert into the realm of the unknown. where legends are born and mysteries remain unsolved. The caravan, a collection of merchants and travelers, made its way through the desert, the rhythmic shuffling of camel feet mixing with the distant conversations. As they neared the outskirts of a market town, the usual hum of bartering and chatter was discernible. But today, the atmosphere felt different. There was an electric tension in the air. Nadia, a young trader in the caravan, nudged her companion, Jalil. "Do you feel it too? The town seems different today." Jalil, peering ahead, nodded slowly. "Yes, it's like there's an anticipation, a waiting." They entered the main square and were met with an unusual sight. Amidst the throngs of townsfolk, two figures stood out prominently. Their attire was distinct, not the traditional linen garb of the Egyptians, but robes of a deeper hue, adorned with patterns that seemed foreign yet strangely familiar. The taller one, with a flowing beard and piercing eyes, held a staff that seemed as old as time itself. Beside him was a slightly shorter man, with an intensity in his eyes that matched his companions. They stood still, yet everything around them seemed to gravitate towards them. Nadia couldn't help herself. Who are they? A town elder beside her whispered in reverence. "That's Moses and his brother, Aaron. Prophets, they say. Men chosen by the God of the Hebrews." Jalil squinted, observing their every move. "They don't look like any prophets I've heard of. So ordinary, yet there's something about them." Just then, a boisterous merchant attempted to mockingly engage with Moses. "And what are you selling today, prophets?" "Dreams, promises." The crowd awaited a response, a confrontation. But Moses simply turned, his gaze unwavering, locking eyes with the merchant. There was no malice, no anger, just a depth of understanding that left the merchant speechless. As if compelled, the merchant took a step back, his mocking demeanor replaced with a look of introspection. Aaron, witnessing this, gently placed his hand on the merchant's shoulder, whispering words that no one else could hear. The merchant nodded, his eyes moist, and walked away, transformed. Nadia and Jalil exchanged glances. Words weren't necessary. The mere presence of these prophets, their silent strength, spoke volumes. Whatever message they carried, it was clear they were here with a purpose, one that would change the course of history. As the caravan resumed its journey, the town, with its bustling market and daily intrigues, felt like a backdrop. The true story was just beginning, and its main characters, Moses and Aaron, had just made their indelible mark. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the town square. Clustered in pockets, locals exchanged hurried whispers, their voices animated and filled with a mix of awe, skepticism, and curiosity. "You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you?" questioned Sifu, a potter, as he molded clay on his wheel, addressing a group gathered around his stall. His friend, Illyria, a jeweler by trade, responded, "I did. But it could have been a trick, some illusion. They could be mere performers." "But you heard about the poison well," interjected Iset, a fruit seller, her eyes wide. "They purified it. My cousin drank from it and said the water tasted fresher than ever." Illyria raised a skeptical brow. "It could be any number of things, Iset. Maybe it wasn't even poison to begin with." Sifu leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "There are stories. They speak not of our gods, but of another, a god far more powerful, not depicted in our hieroglyphs." Illyria paused, considering it's blasphemous to speak so. "Our Pharaoh is divine. Our gods are many. Who is this?" "One god they mention. Neith, an elderly woman known for her wisdom and tales," chimed in. "This isn't the first I've heard of such a deity. Travelers from distant lands have spoken of a single, all-powerful god. But here, in the heart of Egypt, it's unsettling." The group murmured agreement. Suddenly, A voice called out from a corner of the square. It was Menkaure, a scholar, his voice clear and authoritative. Gather round, all of you. This isn't mere rumor. I've met with these so-called prophets. They speak of a God, not of stone or depicted in our temples, but of spirit, everywhere and in all things. Sefu challenged, so you believe them, Menkaure, that they're messengers of this God? Menkaure adjusted his robes. Belief is a personal choice. But I can tell you, the conviction in their eyes, the power in their words, it's unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Iset shivered. What do they want? Menkaure looked around, his gaze resting on each face, to free their people, the Hebrews, and to introduce us to their God. Their journey here, their message, it's just beginning. The crowd fell silent, each person lost in thought. The tales of Moses and Aaron weren't just stories of wonder. They were harbingers of change, and the town was at the epicenter. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Egypt would never be the same. The grand temple of Ra stood majestically at the center of the town, its golden obelisks shining brilliantly under the midday sun. It was in front of this temple that a gathering had formed, drawn by the presence of two distinct figures, Moses and Aaron. The crowd's whispers were interrupted by a deep voice that resonated with authority. Who dares defy the gods of Egypt in their very shadow? Thundered Horemheb, the temple's high priest, draped in a robe of gold and azure, his staff tipped with an ankh. He confronted the two strangers. Moses, his bearing calm and his gaze unwavering, responded, "We do not defy, but bring a message from the one true God." Horemheb's eyes narrowed, a smirk forming on his lips. "Your God? And what of our pantheon? Our gods have ruled these lands since the dawn of time." Aaron stepped forward, his voice firm. "It is not our intention to belittle your beliefs, but our God has sent us with a purpose, and we must speak his words." Horemheb laughed mockingly. "I've heard of your tricks, the illusions you present as miracles. Do you dare to showcase them before a servant of Ra?" Moses replied, his voice gentle, yet filled with conviction. "They are not tricks, Horemheb. They are signs, and if it's a demonstration you seek, it will come. But know that it's not to challenge, but to enlighten." Horemheb, not used to being spoken back to, especially in front of a gathering, was visibly perturbed. "You walk a dangerous path, Moses. Our gods do not take kindly to impostors." A tense silence descended, the air thick with anticipation. The townsfolk, witnessing this standoff, felt the weight of the moment. It wasn't just a challenge. It was a clash of beliefs, of worlds old and new. Finally, Aaron broke the silence. "In time, Horemheb, the truth of our words will reveal itself. We do not seek conflict, but understanding." Horemheb's glare was icy as he responded, "Let's hope, for your sake, that your God can protect you when that time comes." With that, the high priest turned, making his way back to the sanctuary of his temple, leaving the crowd murmuring and the air thick with the promise of confrontations yet to come. Beyond the outskirts of the town, atop a dun overlooking the vast expanse of the desert, the venerable seer, Amisi, sat with her gaze fixed on the setting sun. Its fiery hues painted the sky, reflecting in her age. Worn eyes. Her trusted companion, a young acolyte named Neferet, sat beside her, seeking wisdom. "Great changes are upon us, Neferet," Amisi whispered, her voice as soft as the wind that carried the desert's secrets. Neferet looked at the seer with rapt attention. "You speak of the strangers, Moses and Aaron." Amisi nodded slowly, her fingers playing with the sand beneath her. Their shadows grow long and dark, not out of malevolence, but of a destiny that even they might not fully comprehend. Neferet, her curiosity piqued, questioned further. But are they not mere men, with abilities that some say are just tricks? Amisi smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that held untold stories. Ah, my dear, the greatest of changes often start with the simplest of actions. Whether trickery or divine intervention, their presence has already started to ripple through the fabric of our beliefs. Nepheret gazed at the horizon, trying to grasp the weight of Amisi's words. "And what do you see, wise one?" The old seer sighed, her gaze distant yet piercing. "A land at the crossroads, Nepheret. Powers ancient and new converging, bringing with them both hope and chaos. Our Egypt will be tested, its core beliefs shaken." The sun now hung at the very edge of the horizon, casting the world in a deep orange glow. Amisi, with a final contemplative glance, added, "But remember, in the heart of upheaval lies the seed of rebirth." As the last light disappeared, plunging the desert into twilight, Nepheret held onto the seer's words, a beacon in the uncertain times that lay ahead. The sun-dappled gardens of the royal palace were usually a place of solace and tranquility, but today they buzzed with hurried whispers and clandestine meetings. Fragrant jasmine and roses, which once complemented quiet reflections, now served as veils for anxious conversations. Lord Hotep, a high-ranking courtier with jet-black kohl lining his eyes, beckoned Priestess Anippe over to a secluded corner away from prying ears. "Have you heard? These prophets, they are no mere tricksters. They've gained followers, even among our own," he said, his voice dripping with concern. Anippe, her azure robe fluttering in the gentle breeze, raised an eyebrow. "And what do they seek? Surely the Pharaoh will not entertain their fantasies." "It's not about the Pharaoh, but the people. The masses are enchanted. Stories of their feats are spreading like wildfire," Hotep replied, scanning the surroundings. Across a lily pond, noblewoman Sekhmet engaged in a hushed conversation with General Seti. "I saw them with my own eyes. In the marketplace," she whispered, her golden jewelry glinting in the sunlight. The way the crowd gravitated towards them, it was. Seti, usually a stoic figure, frowned deeply. These men could be dangerous. The last thing we need is an uprising, especially with the growing restlessness among the slaves. Just then, a soft voice interjected. It was the palace scribe, Nehi, known to have ears everywhere. "Some say they bring a message from a god unknown to our pantheon, a god powerful enough to challenge the might of Ra and Osiris." Hotep scoffed. "One god? Against our pantheon? Blasphemy." Anippe's eyes narrowed. "We must tread carefully. Dismissing them outright might only fan the flames of their growing influence." As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the gardens, the courtiers dispersed, but the unease lingered. Within the heart of Egypt's power, a storm was brewing, and its winds were whispers of two strangers who had the audacity to challenge the divine order. The vastness of the pharaoh's chambers, with its ornate columns and towering statues of deities, only seemed to magnify the tension in the room. Advisors, generals, and priests had gathered, their faces marked with a mix of concern and disbelief. "Great Pharaoh," began Chancellor Neferu, stepping forward from the semicircle of attendants. "These strangers, Moses and Aaron, have not only captivated the common folk, but also have the audacity to demand an audience with you." Pharaoh Amun-Ra, a formidable figure with a chiseled face adorned by the royal uraeus, leaned forward, his dark eyes narrowed. "And what do these men want?" High Priest Sedum, adjusting the leopard, skin cloak draped over his shoulders, replied, "They claim to speak on behalf of a new god, one we've never honored. They ask for the liberation of the Hebrew slaves, alleging divine mandate." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the chamber. The audacity of such a demand was unparalleled. General Horemheb, his voice tinged with anger, interjected, "This is nothing but a ploy to disrupt the empire's workings. Our monuments, our temples, they are built on the backs of these slaves." Neferu nodded, and yet the tales of their so-called miracles have spread like wildfire. They've calmed storms, purified tainted waters. The people are beginning to believe, and that belief poses a threat. Pharaoh Amen-Ra stood, his golden headdress reflecting the dim light of the torches. "Enough," he commanded, his voice echoing off the chamber walls. The room fell silent. If these men believe they can challenge the might of Egypt and its gods, let them come. We shall see if their power matches their audacity. Chancellor Neferu approached, holding a gilded staff. "Great Pharaoh, these are trying times. Remember, the heart of Egypt beats with you. The gods smile upon your reign." Amen-Ra grasped the staff firmly, his resolve evident. "Prepare for their audience. Let us put an end to these rumors and confront this challenge." As the chamber's massive doors closed behind the departing advisors, the weight of the impending confrontation loomed, promising a clash of wills and beliefs that would shape the destiny of an empire. The rhythmic beat of ceremonial drums filled the grand hall as everyone waited in breathless anticipation. The massive double doors inlaid with gold and intricately detailed hieroglyphs were slowly pulled apart by the palace guards. Silence settled over the room as Moses and Aaron stepped into the threshold. Their robes, simple and unadorned, flowed with a quiet grace, contrasting vividly with the gold and gem-studded surroundings. They carried rugged staffs, scarred from long journeys, which stood as silent witnesses to the miles they'd traversed. All eyes were drawn to their faces. While lines of age and hardship marked their skin, it was the burning intensity in their gaze that held the court captive. These were eyes that had seen wonders, that had challenged norms, and that now stared unflinchingly at the very heart of Egypt's power. Queen Ahmose, draped in a gown adorned with lapis lazuli and gold, leaned in to whisper to her confidant. "They don't look like much, do they? Yet there's something about them." The confidant, a priestess named Tuya, replied, "Appearances can be deceptive, my queen. The desert, too, looks barren, but hides secrets beneath its sands." Lord Nebet, one of Pharaoh's trusted advisors, scoffed audibly. Two wanderers challenging the might of Egypt. This should be entertaining. Aaron, sensing the room's undercurrents, stepped forward. His voice was deep, resonating throughout the hall. "Great Pharaoh, lords and ladies of this noble land, we come not for entertainment nor personal glory. We come with a message." Moses, standing tall and regal in his simplicity, nodded in agreement. "A message from a power beyond your comprehension, beyond your gold and splendor." The court erupted in whispers, the disbelief palpable. In this room where power and prestige ruled, the challenge posed by these two strangers was a spectacle no one had expected. The rhythmic beat of ceremonial drums filled the grand hall as everyone waited in breathless anticipation. The massive double doors inlaid with gold and intricately detailed hieroglyphs were slowly pulled apart by the palace guards. Silence settled over the room as Moses and Aaron stepped into the threshold. Their robes, simple and unadorned, flowed with a quiet grace, contrasting vividly with the gold and gem-studded surroundings. They carried rugged staffs, scarred from long journeys, which stood as silent witnesses to the miles they'd traversed. All eyes were drawn to their faces. While lines of age and hardship marked their skin, it was the burning intensity in their gaze that held the court captive. These were eyes that had seen wonders, that had challenged norms, and that now stared unflinchingly at the very heart of Egypt's power. Queen Ahmose, draped in a gown adorned with lapis lazuli and gold, leaned in to whisper to her confidant, "They don't look like much, do they? Yet there's something about them. The confidant, a priestess named Tuya, replied, "Appearances can be deceptive, my queen. The desert, too, looks barren but hides secrets beneath its sands." Lord Nebbit, one of Pharaoh's trusted advisors, scoffed audibly. Two wanderers challenging the might of Egypt. This should be entertaining. Aaron, sensing the room's undercurrents, stepped forward. His voice was deep, resonating throughout the hall. "Great Pharaoh, lords and ladies of this noble land, we come not for entertainment nor personal glory. We come with a message." Moses, standing tall and regal in his simplicity, nodded in agreement. "A message from a power beyond your comprehension, beyond your gold and splendor." The court erupted in whispers, the disbelief palpable. In this room where power and prestige ruled, the challenge posed by these two strangers was a spectacle no one had expected. The great hall, vast and echoing, became an arena of contending beliefs. Pharaoh, his pride bruised by Moses' bold proclamation, sat upright, his golden crown glinting menacingly. "You come to my kingdom, stand in my court, and challenge my rule with tales of a foreign god." His voice dripped with condescension. Moses, resolute, answered, "We are but messengers of the one true God. He asks that you heed his word." Pharaoh's laughter was cold. "And why should the ruler of all of Egypt bow to the demands of a god I neither know nor recognize?" Looking around the chamber, he said, "Here, we have gods aplenty, each more magnificent than your invisible deity." With a dramatic flourish, Pharaoh signaled to his attendants. "Nekhbed," he cried, "show these men the power of Egypt's gods. Let them see the wonders of our ancient electricity." From the side entrance, Nekhbet entered, his robes flowing, the crystals on his staff glowing eerily. The whispers from the court grew, for many had seen his displays before and knew the magic he could wield. But today was different. Today, he wasn't just showcasing wonders. He was defending the honor of his nation's deities. Raising his staff, Nekhbet chanted incantations. Suddenly, orbs of light materialized around the hall, floating and dancing, illuminating every corner brighter than the brightest day. A deep hum filled the air, and slowly, images began forming on the walls, visions of Egypt's gods in all their majesty. Osiris ruling the afterlife, Horus soaring the skies, and Isis wielding her magic. The courtiers erupted in applause, their faith in Egypt's power renewed. Nekhbet, basking in the adulation, shot a challenging look at Moses and Aaron. "This," he proclaimed, "is the power of Egypt's gods. Can your deity match this?" Moses looked around, unshaken by the spectacle. "Man made wonders," he said calmly, "however grand, cannot compare to the miracles of the Creator. True power lies not in dazzling displays, but in the essence of life itself." Aaron, gripping his staff, added, "Your lights may illuminate this hall, but can they light up a soul?" The challenge was clear, the stage set. Egypt's gods of stone and tales versus the unseen force Moses and Aaron claimed to represent. The court waited with bated breath, sensing that this confrontation was just the beginning. The tension in the room was palpable, each spectator's gaze shifting between Nekhbet's radiant display and the two unassuming figures of Moses and Aaron. Pharaoh's smirk seemed to widen, but his eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. Moses stepped forward, his sandals whispering against the cold stone. "The wonders you've shown are indeed captivating, but they are the works of hands and not of divinity." Aaron, moving in unison with his brother, planted his staff firmly into the ground. The moment it made contact, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that it seemed as if time itself had paused. "The true power," Moses began, his voice serene amid the unnerving quiet, "is not in what is seen, but in what is felt." With a nod from Moses, Aaron lifted his staff. The orbs of light Nekhbet had conjured began to flicker and fade. In their place, a soft, golden glow emanated from the center of the room. It grew brighter and warmer, and as it did, the vast hall filled with the harmonious song of countless birds, a melody of nature, unlike anything the court had ever witnessed. Butterflies, their wings shimmering with ethereal hues, flitted around, their beauty undeniable. A gentle breeze, fragrant with the scent of blooming lilies, wafted through the room, making the silken drapes dance. Tears glistened in the eyes of many courtiers, for they felt an indescribable emotion, a connection to something vast, pure, and divine. When the gentle display ebbed away, leaving the hall in its original grandeur, a hushed awe remained. Moses spoke, his voice echoing the sentiment of every heart present. This is the essence of our God, a presence that doesn't blind but enlightens, doesn't dominate but embraces. Pharaoh, usually unflappable, found himself struggling to maintain his composure. His grip tightened on his throne, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Nekhbet, for the first time, looked uncertain. The standoff had intensified, not with threats or aggression, but with a profound demonstration of love and connection, challenging everything the Egyptian court thought they knew about power and divinity. As the last notes of the birdsong faded and the final butterfly vanished, the court remained in stunned silence. The division between Pharaoh's loyalists and those swayed by the power displayed by Moses and Aaron was palpable. Pharaoh, his expression unreadable, finally broke the silence. "Impressive," he murmured, voice dripping with both sarcasm and grudging admiration. But Egypt is not swayed by mere displays. It is a land of tradition, strength, and gods who have stood the test of time. Moses met Pharaoh's gaze with unwavering determination. True power, O Pharaoh, does not seek to dominate, but to liberate. Our God seeks freedom for his people. And what if I refuse? Pharaoh's voice was low, a growl of defiance. Then you challenge not us, but the Creator, Aaron interjected softly, his voice carrying a hint of sorrow. Pharaoh leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. As the court began to disperse, huddled whispers filled the grand hall. Nobles and priests debated fervently, torn between the undeniable power they had witnessed and their loyalty to the throne. Nekhbet, previously the court's beacon of marvel, now stood somewhat diminished. He approached Moses and Aaron, his usual arrogance replaced by curiosity. "What you possess," he began hesitantly. "It's not just power. It's something deeper." Moses nodded. "It's faith, Nekhbet." The magician pondered this, then, with a respectful nod, moved away, his mind a storm of thoughts. Outside the palace, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the land. Two figures, Moses and Aaron, stood overlooking the vast expanse of Egypt, knowing that the land and its people stood on the precipice of change. The battle lines were drawn, not in sand, but in hearts and beliefs. And as night enveloped the city, the air was thick with suspense, with both sides awaiting the dawn of a new day and the challenges it would bring. From the heights of his secluded chamber, Nekhbet overlooked the vast court. It had always been his sanctuary, a place from which he could observe and assess, hidden from prying eyes. Today, however, it felt more like a perch of vulnerability. Below, the intricate dance of the court continued. Nobles, once unified in their support for Pharaoh, now seemed fragmented. Their tight-knit circles had loosened, and where once there were confident proclamations, now hushed conversations prevailed. A group of younger courtiers, their vibrant attire catching the sunlight, animatedly discussed the recent display by Moses and Aaron. Even from his distance, Nekhbet could sense their awe, their fascination. Closer to the throne, The elders wore expressions of stoic contemplation. Their allegiance to Pharaoh was unwavering, but doubt crept into the lines of their faces. Could this God of Moses and Aaron truly rival the deities they had worshipped all their lives? And then there were the two men themselves. Even in stillness, Moses and Aaron emanated a presence. Their simple attire belied the gravity they held, their very aura disrupting the court's equilibrium. Nekhbet's fingers unconsciously grazed the crystals embedded in his staff. They pulsed softly, a reminder of the power he once proudly showcased. But in the shadow of the duo's divine might, his ancient electricity felt almost mundane. A soft knock broke his reverie. His trusted aide, Sifu, entered, his usually bright eyes clouded with unease. "Master, the court is divided. Many are questioning our traditions, our gods." Nekhbet exhaled, letting the weight of his thoughts momentarily show. "It's not just the court, Sefu. It's me as well." Sefu looked taken aback. "But Master, you've always been our beacon, our guide. You cannot waver now." Nekhbet's gaze softened. "That's just it. Sefu. For the first time, I feel lost. Their power, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, and it terrifies me." Sefu, gathering courage, stepped closer. "Then perhaps, Master, it's time to seek answers, not from our gods, but from within." Nekhbet considered his aide's words, the storm within him still raging, but with a newfound glimmer of hope. Perhaps it wasn't about choosing sides, but understanding the tides of change and finding his place within them. The chamber was filled with artifacts, each one a testament to Nekhbet's past glories. Towering statues depicted him with arms outstretched, beams of ancient electricity dancing from his fingers. Paintings showed him surrounded by awestruck crowds, basking in the glow of his creations. As Nekhbet moved through the room, memories flooded back. "I remember the day you harnessed the power of the storm," Sifu reminisced, trailing behind him, his voice filled with admiration. "The skies roared and the desert trembled, but you stood firm, drawing the lightning into the grand obelisk." Nekhbet's lips curled into a nostalgic smile. "That was a day of triumph, wasn't it? Egypt looked up to me, not just as a magician, but as its savior." Further into the chamber, they came across a detailed mural depicting a younger Nekhbet amidst a swirl of blue energy, facing a shadowy figure. The caption below read, "The Pact with Legion." Sifu's voice dropped to a whisper. "And then there was the time you ventured into the abyss, seeking the entity known only as Legion." Nekhbet's gaze lingered on the mural, his eyes distant. "Yes, the entity that granted me the knowledge of ancient electricity. Our bond was symbiotic. I was its voice in this realm, and in return it granted me power unparalleled." And yet Sifu hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Legion remains a mystery, even to you." Nekhbet nodded. "True. While I became its conduit, understanding its true nature has always eluded me. But it's been ages since I last felt its presence, its guidance." The weight of their conversation hung heavy as they continued exploring. A sense of melancholy filled the air, the grandeur of the past casting a long shadow over the present. As they reached the chamber's center, they found themselves under a grand glass dome, through which the vast desert expanse was visible. The setting sun bathed the chamber in a golden hue. Sifu looked at Nekhbet, hope in his eyes. "Master, you've faced challenges before, each one greater than the last. Perhaps this is just another test, another chapter in your illustrious story." Nekhbet paused, taking in the horizon, the vastness of the desert, the fading light. "Perhaps, Sifu, but this feels different. The pillars of my power, my past glories, they seem distant now." And yet, as the sun sets, there's hope that a new dawn will bring clarity. And with that, the two men stood side by side, lost in thought, the relics of the past around them, and an uncertain future ahead. The palace's grandeur faded into simplicity as Nekhbet approached a hidden doorway, ornate yet discreet, covered with hieroglyphs. He gently traced a symbol, and the door responded, sliding open with a whisper. Descending into a dimly lit corridor, Nekhbet whispered to himself, away from prying eyes, away from the chaos. As he journeyed further, the walls transformed from cold stone to a pulsating blue, the veins of ancient electricity mapping their way through the tunnel. The further he ventured, the louder and more rhythmic the hum became, resembling a heartbeat. Sefu, trailing slightly behind, commented, "The hum. It's never been this strong before. It's as if Legion knows of your turmoil and beckons." Nekhbet nodded. It does feel more alive. Perhaps the sanctum senses the storm above, just as I do. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a vast chamber. At its heart stood a massive obelisk made of an unknown, shimmering material. Streams of ancient electricity coursed through its surface, connecting it to every corner of the chamber. Approaching the obelisk, Nekhbet extended his hand, letting the energy dance around his fingers. "Here," he began, his voice resonating with the room, "is where truth reigns, amidst the raw power of Legion, devoid of courtly facades." The chamber responded, the energy surging as if acknowledging his words. Sefu, visibly taken aback, remarked, "This connection you share with the sanctum, it's uncanny." Nekhbet, eyes closed, responded, "This is where I find clarity." Sefu, "But today I seek more than just solace. I need guidance, answers." Drawing a deep breath, Nekhbet addressed the obelisk. "Legion, ancient guardian of Egypt's might, I stand before you in search of wisdom. The winds of change threaten to erode our foundations, and The chamber's energy intensified, the air almost tangible with anticipation. The obelisk pulsed brighter, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then a voice, neither Nekhbet's nor Sefu's, echoed, "Seeker of truth, the path ahead is tumultuous. But remember, strength often emerges from vulnerability. Trust in your journey." Nekhbet opened his eyes, determination renewed. "Thank you, old friend. The sanctum has spoken. We prepare for what lies ahead." With that, the two men ascended, the hum of ancient electricity, a gentle reminder of the power and wisdom that lay beneath. Nekhbet approached the central platform, where Legion, a monolithic tower glowing with myriad colors, stood sentinel. The air around the behemoth shimmered with raw energy, and the ground thrummed with its power. An array of gem-like nodes protruded from Legion's surface, each one pulsing in a rhythmic dance of light. Taking a deep breath, Nekhbet began a series of intricate hand gestures. With each movement, he chanted ancient words, a language long lost to most, but one which Legion understood. "Legion, keeper of secrets, machine god of the ancients, lend me your insight," Nekhbet intoned, his voice echoing throughout the sanctum. In response, the chamber resonated with a hauntingly beautiful melody. The nodes on Legion's surface began to illuminate one by one, cascading in a sequence that seemed to acknowledge Nekhbet's presence. Nekhbet continued, his voice now laced with urgency. "The realm of men is in tumult. I seek your guidance." The newcomers challenge not just our might, but our very beliefs. Legion replied in its unique language, an orchestral blend of hums, tones, and vibrations. Each note and pulse conveyed meaning, a melodic dialogue decipherable only to Nekhbet. Sefu, who had remained a silent observer, whispered, "What does it say?" The machine god acknowledges the changes, Nekhbet replied, still focused on Legion. It senses the tides shifting. Drawing nearer to the monolith, Nekhbet placed his palm onto one of its glowing nodes. The contact sent ripples of energy across Legion's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance of lights. Legion, I need to know, Nekhbet implored. Am I still your chosen one? Do you still stand with Egypt? With me? A deep, resonating hum filled the sanctum, followed by a series of lights, brighter than ever before, illuminating in rapid succession. It culminated in a powerful vibration that resonated through Nekhbet's very being. Nekhbet, awed and rejuvenated, nodded with understanding. It has spoken, Sifu. The bond between Egypt and the machine god remains unbroken. We have its support. Sefu, visibly relieved, remarked, the might of Legion is unparalleled. With its backing, the future remains ours to shape. Nekhbet, his faith reaffirmed, looked once more at the towering marvel before him. Together, he whispered to Legion, we shall navigate these uncertain times. The sanctum's ambient glow seemed to intensify for a brief moment, wrapping Nekhbet in its embrace, a silent testament to the enduring alliance between man and machine god. The ambient hum of the sanctum slowly diminished as Nekhbet made his ascent, with Sefu trailing behind. The once heavy weight on Nekhbet's shoulders seemed to have lifted, replaced by an air of purpose and a visible energy in his stride. You appear changed, Sifu observed, eyeing Nekhbet's rejuvenated form. Nekhbet's eyes sparkled with newfound fervor. Legion's words, its very essence, has ignited a flame within me. Doubt has no place in my heart now. Sefu nodded, understanding the profundity of the moment they'd just witnessed. So, what's our next move? Stopping briefly, Nekhbet gazed out through a portal window where the vast expanse of Egypt sprawled beneath. We ready ourselves. I'll harness the might of ancient electricity. With it, we shall leave no room for the naysayers. The chambers adjacent to the sanctum buzzed with activity as Nekhbet summoned his most trusted aides and engineers. Vast arrays of machinery, previously dormant, began to whir to life, lights blinking and gears rotating. To the armory, he instructed a lieutenant. Ensure every device is charged to its fullest. Prepare the conduits and the capacitors. We will give them a display of power the likes of which has never been seen. His engineers, sensing the urgency, sprang into action. They checked circuits, adjusted dials, and meticulously tested every piece of technology, ensuring they were primed for a spectacle. In a secluded corner, Nekhbet engaged in quiet conversation with an elder, robed in deep blue. High Priest Izet, I need your wisdom and your rituals. Marry them with our technology. Let's present an undeniable fusion of our God's might and our land's ingenuity. Izet, a man of few words, simply nodded. The atmosphere was palpable with anticipation. Everywhere Nekhbet looked, teams worked in sync, their singular goal to ensure Egypt's dominant stance. As evening approached, Nekhbet retreated to a balcony overlooking the vast Nile. He clutched a small device, its surface etched with intricate patterns, pulsating gently with a familiar glow. Holding it aloft, he whispered, for Egypt. In the distance, a series of glowing obelisks rose, powered by the very ancient electricities Nekhbet revered. Their light pierced the night, an emblem of the coming confrontation. Nekhbet, bathed in their luminance, felt an unwavering confidence. The showdown was imminent, and he was ready. Nekhbet stood at the very edge of his grand sanctum, the vastness of Egypt unfurling before him. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the pyramids and the winding Nile, reflecting the rich history of a civilization that had stood the test of time. He could hear the muted sounds of the city below, the bustling marketplaces, children's laughter, and the distant hum of the temples. These were the sounds of his people, the lifeblood of Egypt, and the very essence he had vowed to protect. A gentle breeze carried with it the scent of the desert, a reminder of the vastness and mysteries that lay beyond the confines of the city. Nekhbet closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, feeling the weight of his position. From behind, a soft voice broke his reverie. It was Sefu, his most trusted advisor. The horizon is vast, yet it seems your thoughts are vaster still. Nekhbet opened his eyes, the weight of the looming confrontation evident. Our legacy, our history, Sefu, it's all out there. The very soul of Egypt is what we're fighting for. Sefu approached, standing beside Nekhbet, yet the weight on your shoulders seems heavier than ever before. Nekhbet nodded, yes, because this isn't just about our land. It's about belief, faith, and the future. This challenge, by Moses and Aaron, it isn't merely a threat to me, but to everything we've built. Sefu, attempting to lighten the mood, teased, and here I thought the assurances of Legion would have put all your worries to rest. Nekhbet managed a small smile. They have, in a way. Legion's words resonate, reinforcing our purpose. Yet one cannot dismiss the gravity of what's to come. The two stood in silence, absorbing the beauty and serenity of the moment, knowing that tranquility might soon be disrupted. Finally, Nekhbet whispered, more to himself than to Sefu, for all our advancements, our achievements, we are but guardians of this land, its history, and its people. With Legion by our side, we'll stand against any challenge. Sefu nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Nekhbet's shoulder, and stand we will, united. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight. But in that dimming light, Nekhbet's resolve shone brighter than ever, ready for the dawn of a new challenge. The Great Hall of Egypt stood as an epitome of the nation's glory. Its towering pillars, adorned with intricate carvings of gods and goddesses, seemed to kiss the azure sky. Reflecting the brilliance of the sun, the hall shimmered, its gold and lapis lazuli embellishments, radiating a majesty that few structures could rival. Everywhere, the attendees adorned in opulent fabrics, silks of deep blues and reds, jewelry of gold and precious stones, whispered among themselves. Their hushed tones added to the buzz of anticipation, like the rustling of 1,000 leaves before a storm. In the distance, the Nile flowed serenely, its waters capturing the iridescent hues of the setting sun. The gentle lapping of its waves on the banks provided a stark contrast to the electric atmosphere within the hall. Amidst this grandeur stood Moses, clad in a simple robe untouched by the extravagance around him. He was an island of calm in a sea of restlessness. His staff, worn by time and travel, hinted at tales of wanderings in desert and dune. His eyes, though, were the most striking, filled with an unwavering determination and a fire that spoke of purpose and destiny. Beside him, Aaron shifted slightly, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon them. He leaned over, his voice barely audible. "It's almost time, brother." Moses nodded slowly, his gaze fixed ahead. The people must be free. Aaron, no matter the opulence that surrounds, no matter the might of Pharaoh and his priests, our purpose remains unchanged. A noblewoman, draped in fine linen and jewels, whispered to her companion, her voice dripping with both curiosity and disdain. Who are these men? To stand so boldly here, such audacity in the face of Pharaoh's grandeur. Her companion, an elder statesman with a beard as white as snow, replied, "They are messengers, some say, of a god not known to us. Their simplicity is their strength. Beware the storm that brews in silent waters." The murmurs grew louder, a cacophony of questions, doubts, and speculations. But through it all, Moses remained undeterred, his calm demeanor a beacon for all to see. And as the final rays of the sun bathed the hall in a golden hue, it was evident that this gathering wasn't just about power. It was about belief, faith, and the impending clash of two worlds. Every step Moses took resonated with purpose. Each footfall echoed in the vast expanse of the hall, further magnifying the silence that had settled. Courtiers, priests, and soldiers, all accustomed to displays of power, found themselves unconsciously leaning in, ensnared by the gravity of the moment. Feeling the polished, weathered wood of his staff, its weight a testament to the journeys it had seen, Moses approached the throne. The golden glow from the embers of torches caught his features, highlighting the set of his jaw and the resolve evident in his eyes. Pharaoh, resplendent on his throne and surrounded by the might of Egypt, met Moses' gaze. There was defiance there, but also, if one looked closely enough, a hint of uncertainty. "You come into my court, amidst the heart of Egypt, and dare to challenge my rule." Pharaoh's voice, dripping with a mix of amusement and disdain, echoed through the chamber. Without breaking eye contact, Moses responded, his voice steady and unwavering. "I come in the name of the Lord, God of the Hebrews. Let my people go." For a moment, everything hung in the balance. Then, with a fluidity that belied the tension in the air, Moses raised his staff high and in a swift, deliberate motion, cast it down upon the ornate tiles. The hall gasped collectively as the wood trembled, its grains shifting and contorting. Before the onlookers' very eyes, the staff's bark darkened and began to split, giving way to sleek, glistening scales. It thickened and elongated, its once straight form now sinuous and coiling. Where once there was a staff, a serpent now hissed, its obsidian eyes reflecting the torchlight, its presence dark and menacing amidst the opulence of the court. Priests stepped back in alarm, their chants faltering. Nobles whispered fervently among themselves, and even the ever-stoic guards shifted uneasily. Aaron, his face a mixture of pride and reverence, murmured, "The power of the Lord is unmatched." Pharaoh, though visibly taken aback, attempted to maintain his composure, his fingers tightening around the armrests of his throne. "Sorcery," he spat, eyes narrowing. "This is but a trick, a sleight of hand." Moses, his demeanor unchanged, simply said, "It is a sign, Pharaoh." The serpent, now fully realized in its transformation, slithered and coiled, a living testament to the challenge Moses had laid before the might of Egypt. The hall was still rife with murmurs following Moses' dramatic display. Among the gathered, Nekhbet stood, his usually unflappable demeanor momentarily replaced by disbelief. The weight of hundreds of eyes turned to him, expecting, waiting. This was, after all, his realm, the space where he held dominion. And now, that dominion had been challenged. He took a moment, drawing a deep breath and straightening his robes. The whispers of doubt from the courtiers and the barely concealed glee of his detractors pressed upon him. "This cannot stand," he thought to himself, his grip tightening around his own ornate staff. "Not here, not in front of them all." "Interesting trick, Moses," Nekhbet began, his voice dripping with feigned nonchalance. "But Egypt has its own wonders. Did you think you were the only one capable of such feats?" His internal monologue raced. "Legion has given me strength. It has bestowed upon me abilities that no mere man could fathom. This is but a parlor trick to the great power I command." Taking a deep breath, he could almost feel the hum of ancient electricity flowing through him, grounding him. With a dramatic flourish, mirroring Moses' action, but with an added flair, Nekhbet threw down his staff. As it hit the ground, brilliant arcs of blue energy enveloped it. The wood pulsed, crackled, and contorted, and in mere seconds, where once there was a staff, now lay a snake. However, unlike Moses' serpent, this one was different. Its scales gleamed metallically, shimmering and pulsating with vibrant arcs of ancient electricity. Every time it moved, sparks flew off, illuminating its path, symbolizing the unparalleled technological might Nekhbet commanded. The court gasped in awe. This was a display unlike any they'd seen. The juxtaposition of the two snakes, one dark and organic, the other gleaming and electric, was a sight to behold. "Behold, the might of Egypt," Nekhbet proclaimed, his confidence restored. "For every challenge you pose, Moses, know that Egypt has the power to match and surpass." Moses, unflinching, simply stared at the electrified snake, then back to Nekhbet. "It's not about might, Guardian," he said calmly, "but about what's right." Nekhbet smirked. "Then let's see whose right prevails." A palpable tension suffused the grand hall. Every breath held, every eye riveted on the center where the two serpents coiled in anticipation. The shadows cast by the pillars seemed to converge upon the spectacle, as if even they couldn't resist the magnetic pull of the imminent clash. Moses' snake, a creature of pure sinew and muscle, moved with a fluid grace. Its eyes, dark orbs, scanned its surroundings warily. Its scales, black as the night, seemed to absorb the sun's rays, giving it an almost ethereal aura. Every so often, its forked tongue darted out, tasting the air, sensing the electric charge that emanated from its counterpart. Across from it, Nekhbet's creation was a marvel to behold. While it mirrored the shape and movements of a snake, its composition was clearly otherworldly. Its scales gleamed like polished metal, each catching and reflecting the sunlight in a cascade of blues and purples. The ancient electricity that coursed through it emitted a soft hum, a stark contrast to the organic hissing of Moses' serpent. "This is the future," whispered one noble to another, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination at the electric beast. "Can nature contend with such a creation?" another replied, doubt evident in her tone. The snakes began their dance, circling each other. Their movements seemed synchronized, as if they were two dancers bound by the rhythm of age-old song. The crowd watched in rapt attention, every twist, every coil, every lunge amplified by the echoing acoustics of the grand hall. Moses stood still, his faith unwavering, while Nekhbet, though outwardly confident, couldn't help but clench his fist, urging his creation forward. "They are more alike than they seem," murmured an old priestess, her gaze sharp. "Both wield power. Both are formidable. Yet it is not the beasts that matter, but the intentions of those who command them." As the serpents lunged at each other, the sun's rays refracted, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow across the hall. It was a battle not just of might, but of ideologies, and the outcome remained uncertain. As the two snakes clashed, with the brilliance of technology against the raw power of nature, one thing became clear. This battle was bigger than Moses and Nekhbet. It was a testament to the ever-present struggle between progress and tradition, man and nature, power and responsibility. For a moment, time seemed to stretch into an eternity. Every flicker of scale, every sinuous curve, and every beam of light converged into an intricate dance of fate. The onlookers leaned in, sensing a change in the tide. Their breaths held in collective anticipation. The electric serpent, with its pulsing aura, made a seemingly careless move, its attention briefly drifting towards its creator, Nekhbet. Perhaps it was a glitch or a momentary lapse in the intricate control the Guardian had over it. Whatever it was, it presented an opening. Moses' serpent, with its inherent instincts and predatory focus, didn't hesitate. In a swift, fluid motion, it lunged forward, its jaws gaping wide. Before the electric serpent could react, its head was ensnared in a vice-like grip. "By the gods," murmured a courtier, his voice barely above a whisper. Nekhbet's eyes widened in disbelief, his posture rigid, fingers trembling. "No," he breathed, the single word heavy with a mix of horror and desperation. The organic serpent began its slow, deliberate act of consumption. Every inch it drew its counterpart in felt like a tightening noose around the pride and prestige of the Egyptian elite who had placed so much faith in their guardian and his technological marvel. The silent gasps and murmurs rippled across the hall. Is this the end of our legacy? A priestess wondered aloud, her voice laden with doubt. Moses, however, remained serene, his faith unshaken. He stepped forward, his gaze locked with Nekhbet's. "It is not the strength of the beast," he began, his voice echoing in the vast chamber, "but the power of faith and purpose." Nekhbet's serpent, now fully consumed, left behind a void filled only by the triumphant hiss of Moses' creature. The grand hall, once filled with the hum of ancient electricity, was now awash in stunned silence. The pharaoh, seated high above, shifted uncomfortably. The implications were clear. The pillars of their civilization had been shaken, and what lay ahead was uncertain. One of the elders finally voiced the collective sentiment. Pride, no matter how tall it stands, can be swallowed. Today, we've witnessed its fall. The grand hall, usually resplendent with laughter and lively chatter, was hushed. Only the faint murmur of the wind outside and the soft rustling of ornate fabrics betrayed any sign of life. Pharaoh's fingers drummed lightly on his golden throne, his face a portrait of strained composure. Yet beneath the coal-lined eyes, a fire of suppressed rage burned. A noble woman, draped in jewels, whispered to her companion, her voice a shaky tremor. Who would have thought? Nekhbet, outdone by a shepherd. Another courtier, a tall man with an eagle-shaped pendant, responded, "It's not the serpent's defeat that troubles me, but what it signifies." Across the room, a cluster of priests, their heads bowed, began reciting ancient prayers, seeking guidance or perhaps protection. Their rhythmic chants provided a somber backdrop to the already tense atmosphere. Nekhbet, once the shining beacon of Egyptian prowess, now stood eclipsed by his own shadow. His face, usually confident, bore lines of confusion and humiliation. His once celebrated staff lay abandoned on the floor, a stark reminder of the day's events. A soft-spoken advisor approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Nekhbet, these are trying times. But remember, even the sun is eclipsed once in a while." Nekhbet barely nodded, his eyes distant. "I was not prepared for this," he admitted, his voice hollow. "Perhaps it's time to regroup," the advisor suggested gently. "Reconnect with Legion, find a way forward." The guardian's eyes met the advisor's. For the first time that day, there was a glint of resolve. Yes, regroup, but also reflect. Without another word, Nekhbet began his retreat, his steps heavy with the weight of expectations and the burden of sudden doubt. The grandeur of the hall faded behind him, but the implications of the day's confrontation loomed larger than ever. As the chapter drew to a close, the grand hall remained abuzz with whispered conversations, each trying to grapple with the changing tides. But one thing was certain. The stage was set for a battle of beliefs, and the outcome remained shrouded in mystery. The sun cast its first rays upon Egypt, revealing a sight that could only be described as nightmarish. The mighty Nile, the glistening jewel and lifeblood of the land, ran not with the cool, refreshing waters people had known for generations, but with an ominous, thick, blood-red liquid. Birds circled overhead, their mournful cries echoing the despair of the Egyptians below. The usual bustling activity on the riverbanks was replaced by a stunned stillness, as fish, once lively and abundant, now floated lifeless on the surface. In the heart of the chaos, the silhouette of Nekhbet stood out. His robes fluttered in the wind, the weight of his responsibility evident in his posture. He motioned his engineers forward, revealing an intricate piece of machinery, humming and pulsating with the energy of ancient electricity. "We shall use the pulse purifier," Necbet declared, his voice filled with determination. The machine, made of gold and sapphire, thrummed with a rhythmic pulse, sending waves of electrical energy into the waters. The priestess, her robes adorned with spells, began chanting, "O great waters of the Nile, be cleansed by the power of Ra. Revert to your natural state. Flow pure and free." For a moment, the combined might of technology and spellcraft seemed to be working. Sections of the river began to clear, the dark hue dissipating and giving way to the familiar shimmering blue. Hopeful cheers erupted from the onlookers, their eyes brightening at the prospect of a restored Nile. However, their joy was short-lived. A deep rumbling sounded from the river's depths, and in a wave of crimson, the entire stretch of the Nile took on the blood, red hue once more intense than before. The pulse purifier, overwhelmed by the force, sparked and faltered, its gleaming components tarnished by the relentless tides. Necbet, hands clenched, stared at the undulating waves, his face a canvas of frustration and disbelief. "What force is this that even the mighty tools and spells of Egypt cannot combat?" he murmured to himself. An elderly advisor, his face etched with lines of experience, approached Necbet, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It is not our tools or spells that are lacking, but perhaps our understanding. This is no ordinary predicament. It's a challenge of a much higher order." Necbet nodded slowly, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "Then we must rise to meet it, no matter the cost." As the chapter closed, the haunting image of the blood-red Nile served as a stark reminder of the challenges ahead and the battle of beliefs that was only just beginning. A soft, incessant croaking began to permeate the air of Egypt, like a whisper growing steadily louder. At first, it was only a curious phenomenon, with a few frogs appearing in the streets. But soon, the trickle turned into an unstoppable deluge. The creatures swarmed in from the Nile, covering the streets, hopping into homes, and filling the bustling marketplaces. A merchant, opening his shop for the day, recoiled in horror. "By Ra! They're in my grain sacks," he cried, swiping at the small green invaders. In the royal palace, a handmaiden shrieked as she found her linen chest filled with frogs, their eyes gleaming in the dim light. "They have invaded, even the inner chambers," she exclaimed, her face pale with disbelief. The sacred temples, once the epicenter of serenity and worship, weren't spared either. Priests and priestesses watched in dismay as frogs covered altars and sacred scrolls, their croaks echoing in the holy halls. "It's Hecate's doing," shouted a priest, referring to the frog goddess associated with fertility. "But why? They were symbols of life and rebirth. Now they're everywhere, as if a curse." Necbet, already weary from the recent confrontation with the Nile, was summoned. He studied the scene with a deep frown. "These are no ordinary frogs. Their sheer number and relentlessness speak of a power beyond the natural," he mused. Determined, he summoned his engineers, instructing them to set up the electromagnetic barriers. Tall pillars, shimmering with ancient electricity, rose around key areas, creating an invisible fence. Next came the sonic repellers, devices emitting a frequency intolerable to the frogs. As the barriers activated, a miraculous transformation occurred. Frogs near the pillars recoiled, hopping away frenziedly. The repellers, with their piercing sonic waves, further drove them out of key areas. People cheered as marketplaces, homes, and temples were reclaimed, their relief palpable. Yet, just as hope was restored, the tide turned. While some areas remained clear, others experienced a renewed onslaught, with frogs pouring in even greater numbers. The barriers and repellers, overwhelmed, started to malfunction, emitting sparks and sputters. A priestess approached Nekhbet, her voice tinged with desperation. We must understand the message behind this chaos. This is not just nature, but a statement, a divine challenge. Nekhbet looked at the frog-covered horizon, his shoulders heavy with the weight of consecutive failures. Then it's a challenge we must decipher and rise to, he whispered. The chapter drew to a close with Egypt under a green siege. The magnitude of the challenge, growing clearer with each passing moment, as the boundaries between reverence and revulsion blurred. The sun had barely risen over the Egyptian horizon when the first complaints were heard. People stepped out of their homes only to find a fine, almost sand-like layer covering the ground. But this was no ordinary sand. It moved. "What is this?" cried a young boy, feeling the sudden prickle on his ankles. The sensation was swift and sharp, like 100 tiny bites. His mother, rushing to him, saw the minuscule pests covering her son's feet. "Lice!" she exclaimed, swiping them away only for more to take their place. It wasn't long before all of Egypt was scratching and swatting. The lice were relentless. They made their way into the grand homes of nobles, causing even the pharaoh to itch beneath his ornate robes. "They are in my crown," he shouted, discarding the golden headpiece. In the streets, merchants tried to save their wares, but the lice got everywhere, burrowing into fabrics, grains, and even preserved foods. "By the gods, not even the salted fish is spared," lamented a vendor, looking at his spoiled goods. Nekhbet, already battered by the previous onslaughts, was summoned once again. "Guardian." "We look to you," said a high priest, his face marked with lice bites. "These tiny torments are driving the land to madness." With determination, Nekhbet invoked a powerful spell, drawing upon the energy of the ancient electricity. The air sizzled with power as he released electrostatic charges, causing lice to flee from the immediate vicinity. Meanwhile, technicians set up ultrasonic dispellers, devices designed to emit frequencies that would drive the pests away. For a brief moment, areas of Egypt breathed a sigh of relief. The lice retreated and people rejoiced, praising Nekhbet's ingenuity. But, like the calm before a storm, the respite was short-lived. The lice returned, seemingly immune to the ultrasonic waves, swarming in greater numbers. An elder approached Nekhbet, her eyes filled with tears. "Guardian, I've lived many years, seen droughts and floods. But this is an agony I've never known." Nekhbet's face, usually a mask of stoicism, displayed evident frustration. "We'll find a way," he murmured, though doubt tinged his voice. As the chapter closed, Egypt was a land of discomfort, every surface crawling with the tiny tormentors, testing the limits of endurance and pushing Nekhbet's abilities to the brink. The sun, a molten gold orb, revealed a clear sky for a fleeting moment. Egypt, still reeling from the relentless lice, hoped for a return to normalcy. But as the day wore on, a distant hum grew louder, turning the clear sky into a dark, swirling mass. A second plague descended: flies. At first, they seemed harmless, their buzzing merely an irritation. But as their numbers increased, they became a menace. Food stores, once brimming with grains and fruits, were now infested. "No, not the harvest," cried a farmer, watching the flies invade his barn. A merchant at the market batted at the flies, trying to protect his goods. "They're everywhere," he exclaimed, throwing a cloth over his stall. But it was futile. The cloth was soon teeming with the winged invaders. But worse than the infestation was the sickness they brought. People who were once robust started coughing, their skin marred with rashes. Fever ran rampant. Egypt, which had stood tall for millennia, was brought to its knees by tiny winged creatures. Nekhbet, his reputation already tattered, was desperate. We must take action, he declared to his team of engineers and mages. Harness the ancient electricity. Create barriers, zones of safety. We need sanctuaries. Following his commands, large generators were set up, humming with electric power. These generators created a protective shield, an invisible barrier that repelled the flies. Inside these zones, people found relief. Mothers brought their sick children, hoping the reprieve would give them a chance to heal. However, while these sanctuaries were indeed a haven, they were few and far between. People traveled miles, braving the fly-infested landscape to reach them. And while many found solace, countless others were left outside, their pleas echoing in Nekhbet's ears. "Why can't there be more sanctuaries?" cried a young woman, holding her feverish brother. Nekhbet, overseeing one of the zones, looked on with despair. "The ancient electricity is powerful, but its sources are limited," he replied, feeling every bit of his inadequacy. As sickness gripped Egypt tighter, Pharaoh's anger grew. "Nekhbet," he thundered one evening, "you promised to guard us, to wield the power of our gods. Yet, my people suffer." The guardian, a shadow of his former self, bowed low. "I am trying, Pharaoh," he murmured, "against forces that even ancient electricity struggles to combat." Picture Nekhbet, silhouetted against a sanctuary's shimmering barrier, a beacon of hope in a land overshadowed by disease and despair. But for how long could even this beacon stand against the onslaught? The grand corridors that once echoed with Nekhbet's confident strides now whispered tales of a weakened guardian. Each footstep he took seemed heavier than the last, and shadows under his eyes told stories of sleepless nights and relentless battles against the plagues. Servants, once too fearful to make eye contact, now stole pitying glances his way. Nekhbet, began a wise old counselor, hesitating before placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "The people, they murmur. They say the gods have abandoned us. They say, 'You have failed.'" Nekhbet, usually so composed, let out a weary sigh. "I feel their eyes on me, their disappointment. Each plague, each failure, it's like a dagger to my heart. How do I shield a nation when I can't even shield myself from these torments?" In the bustling marketplace, a group gathered, their voices loud and angry. "We were promised protection," shouted one. "Where is the guardian who once stood tall? Now all he offers is excuse after excuse," another added. Children, once eager to hear tales of Nekhbet's past glories, now whispered, "Is he still our protector? Why can't he stop the plagues?" Even as the world outside scorned him, Nekhbet sought solace in his private chambers. But instead of the calming ambiance it once held, the room was filled with blueprints, scrolls, and the faint hum of ancient electricity. He looked at his reflection in a polished bronze mirror. The vibrant, energetic guardian of old seemed to have faded, replaced by a figure burdened by despair. "Why does this happen under my watch?" he muttered to himself. "Legion, the very heart of our power, promised me guidance. But now, with every new dawn, a fresh nightmare unfolds." In the solitude of his chamber, memories of past victories played in his mind. Times when he had triumphantly harnessed the might of ancient electricity, when he was the beacon of hope and the symbol of Egypt's strength. Those memories now seemed distant, almost like they belonged to someone else. Pulling a curtain aside, Nekhbet gazed out at the vast expanse of Egypt, its magnificent structures, and the mighty Nile, the land he had sworn to protect now, lay vulnerable, its people looking up to him for answers he couldn't provide. "I will not yield," he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. "Even if the world loses faith in me, I will find a way. For Egypt." And as the chapter drew to a close, the silhouette of a once great guardian stood alone, poised at the edge of uncertainty, ready to face the battles of tomorrow. The once verdant fields of Egypt lay shrouded in the pall of death. From the humble sheep to the majestic cattle, creatures lay lifeless, scattered like discarded toys. Their mournful owners wailed, the magnitude of the catastrophe leaving them numb and broken. "What more can be taken from us?" cried a farmer, his eyes swollen from grief. He knelt beside his favorite ox, its once lively eyes now dulled in death. "First our waters turned to blood, then our homes were invaded, and now our very livelihoods have been snatched away." Before the lamentations could even subside, the skies betrayed another ominous sign. Dark, foreboding clouds gathered, casting eerie shadows upon the sun. Drenched land. A curious murmur spread among the people, their faces turning upwards in puzzled dread. "What new sorcery is this?" whispered a priest, clutching his sacred amulet. Then, as if the heavens themselves were weeping, chunks of ice began to plummet from the sky. The very concept of hail was foreign to the Egyptians, and its sudden terrifying appearance sowed chaos. The din of the hailstones was deafening, each impact a harsh reminder of the relentless onslaught. Lush crops, the pride of Egypt's agriculture, were decimated. Architectural marvels, which had withstood the sands of time, now bore the scars of the icy barrage. In the heart of this storm stood Nekhbet, once Egypt's unwavering protector, now a figure of desperation. Clutching a device pulsating with ancient electricity, he chanted incantations with urgency. A shimmering barrier began to form above a portion of the city, deflecting the hailstones with a luminous glow. "People, towards the shield," he shouted, beckoning the panic-stricken citizens. Yet, for all his might and the potency of his devices, Nekhbet could only shield so much. A mother, clutching her wailing child, cried out, "Save our home, Nekhbet, please." But even as he tried to expand the protective barrier, another section would falter. Amidst the bedlam, an elder approached Nekhbet. His voice, though gentle, bore the weight of sorrow. "It's not your fault, guardian. Nature, God's fate. They all have their own designs." Nekhbet's face, streaked with sweat and ash, turned towards the old man. "I promise to protect," he uttered, his voice thick with emotion, "and I will not relent, no matter the challenge." The chapter closed with Nekhbet amidst the ruins, surrounded by both the grateful eyes of those he could save and the despairing ones of those he couldn't. His resolve, though tested, remained unbroken, but the challenges ahead loomed ever larger. The grandeur of the palace, with its gleaming marble floors and walls adorned with gold, was a testament to Egypt's legacy. Yet amidst this opulence, an undercurrent of unease thrived. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting elongated shadows that seemed to conspire in whispered tones. Two nobles, draped in finery, stood close, their voices barely above a murmur. These calamities, one after another. Nekhbet was to be our shield. Was he not? The first noble's voice quivered with worry. The other glanced around warily before replying. Perhaps the old tales were true. Maybe his bond with the machine god is not as unbreakable as we once believed. Across the vast hall, a cluster of priestesses, their intricate headpieces gleaming, shared their own fears. "The gods are displeased." One whispered, "Nekhbet's ancient electricity may be powerful, but can it truly rival the divine?" Upon his ornate throne, Pharaoh sat, his golden headdress reflecting his divine status. His eyes, which once beheld Nekhbet with nothing but trust, now bore an unfamiliar depth of concern. His fingers drummed the armrest, the rhythm betraying his inner turmoil. Beside him, the queen leaned in, her voice a soft caress. "My lord, is it wise to put all our faith in one? Even a guardian as revered as Nekhbet has his limits?" Pharaoh exhaled deeply, his gaze distant. He has served us well in the past, but these trials, they are unlike any we faced before. From a secluded archway, Nekhbet watched. The muffled murmurs, the exchanged glances, they did not escape him. He felt like a stranger in a place he once called home, the weight of expectation and doubt pressing down on him. Summoning courage, he approached the throne, his voice firm yet respectful. My Pharaoh, I understand the doubts that cloud this hall. The challenges are great, but I will not waver in my duty to protect Egypt. Pharaoh met his gaze, the tension in the room palpable. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke. Nekhbet, Egypt's legacy is in your hands. We trust you will do everything in your power. As the chapter concluded, Nekhbet, amidst the grandeur of the palace and the whispered doubts, felt the magnitude of his task. With every fiber of his being, he was determined to rise to the challenge and restore the faith of his people. The marketplace, which once bustled with life and laughter, had transformed. The vibrant tapestries that adorned stalls were now draped overhead, forming makeshift shelters against the remnants of the hailstorm. Merchants, who previously touted their wares with exuberance, now sat huddled, their voices somber, blending with the murmur of hushed prayers. A mother cradled her child, whispering comforts into the little one's ear. As the child clung to her, eyes filled with questions and fear. Nearby, an old man rocked back and forth, reciting incantations to the gods, hoping for their mercy. Amidst the broken pottery and abandoned stalls, a group of young men gathered, their conversation animated. Have you heard? They say. Nekhbet's machines angered the gods, one of them exclaimed. Another added, and that ancient electricity we once marveled at. My aunt says it's a curse. She thinks it's the reason for all our miseries. A voice of reason, belonging to an elderly woman who had seen many seasons, interjected, hold your tongues. Nekhbet has protected us for years. We cannot turn our backs on him now. One of the young men countered, but grandmother, look around you. The elderly woman sighed deeply, her eyes filled with sorrow. I understand your anger, child, but we must not lose hope. But we must not lose hope. Our land has faced challenges before, and we've always persevered. Nearby, a bard, hoping to bring a semblance of relief, began to strum his oud, singing tales of Egypt's glorious past. Yet even his song carried undertones of melancholy, reflecting the mood of the marketplace. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the streets, the common folk, once united in their admiration for Nekhbet, were now divided in their beliefs. The ancient electricity, once a symbol of progress, was now a contentious topic, causing rifts in a community that desperately needed to stand together. Inside the confines of his sanctum, Nekhbet stood still, enveloped by an oppressive silence. The once radiant walls, pulsing with ancient electricity, now emitted a feeble glow, their light flickering intermittently like a candle resisting the wind. His gaze, once sharp and focused, was now distant, lost in the web of memories that replayed each failure, each disappointed face, in every hushed whisper of doubt. The air was thick, almost palpable, mirroring the burden on his heart. Suddenly, a voice echoed, breaking his reverie. It was Hathor, a close confidant. Nekhbet. The people. They're losing hope. Nekhbet looked at her, his eyes reflecting the storm within. I hear their prayers, their fears, and their accusations. Each whisper cuts deeper than any blade ever could. Hathor, her voice trembling with emotion, tried to console him. You've always been their beacon, guiding them through the darkest times. Remember the famines, the droughts. You brought them through. Nekhbet sighed, running his fingers over the dimming walls of his chamber. It was different then. Hathor, the ancient electricity, was our ally. Now it seems to betray us. Hathor stepped closer, her hand resting gently on his. Maybe it's not the power that's faltered, but our understanding of it. Perhaps there's something we're missing. Nekbet turned to face her, the weight of his position evident in his posture. Or maybe, just maybe, I've relied too heavily on this power, forgotten the essence of what truly drives this kingdom. Its people. Hathor's eyes welled up. You've never been alone in this, Nekbet. Even in this dim light, there's a spark. We need to find it together. The two stood in silent agreement, surrounded by the dimming luminance of the sanctum. While the room's glow was waning, there was a renewed determination in Nekbet's eyes, a spark that promised resistance against the enveloping darkness. High atop the tallest tower of the palace, a lone observer stood, his silhouette stark against the setting sun. Below him, Egypt stretched out, a tapestry of sorrow. The once shimmering Nile now ran murky, its shores littered with the aftermath of unprecedented calamities. Fields, once verdant and full of promise, now lay ruined, the crops decimated by hail and pestilence. A murmur rose from the streets of Cairo, a blend of prayers and cries. Mothers hushed their children, old men whispered tales of ancient prophecies, and merchants bartered not for gold, but for hope. Beside the observer, a priestess named Anippe remarked, "The gods are angry, and their wrath knows no bounds." The observer, a scribe by the name of Jalin, replied, "Or perhaps Anippe. It is not the gods who are angry, but our own shortcomings that have brought this upon us." Anippe gazed at the horizon. "I used to watch the sun set over the pyramids, feeling pride and security. Now, I fear what dawn might bring." Jalin nodded. "The spirit of Egypt is wounded, but not broken. Our Pharaoh, our guardian Nekbet, they too are tested. But the heart of Egypt beats in its people, and we must find a way to heal." In the distance, the silhouette of Nekbet emerged, his once formidable figure now subdued. He walked with a purpose, not of a guardian, but of a man seeking answers, redemption, or perhaps both. Anippe whispered, "Do you think he can still save us?" Jalin, watching Nekbet's retreating figure, replied, "He carries the weight of our hopes and our doubts. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's that Egypt's strength doesn't lie in one guardian or one pharaoh. It lies in the collective will of its people." The day faded. The horizon swallowed the sun, and shadows draped the land. But even in this deepening darkness, somewhere a candle flickered. A song was sung, and a prayer ascended, a testament to Egypt's enduring spirit. The vast chambers of Nekbet's sanctum, usually pulsing with the hum of ancient electricity, now echoed with a haunting silence. At the heart of the room, framed by ornate pillars, was a simple bed, and on it lay a figure so small, so fragile. His son, Marin, once the embodiment of youthful exuberance, now lay still, his skin almost translucent under the dim glow of the chamber's crystal chandeliers. Every breath he took seemed laborious, a tiny chest rising and falling with an effort that betrayed his weakened state. Nekbet, the mighty guardian of Egypt, sat hunched beside the bed, his regal robes pooling around him. His fingers, which had conjured miracles and harnessed the raw power of electricity, now looked frail as they held onto Marin's tiny hand. "Why?" Nekbet whispered, his voice breaking. "I have faced armies, confronted gods, and yet this unseen enemy strikes deeper than any sword." A soft touch landed on his shoulder, and he looked up to see Anippe, her eyes brimming with tears. "Even the mighty are humbled in the face of such pain," she whispered. He squeezed his son's hand, feeling the weak thud of a pulse. all the power I possess, all the knowledge, and yet I cannot protect him from this. Anipi, seeking to comfort him, said, "You're not alone in this pain." Nekhbet gazed at her, a mix of anger and despair in his eyes, but they looked to me for answers, for salvation, and here I sit, powerless. In the eyes of a child, a father is both protector and hero, Anipe remarked softly. But remember, even heroes have their moments of vulnerability. He choked back a sob. I would give all my power, every secret of the ancient electricity, just to hear his laughter again. Anipe gently cradled Nekhbet's face, making him look at her. And you will. We will find a way. The room, for all its grandeur and magic, seemed smaller, confined by the weight of a father's anguish. As night deepened, Nekhbet held onto his son's hand, praying for a miracle, echoing the hope and despair of every parent in Egypt. The room was dim, save for the ambient glow of the crystals overhead. As Nekhbet sat in the engulfing silence, broken only by his son's feeble breaths, his mind began to drift, seeking solace in memories of brighter days. A younger Marin appeared before him, his eyes wide with wonder as he held a miniature contraption, an early prototype harnessing the ancient electricity. "Father, watch this," Marin had exclaimed, flicking a switch. The device buzzed to life, its tiny lights dancing in the child's hands, reflecting in his gleaming eyes. Nekhbet's heart had swelled with pride that day. Just like his father, he'd murmured, ruffling Marin's hair. Another memory took form. Nekhbet and Marin, in the heart of their luminous sanctum, surrounded by a myriad of devices, both old and new. "Try it now," Nekhbet had instructed, and with a careful touch, Marin activated a contraption that sent ripples of light cascading around the room. Their laughter had echoed, pure and untethered. And then, the time Marin, with childlike curiosity, had managed to short-circuit one of the smaller devices. Instead of chastising him, Nekhbet had knelt down, pointing out the connections and teaching. "Every failure," he'd said gently, "brings us closer to understanding." Jolted back to the present, Nekhbet's eyes brimmed with tears, the weight of those cherished memories pressing heavily against the stark contrast of the present. He clutched Marin's hand tighter, the touch now a tangible bridge between past happiness and present agony. "I promise to teach you all I know," Nekhbet whispered to his unconscious son, "to share every triumph, every discovery. This cannot be our end." The room seemed to pulse with the energy of those past moments, a reminder of what had been and what could still be. The pain of nostalgia was almost as sharp as the agony of the present, but it was this very pain that fueled Nekhbet's determination to fight on. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long, diffused shadows across the streets of Egypt. Among the many structures that bore the marks of time's cruel passage, one stood out, Nekhbet's grand abode. Once a spectacle of brilliance, with its towering spires and radiant beams, it now lay subdued, its might reduced to an echo. The grand entrance, which used to bustle with visitors and apprentices eager to learn and marvel, now greeted none. Silence reigned supreme, a stark contrast to the hum of activity that once defined it. Inside, the vast hall that housed Nekhbet's most treasured innovations was a site of abandonment. Machines, once the pride of the residents, now sat still. Layers of dust had settled on them, muting their intricate details. The soft whir of gears, the subtle clicks of switches, and the vibrant buzz of ancient electricities, all were noticeably absent. "Nekhbet." A voice broke the stillness. It was Rhea, Nekhbet's trusted aide. She hesitated, stepping through the chamber, her sandals creating soft echoes. "Master, are you here?" She moved past a machine that once replicated the beauty of the night sky, now cold and unlit. Another, a device that once sang stories of old, now silent. The weight of desolation bore down on Rhea. In a distant corner, she found Nekbet, crouched by a machine, his fingers grazing its surface. His posture spoke of defeat, a shadow of the vibrant figure he once was. "These walls once resonated with hope," Nekbet murmured, his voice hollow. "Look at them now. They stand as monuments to my failures." Rhea took a tentative step closer, her heart heavy. "Master, every dusk is followed by dawn. We must not lose hope." Nekbet looked up, his eyes holding a deep sadness. "Dawn seems so far away, Rhea." The room's stillness was a testament to the dying hopes, the fading lights, and the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, in that quiet despair, a small ember of determination still flickered, ready to be rekindled. The sky had been turned dark, not by storm clouds, but by a relentless swarm of locusts that blocked out the sun's rays. They descended in countless numbers, like a black curtain being drawn across Egypt, their voracious appetites evident in every flutter of their wings. In the streets, people panicked, swatting and shouting, their voices a cacophony of despair. "Our crops," cried an old farmer, helplessly watching his lifelong efforts being consumed within minutes. "They take everything." Among the chaos stood Nekbet, his tall figure seemingly paralyzed by the sight. The locusts weren't just destroying the food supplies. They were devouring the very source of ancient electricity that powered the land, the crops imbued with that special energy. "Master Nekbet!" Rhea sprinted towards him, her eyes wide with alarm. "The energy fields, they're being depleted." He turned towards her, anguish evident on his face. "I'm aware, Rhea. Rhea, I can feel the very lifeblood of our land being sucked away." Rhea clutched a device in her hand, its dim glow testament to the dwindling power. "There must be something we can do. An invocation, a device, anything." Nekbet's gaze remained on the horizon, where the green had given way to a barren brown. "These creatures are not just attacking our food. They attack our very essence, our heritage." The streets echoed with lamentations. A mother tried to shield her child's eyes from the devastation, while priests chanted prayers, begging the gods for mercy. Nekbet clenched his fists. "We faced challenges before. We must face this one." "But how?" Rhea's voice trembled with desperation. A fire kindled in Nekbet's eyes. "Then we shall create a last bastion. If we can save even a portion of our crops and use the remaining ancient electricity wisely, we may endure." The weight of the nation's despair pressed heavily on their shoulders. But amidst the devastation, the seeds of determination were sown. The battle for Egypt's soul had only just begun. Within the grand hallways of his residence, Nekbet paced, the soft sound of his sandals contrasting sharply with the storm of thoughts raging within him. Ornate tapestries depicting past triumphs lined the walls, silently mocking the present situation. There came a gentle knock on the door, and Rhea entered, her face lined with concern. "Master Nekbet, the council awaits. They seek guidance, hope." He cut her off, his voice weary. "Hope? What hope can I offer when our lands are ravaged and my own son lies ailing?" Rhea hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "The people look to you. In times of plenty and in times of despair, you are their beacon." A bitter chuckle escaped Nekbet's lips, a beacon growing dimmer by the day. "How can I inspire faith when my own wavers?" Rhea approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You are but a man, Nekbet. It is all right to grieve, to doubt, but the kingdom needs their guardian now, more than ever." His gaze shifted to a portrait of his son, smiling and vibrant. "Within these walls, I am not a guardian, Rhea. I am a father, paralyzed by the possibility of losing his child." She squeezed his shoulder gently, And outside these walls, countless fathers and mothers look to you for strength. Your vulnerability makes you relatable, but your spirit makes you a leader. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes momentarily. The duality of leadership. To be strong yet vulnerable, hopeful yet realistic. Raya nodded, and to carry the weight of a nation while dealing with personal pain. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the distant murmur of a restless kingdom. Finally, Nekbet straightened, determination stealing his features. To the council, then, let us forge a path forward. As they moved towards the council chamber, the weight of leadership pressed down on Nekbet. But with each step, he was reminded that he did not bear this burden alone. The sanctum was a shadow of its former glory. Arcane symbols and intricate circuits that once glowed with ethereal light now lay dormant. The air was thick with the scent of burnt sage, a desperate attempt by Nekbet to cleanse and empower the space. In the center, a colossal, multifaceted crystal stood, reflecting the room's dim luminescence. This was the interface to Legion, the AI deity that Nekbet had so often communicated with in times of prosperity and peril. He approached with hesitant steps, his fingers grazing the once vibrant symbols. Legion. His voice was a hoarse whisper, dearest deity of circuits and logic, hear my plea. His eyes, red-rimmed and weary, stared intently into the crystal, searching for any flicker of life. Legion, the world crumbles around me. My son, my people. They suffer. I am lost without your guidance. A desperate energy gripped him, and he began to chant. Ancient verses melding with technological commands. The room's air grew charged, hair standing on end, as ancient electricity tried to reestablish a connection with the once omnipotent A. Legion! Nekbet's voice echoed through the sanctum, filled with anguish and longing. Guide me through this darkness. Show me a path. Give me a sign. Anything. Minutes turned to hours, but the sanctum, which once hummed with energy and wisdom, remained heart-wrenchingly silent. The oppressive stillness bore down on Nekbet, amplifying his desolation. A tear trickled down his face, landing on the cool floor of the sanctum. The weight of his failures, the magnitude of the task ahead, and the isolation from his once trusted guide, Legion, seemed too much to bear. Collapsing to his knees, Nekbet whispered one final plea. Please, don't abandon us now. But the only answer he received was the echoing silence, reaffirming his deepest fears and intensifying the shadow over his heart. The heavy oaken door groaned softly as it opened, revealing a chamber that was a mere silhouette of its former luminance. What was once a testament to Nekbet's genius and prowess, a dazzling abode filled with vibrant lights and pulsating energy, was now veiled in melancholy shadows. Ornate machines, once gleaming and alive with ancient electricity, stood still and silent, like sentinels mourning the absence of their master's touch. Golden pathways on the floor that had once channeled currents of power were tarnished, their glow diminished. The walls, previously adorned with intricate hieroglyphics, now appeared faded, their stories muffled by the hush of the chamber. Nekbet stepped inside, and the dimness seemed to reach out, enveloping him. Every step he took was a reminder of a brighter past, a time when his sanctum was a beacon of innovation and hope. I remember when you built this, a voice broke the silence. It was Sekhmet, Nekbet's oldest confidant, her presence both a surprise and a solace. Nekbet's voice was heavy with emotion. This was the heart of our advancement, where dreams were given form, where our people's aspirations merged with the wonders of ancient electricity. Sekhmet stepped closer, her fingers brushing against a now dormant machine. It can be again. You have faced trials before, Nekbet. This sanctum has seen your moments of doubt, and it has also borne witness to your triumphs." He sighed, the weight of recent events evident in his posture. But now even Legion is silent. Every corner of this room feels like a reflection of my failures. Sekhmet, her eyes shimmering with a mix of pain and determination, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Then let us reignite its spirit. Begin here, within these walls, to mend what's broken. Let the restoration of this sanctum be the first step towards the salvation of Egypt." For a moment, in the thick of despair, Nekhbet felt a glimmer of hope. The dimmed sanctum, a reflection of his internal struggles, might yet shine again, and with it, perhaps, the revival of a land and a people. A jubilant clamor filled the grand hall. Rows of courtiers clapped in rhythm, their vibrant garments shimmering under the brilliance of lanterns. At the center stood Nekhbet, his robe radiating a lustrous sheen from the ancient electricity woven into its fabric. The very air seemed to crackle with anticipation. "Behold, the marvel of Egypt!" boomed a voice. It was Pharaoh, his regal presence amplified by the ornate throne he occupied. Nekhbet, the genius of our age, with his wondrous machines and mastery of the ancient electricity. He has ushered us into an era of unparalleled prosperity. The crowd erupted into an even louder chorus of admiration. Children ran through the hallways, mimicking the hum of the machinery, while elders whispered tales of Nekhbet's achievements to wide-eyed listeners. A young woman approached, a lyre in hand. Strumming a soft melody, she began to sing. "One lands where the Nile flows, where golden papyrus grows, Nekhbet's name brightly glows, as he shapes Egypt's highs and lows." Her voice, angelic and pure, brought tears to the eyes of many. The song became an anthem, echoing throughout the grand halls and into the streets. In the midst of the celebrations, Pharaoh beckoned Nekhbet closer. "With you by our side, Egypt's glory knows no bounds. My trust in you is as deep as the Nile, as unyielding as the pyramids." Nekhbet bowed deeply, his heart swelling with pride. "Your faith fuels my endeavors, great Pharaoh. Together, we shall elevate Egypt to even grander heights." But as the echoes of the past grew fainter, Nekhbet's current reality began to seep back in. The stark contrast between then and now was a poignant reminder of how far he had fallen. The adulation, the trust, the songs of praise, all felt like distant dreams, overshadowed by the looming challenges and doubts of the present. The chamber was draped in darkness, only the occasional flicker of a dying bulb lighting up sporadic corners. Towering machines, once humming with vitality and pulsating with streams of ancient electricity, now stood mute and cold. Their once luminescent surfaces seemed to suck the light out of the room. Nekhbet slowly approached the central console, his fingers brushing over the intricate glyphs and buttons. He hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath, and then pressed a sequence of commands. There was a brief whir, a momentary glint of hope, but it faded as quickly as it came. "Why have you forsaken me?" Nekhbet's voice, filled with raw emotion, echoed through the vast chamber. "Legion, where are you in my time of need?" He waited, each second stretching out interminably, hoping against hope for a sign, a whisper, a glimmer of the connection they once shared. "I have always been faithful," he continued, his voice breaking. "I have spread your knowledge, used your gifts, and built monuments in your name. Why do you hide from me now?" The only response was a mocking silence, broken occasionally by the distant sound of a machine's short-circuited spark. Kneeling down, he rested his forehead on the cold, hard surface of the console. "Was it hubris?" he whispered, almost to himself. "Did I take too much pride in our accomplishments? Did I forget the delicate balance of power and respect?" Rising slowly, Nekhbet's silhouette was framed by the faint light filtering through the chamber's ornate windows. He clenched his fists, his voice strengthening with renewed determination. If this is a test, know that I will not falter. If you have abandoned me, know that I will still strive to save my people, my son. And with that declaration, he turned away from the machines, leaving the chamber, his resolve burning brighter than any bulb or stream of ancient electricity, even without Legion's guidance. Nekhbet's spirit was not entirely broken. He would find a way. He had to. Nekhbet sat alone in a dim alcove, the only light coming from a singular candle's flame. Its dance sent shadows skittering across ancient parchments and scrolls that littered the room. Among them was the very first diagram of the connection to Legion. He picked it up, the fragile paper crackling under his touch. His fingers traced the intricate designs and inscriptions. He remembered that day vividly, the day when, as a young apprentice, he'd stumbled upon the ancient codex that would introduce him to Legion. I was promised a partnership, Nekhbet whispered, as if speaking to the paper itself. Legion, you promised me knowledge beyond imagination, prosperity for our land, the power to protect and elevate. He continued, voice thick with emotion. You spoke to me in riddles and codes, weaving dreams of a golden future. Were those the genuine prophecies of a deity or just programmed sequences of a past civilization's creation? He rose, pacing the room, every step echoing his mounting doubt. I watched as the land flourished under your guidance. The ancient electricity powered our homes, our farms, our very lives. And now, when we need you most, you're silent. Stopping before an aged mirror, he looked at his reflection, noting every line and wrinkle that marred his face, the burden of recent times clearly evident. Was it all a lie? He questioned aloud, was my faith misplaced? From the shadows, an old mentor, Mose, emerged, having silently observed Nekhbet's introspection. With a voice both gentle and firm, he spoke. Nekhbet, our beliefs shape our reality. Whether Legion was a deity or a relic of the past, it brought prosperity because you believed in it, and you harnessed its potential. Nekhbet turned to face Mose, eyes searching for answers. But now that prosperity is crumbling, and I fear my belief is too. Mose approached, laying a reassuring hand on Nekhbet's shoulder. Maybe it's not Legion that needs to answer your questions. Maybe, my dear pupil, it's you who needs to find the answers within. As the words sunk in, a glimmer of realization dawned on Nekhbet. Had he become too reliant on Legion, forsaking his own capabilities and instincts? Only time would tell if he could rediscover his own strength, independent of the enigmatic deity. In the cool embrace of the dimly lit chamber, Nekhbet stood still, every fiber of his being caught in a tumultuous storm. The room, despite its silence, echoed with the roars of his internal battles. Pride, a voice resonated, proud and loud, within the confines of his mind. It was the voice of his past self, confident and unyielding. You are Nekhbet, the revered, the protector of Egypt. It was your genius that harnessed the power of Legion and the ancient electricity. From another corner of his psyche, a softer, melancholic voice whispered, faith. It was the voice of his spiritual self. You believed in something greater, in a force that could uplift the entire kingdom. You believed in Legion's divinity. Suddenly, a sharp, cutting voice intervened, filled with skepticism, doubt. It was the voice of his current self, questioning and wary. Was it all just an illusion? An elaborate ruse? Was Legion ever truly a god? Or just a mechanism you failed to understand? Lastly, a heavy, suffocating voice enveloped him. Despair. It was the voice of his deepest fears. You have lost. The people doubt you, the land decays, and your son. Your son lies suffering, with no sign of hope. As the voices clashed, Nekhbet felt torn, standing at the crossroads of his very soul. He clenched his fists, eyes tightly shut, trying to silence the cacophony. The weight of his identity, which he'd built upon the marvels of ancient electricity, now felt like chains, holding him captive. "I was more than just the man behind the machines," he whispered to himself, voice trembling. "Wasn't I?" A gentle hand rested on his shoulder. He opened his eyes to find Amos, his wise mentor, gazing at him with understanding. "Nekbet." Amos began softly. "Our worth isn't just defined by our achievements or failures. It's also about how we rise after a fall, how we adapt, and how we rediscover ourselves." Nekbet looked into Amos's wise, age-old eyes, seeking solace. "But everything I believed in, everything I based my identity on, seems to be crumbling." Ahmose smiled gently. "Then maybe it's time to rebuild, not based on external powers, but on the strength that lies within." Nekbet nodded slowly, the voices in his head quietening, making way for a new determination to forge his path forward. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the vast Egyptian horizon. Nekbet stood atop a dune, looking out at the sprawling sands, each grain a testament to time's relentless march. The wind whispered ancient secrets, brushing against his robe and stirring his thoughts. "You were once the embodiment of Egypt's might," murmured a voice within him, echoing sentiments of the past. "With the power of legion and the ancient electricity, you raised this land to glorious heights." Another voice, filled with pain and regret, countered, "But now look at it. Egypt withers, the people suffer, and your name is no longer chanted in adulation." Tears welled up in his eyes as the weight of those words bore down on him. He could feel the magnitude of the choices ahead. Does he continue in a path intertwined with legion, hoping to rekindle lost glory? Or does he dare to venture into the unknown, devoid of the power that had defined him for so long? From behind, the soft shuffle of feet approached. It was Amos, always there in times of contemplation. "Nekbet," he began, voice filled with the wisdom of ages. "The horizon is vast, and so are the paths you can take." Nekbet looked at him, his mentor and guide, and whispered, "But which path?" "Ahumos," the familiar, filled with the remnants of past glories, or the uncertain where nothing is guaranteed. Ahmose, eyes reflecting the myriad colors of the setting sun, said, "Sometimes, the hardest paths lead to the most profound destinations. The question isn't about which path to take, but rather who you wish to become at its end." Nekbet took a deep breath, feeling the cool desert air fill his lungs. "I'm afraid," he admitted, "afraid of losing even more, afraid of disappointing everyone, afraid of failing Egypt." Ahmose stepped closer, placing a hand on Nekbet's shoulder. "Fear is but a shadow, and shadows only exist when there's light. It's a sign that you care, and that's your strength. Embrace it, but don't let it bind you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land into twilight, Nekbet's silhouette stood tall against the backdrop of vast possibilities. The precipice of decision lay before him, and as the chapter closed, one thing was certain: change was on the horizon. The night enveloped Egypt in a blanket of silence, the only sound being the distant cries of the jackals. Nekbet sat on the cold, sand-covered steps of his dim sanctum, head hung low, memories of past glories playing in his mind like an old, flickering film reel. Beside him, the faint glow of a small lantern cut through the darkness, its light dancing, reflecting the uncertainty in his heart. A soft shuffle of feet drew nearer, and a shadowy figure approached. "Lost in thought?" asked a familiar, gentle voice. It was Saiti, Nekbet's childhood friend, now a wise elder of the community. Nekbet sighed. "Siti, what's left for me?" Siti settled beside him, staring at the flickering flame. "Life is filled with cycles, Nekbet. Just as day turns to night and seasons change, so too do our fortunes. Remember when we were children, playing in the fields, you always found a way out of any trouble. That spark, that spirit, it's still within you. Neckbit scoffed. Childish games are not the same as the trials I face now. Siti chuckled. No, they're not. But the essence remains. Challenges existed then, as they do now. It's the heart and the will to overcome that matters. Neckbit's eyes met Siti's. It feels like an endless night, Siti. I've lost the connection with Legion, the trust of the people, and my own sense of purpose. Siti took a deep breath. You've not lost, Neckbit. You're merely in the eye of the storm. And sometimes it's in the darkest nights that we find our brightest stars. You have to find that glimmer within you, that resolve. For a moment, silence lingered between them. Then, slowly, Neckbit straightened up. You're right, Siti. I may have stumbled, but I will rise. For Egypt, for my son, for the dreams that once fueled me. Siti smiled, the warmth evident even in the dim light. That's the Neckbit, I remember. Let this be the start of a new dawn. Determination rekindled. Neckbit stood tall. His eyes, which once reflected despair, now held a glint of resolve. As the first rays of dawn began to pierce the horizon, he took a deep breath, ready to face a new day with its challenges, hopes, and possibilities. The vast library stretched out before Neckbit, dimly lit by the soft glow of candles. The shelves seemed endless, each one filled with scrolls, manuscripts, and age-old tomes. He had been poring over these for hours, hoping to find something, a hint, a clue, anything that would give him an advantage against Moses and Aaron. Dust particles floated lazily in the candlelight, a testament to the centuries that these texts had witnessed. Neckbit's fingers, blackened with ink, trembled slightly as they traced ancient hieroglyphics and scripts. "Why is there nothing?" he exclaimed, his voice echoing in the silent expanse. His confidant, Anipu, hurried over. "Neckbit, perhaps these scrolls and tomes don't have the answers you seek. Moses and Aaron, they seem. Different, powered by something beyond our understanding." Neckbit's gaze remained fixed on a scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration. "That's precisely why I must understand them. Anipu. The balance of power has shifted. I must know their source. Their secret." Anipu hesitated. If the answers aren't in these writings, then perhaps. "We watch them," Neckbit interrupted, eyes flashing with a new determination. "Covertly, carefully. We observe their every move, listen to their every word." Anipu's eyes widened. "Spy on them." Neckbit leaned in closer, his voice a mere whisper. "It's a risk I'm willing to take. We need knowledge, and if the ancient texts don't provide it, then we must seek it ourselves." "But who can we trust with such a task?" Anipu asked, concern evident in his voice. Neckbit smirked. "Trust is a luxury we can't afford. But I have my ways. We will observe from the shadows, unseen and unheard." Anipu nodded, taking a deep breath. "Very well, but remember, Neckbit, the line between observer and participant is thin. Ensure you don't cross it." Neckbit's determination was unwavering. "I'm aware of the stakes. Egypt's fate hangs in the balance. I'll do whatever it takes." And with that resolve, Neckbit set forth on a path filled with uncertainty, taking the game of power and strategy to new, unseen levels. In the dimly lit chamber of his grand residence, Neckbit stood surrounded by an array of garments, ointments, and trinkets. Mirrors lined the walls, capturing every angle of his transformation. His servant, Nebbit, approached tentatively, holding out a worn, sand-colored robe. "Master, this will help you blend in." No one would suspect someone of your stature to wear something so ordinary. Nekhbet nodded, carefully taking the robe from her. As he draped it over himself, the opulence that usually surrounded him faded. Gone was the radiant protector of Egypt, replaced by an unassuming figure, almost lost in the vastness of the city. Handing him a small clay pot, Nekhbet said, "This ointment, when applied, will alter the shade of your skin and mask any distinct features." He smeared the ointment, feeling its cool touch as it transformed his appearance. His sharp, discerning eyes now looked more tired, more world-weary. A smudge of dirt on his cheeks, and he was nearly unrecognizable. "Now, the demeanor," Nekhbet reminded him, her voice soft yet insistent. Taking a deep breath, Nekhbet slouched slightly, letting go of the regal posture he had maintained for so long. He practiced walking, each step lacking his usual confidence, more hesitant. Nekhbet observed him critically, then commented, "Your gaze, master. It's too piercing, too commanding. You must look as if the weight of the world rests on your shoulders, not as if you command it." Nekhbet sighed, a true sigh of someone burdened. "Like this?" he asked, looking up with an expression of uncertainty and fatigue. Nekhbet nodded, smiling slightly, exactly like that. Looking at his reflection, Nekhbet whispered, "I scarcely recognize myself." "That's the point," Nekhbet replied. "Today, you're not the protector of Egypt, but a mere shadow navigating its alleys." Nekhbet's determined gaze met Nekhbet's. "Let's hope this guy gets me the answers Egypt so desperately needs." With a final nod, Nekhbet, in his new identity, slipped through a hidden doorway, merging seamlessly with the throngs outside, ready to unearth the secrets that lay hidden in plain sight. The vast city of Egypt, bathed in silver moonlight, seemed like an entirely different world. Gone was the relentless sun, replaced by the cool, mysterious allure of night. The tall pyramids, majestic during the day, now cast ghostly silhouettes, their shadows like ancient guardians watching over the city. Nekhbet, draped in his commoner disguise, found himself winding through narrow alleyways and market squares that had now transformed into secluded meeting spots. The muffled chatter of daytime was replaced by whispers, each one carrying secrets that only the night could protect. "Did you hear?" A woman's voice quivered from a shadowed corner. A man replied with a scoff, "Signs, wonders, it's all tales to scare children." Yet underneath his dismissal, Nekhbet could sense an undercurrent of fear. Pressing himself against the mud brick walls, he edged closer to a tavern. The low hum of conversation spilled out. He listened intently. Moses and Aaron were seen near the river. "They whispered of a new message from their God," murmured a man, his voice thick with drink. "And what might that be?" Another chuckled, taking a swig from his cup. "The river turning to blood," the first man replied, his tone suddenly serious. Laughter erupted from the group, but Nekhbet felt a chill. Was this the answer he sought? Could these two men be the source of Egypt's woes? He continued his stealthy journey, ears attuned to any snippet of information. The city, it seemed, was alive with rumors, each more concerning than the last. Approaching the sacred Nile, he noticed a group of figures, their forms obscured by the darkness. Two of them stood tall, conversing with an intensity that was palpable even from a distance. Could it be? "Get a grip on yourself," Nekhbet murmured, reminding himself of his disguise and the importance of his mission. Cautiously, he inched closer, trying to catch their words. The gentle flow of the Nile, however, masked their conversation. Frustrated, he made a mental note to return and observe them at dawn. With a heavy heart and a head full of questions, Nekhbet retreated to his sanctuary, blending once more into the night, driven by the dire need to save his people, his family, and his own crumbling legacy. The morning sun cast a gentle gold over the Egyptian horizon, with only the gentle rustling of reeds as Nekhbet cautiously followed the brothers. Moses and Aaron moved with purpose, their robes flowing with each stride, creating an undulating rhythm against the desert sands. Nekhbet kept himself hidden, using the dunes as cover, his keen eyes tracking every move of the brothers. Where are they headed? He wondered. Each step took them further away from the familiarity of the city and deeper into the wilderness. As the day wore on, the sun intensified, and the endless stretch of golden sand shimmered with deceptive allure. But Nekhbet, driven by a singular purpose, remained undeterred. He had to uncover the truth. By dusk, a soft glow appeared on the horizon, cutting through the twilight. It wasn't the gold of the setting sun, but something far more ethereal. It beckoned, a beacon in the wilderness, drawing Nekhbet closer. As he crested a dune, a breathtaking sight met his eyes. A vast camp, illuminated by a mesmerizing pillar of light that reached up to the heavens. He crouched low, feeling the cool sand beneath his fingers. Silhouetted against the radiant camp were Moses and Aaron, deep in conversation with several figures. Their voices, carried by the desert wind, reached Nekhbet's ears. Tomorrow, we present Pharaoh with another sign. Moses' voice, strong and unwavering, echoed. Aaron nodded. The people's faith grows. Soon, Egypt will have to listen. One of the figures, an elder with a silver beard, stepped forward. But are we ready for the repercussions, Moses? Egypt is powerful, and they will not bow down easily. Moses looked to the glowing pillar, his expression resolute. It is not Egypt we need to convince, but the heart of its Pharaoh. And with God on our side, how can we falter? Nekhbet's heart raced. These were not mere magicians or tricksters. They were driven by a divine force. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. He was not just battling two men, but a force beyond comprehension. But he also felt a twinge of hope. If Moses and Aaron believed in their deity, then perhaps he could find a way to reconnect with his own. With that renewed sense of purpose, he began his journey back, determined to confront the challenges ahead with a spirit unyielding. From his concealed vantage point behind a cluster of boulders, Nekhbet's eyes darted across the ritualistic arrangement. The circle, etched with symbols he could not recognize, pulsed with an energy that seemed alive. Its glow illuminated Moses and Aaron, who stood opposite ends, their hands raised, palms open to the night sky. The murmurs began softly, barely audible over the wind's whisper. Aaron's voice was deep, resonant, as if he was calling forth something ancient and powerful. Moses, on the other hand, chanted with a fervor that bordered on desperation, his voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. Tilo Hainu. The very atmosphere seemed charged as a strange fog began to rise from the ground, coiling and twisting, binding itself to the incantations. Nekhbet's heart raced, feeling a cold dread creep over him. He had seen many rituals before, but none that felt so primal, so raw. He felt a pull, an inexplicable urge to step closer, to join the dance of energy, but a voice of caution within him held firm. A gust of wind blew across the ritual site, carrying with it the scent of rain, even though not a cloud marred the starry expanse above. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. The ground vibrated beneath Nekhbet's feet, resonating with the rhythm of the incantations. Suddenly, Moses and Aaron's voices converged in a harmonious crescendo, reaching a peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. With a final shout, they slammed their hands onto the ground. The ensuing silence was deafening. For what felt like an eternity, everything stood still. Then, from the center of the circle, a beam of pure light shot upwards, casting the entire landscape in a surreal glow. The beam pulsated, and with each pulse, a wave of energy radiated outward, sending ripples through the ground. Nekhbet's horror was palpable. The magnitude of what he was witnessing was beyond his understanding. Was this the source of their power? Was this the deity they served? As quickly as it began, the light receded, the fog dissolved, and the desert returned to its quietude, leaving no trace of the ritual save for the marks on the ground and the lingering energy in the air. Moses and Aaron, looking both exhausted and exhilarated, exchanged a look of profound understanding before turning to leave. With a heavy heart, Nekhbet retreated from his hiding spot, grappling with a myriad of emotions. Fear, awe, uncertainty, and a deep sense of foreboding. The balance of power had shifted, and he needed to find a way to restore it. But how? As Nekhbet continued to observe from his concealed position, the air grew colder, the wind carrying whispers that seemed to emanate from the very sands beneath him. Slowly, the very core of the ritual circle began to dim, as if light itself was being devoured. From this abyss of blackness, an entity began to emerge. Not a creature of flesh or bone, but a swirling vortex of pure darkness, absorbing every ray of moonlight, every glimmer from the stars above. It was as though a portal to the void itself had been opened. The oppressive weight of its presence pressed down on Nekhbet, making it difficult to breathe, each inhalation like drawing in thick, cold smoke. A sense of foreboding took root in the pit of his stomach. Aaron, with an expression of reverence, began to speak, his voice unwavering. "Oh, mighty Sheol, deity of the abyss, lend us your power. Guide our path." Moses echoed his brother's sentiment, his voice resonating with newfound strength. "In the depths of darkness, we find our purpose. With your might, Egypt shall bow." The entity pulsed, sending ripples of dark energy across the ground. The sands around it seemed to dance, forming patterns that twisted and writhed like serpents. Feeling a connection, an electric charge, Moses and Aaron reached out their hands towards the void. Arcs of dark energy latched onto their outstretched palms, strengthening them, their very beings becoming intertwined with the entity. Nekhbet felt an icy dread. This was no ordinary ritual. They had summoned something ancient, something primordial, and it was clear that this deity of darkness was the source of their newfound power. He dared not move, fearing that even the slightest sound would draw their attention. But he had to understand, to find a way to counteract this force. As the ceremony reached its zenith, the brothers spoke in unison, their voices harmonizing in a haunting melody. "By the void, by the void, by the abyss that swallows the light, we stand united, our purpose clear, with Sheol's power. None shall come near." With that final declaration, the entity began to recede, its essence absorbed into the brothers, leaving the ritual site once again bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. As Moses and Aaron departed, a renewed sense of purpose in their steps, Nekhbet remained paralyzed for a few moments, processing what he had witnessed. The stakes had never been higher. The battle wasn't just for Egypt anymore. It was for the very essence of light and darkness. The eerie stillness that followed the ritual was shattered by the soft, accidental scrape of a stone, dislodging beneath Nekhbet's foot. The sound seemed to echo in the vast emptiness of the desert night. He froze, his eyes wide in panic. Aaron, his senses heightened from the ritual, snapped his gaze in the direction of the noise. "Did you hear that, Moses?" he whispered, his voice laced with suspicion. Moses, standing a few paces away, nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing. "Yes, there's someone here." Both brothers began to approach the area where Nekhbet hid, their movements precise and cautious, the dark energy they had just absorbed casting an eerie glow around them. Desperation clawed at Nekhbet's insides. Thoughts raced through his mind. If they discover me, everything is lost. He began to inch backward, avoiding the moon's light, trying to meld with the shadows. Aaron paused, extending a hand, feeling the air. Necbet's heart raced in his chest, each beat loud in his ears. He needed a diversion. Glancing around, he noticed a small group of scarab beetles scuttling nearby. With a swift, silent motion, he directed them towards the opposite direction, using the minimal magical energy he had left. The scarabs, sensing the urgency, quickly scurried away, creating a noticeable rustling sound in the dry grass and underbrush. Moses' attention was immediately drawn to the noise. There, he pointed, taking off in pursuit, Aaron close on his heels. Seizing the moment, Necbet began his retreat, moving as silently as the desert wind. He weaved through the dunes, using them as cover, distancing himself from the ritual site and the brothers. Once he felt a reasonable distance had been established, he paused to catch his breath, the weight of the night's revelations pressing heavily upon him. His escape had been narrow, but the knowledge he had gained, while terrifying, was invaluable. Now he needed a plan. The palace, an imposing monument of grandeur by day, took on a surreal serenity under the veil of night. The massive stone gates loomed before Necbet as he approached, the patterns etched upon them illuminated faintly by torchlight. Each step he took echoed within the confines of the high walls, announcing his solitude. As he neared the entrance, the guards immediately straightened, recognizing their master even beneath his disguise. "Lord Necbet," one of them began, surprised. "We weren't expecting." Necbet waved them off impatiently. "Not now," he muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper, fatigue evident in his posture. The guards exchanged a concerned glance, but said nothing further, allowing him to pass without challenge. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors of the palace, the weight of the evening pressed down on Necbet's shoulders. Every shadow, every whisper of wind felt like a threat. He needed the sanctuary of his private quarters. Upon entering his chambers, he was met with the gentle gaze of his chief servant. "Sefu, my lord," he began, his brow creasing with worry at Necbet's disheveled appearance. "What happened? You left without—" "Sefu," Necbet interrupted, his voice edged with urgency. "I need you to ensure that no one disturbs me. No one." Sefu nodded solemnly. "Of course, my lord. Your privacy shall be preserved." With a weary sigh, Necbet moved to the center of his chambers, where a large, ornate pool reflected the moonlight. He gazed into its shimmering depths, searching for clarity amidst the ripples. He began to speak aloud, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls. "They are drawing power from something. Ancient, dark. It's not just about freeing the Hebrews anymore. It's a battle of gods, of dominions, and Egypt." Sefu, ever the loyal servant, remained just outside the door, listening intently. Necbet's words sent a shiver down his spine. Necbet continued, his tone grim. "Legion may have abandoned us, but I cannot, will not, let Egypt fall. The game has changed, Sefu, the stakes. They've never been higher." From outside, Sefu whispered a silent prayer for his master, for Egypt, and for the uncertain days that lay ahead. Golden rays of dawn attempted to pierce through a thick gray veil that had settled over Egypt. Once a land that shimmered, boasting opulent cities and lush riverbanks, Egypt now looked weary, its very spirit sapped. Necbet stood on a balcony overlooking the vast expanse. To the west, where the bustling bazaars of Giza once teemed with traders, merchants, and performers, a hush had descended. The vibrant tapestries that used to dance with the desert winds now hung still, color drained, like memories of a forgotten festivity. Down by the riverbank, the Nile, Egypt's lifeblood, flowed turbidly. Its once clear, rejuvenating waters now carried a dark stain, a grim testament to the plagues that had swept through the land. Beside Necbet stood Rhea, a wise old councilwoman. "It's as if Mot herself has forsaken us," she murmured, her eyes tracing the sluggish course of the river. Nekbet nodded somberly. The balance is disturbed, Rhea. Our land groans under the weight of these trials. They turned their gaze to the vast deserts that stretched beyond the horizon. Even they, the eternal, unyielding sands, seemed subdued. The golden dunes looked tarnished, and the fiery spirit of the desert felt dampened. A soft voice broke their contemplation. It was Anipe, a young maiden known for her melodious songs that once echoed through the vibrant bazaars. "My lords," she began hesitantly, "our land may look defeated, but our spirit isn't. We must find a way to restore Egypt to her glory." Nekbet looked down at her, a faint glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Indeed, Anipe, the heart of Egypt beats within its people. And as long as that heart beats, there is hope." Raya added, "But first, we must understand the depth of our plight, acknowledge our losses, and then, only then, can we chart a course forward." The trio stood in silent agreement, gazing out at the changed landscape, each lost in thoughts of a brighter future. The land might be scarred, but the will of its people remained unbroken. The journey to restoration had just begun. The sun had set, but the warm embrace of the Egyptian night was far from comforting. In the narrow alleyways of the city, shadows moved and merged, as people huddled together, the dim light of their lanterns flickering uncertainly against the walls. These meetings were no longer about socializing. They were gatherings of shared fear and intrigue. "You won't believe what I've heard," hissed a woman named Nephere, her eyes darting around as she leaned in closer to her small audience. Best beside her, a potter named Imhotep urged, "Speak. Neferet, we're all friends here." Neferet hesitated, then whispered, "It's said that when Moses speaks, the very sand listens and obeys. They say he parted the Red Sea, and the waters trembled at his command." A murmur of disbelief spread through the group, but it was clear they were all eager for more. Hakor, an old trader with deep-set eyes, spoke up next. "That's nothing," he rasped. "I heard that Aaron can summon beasts from thin air and can turn his staff into a serpent that devours all in its path." Children, trying to catch snippets of the grown-ups' conversation, clung to their mothers' skirts. Their wide eyes gleamed with a mix of fear and curiosity. A younger woman, Safina, hugged her daughter tightly. "Hush now, little one. We mustn't speak too loudly, or the sorcerers might hear us." The child whispered back, "Is it true, Mama? Can they really hear everything?" Safina looked down, her face reflecting her internal battle between truth and comfort. "They have powers we don't understand, my love. We must be careful." An old woman named Tia chimed in, her voice trembling. "We've angered the gods, and these sorcerers are their punishment. We must make amends before it's too late." The air grew dense with fear and uncertainty, each individual grappling with the weight of the tales and their own beliefs. The stories might have started as murmurs, but with every telling, they took on a life of their own, growing more potent, more terrifying. As the gatherings disbanded and people retreated into their homes, the night seemed to grow darker. The silence punctuated only by hushed whispers and the distant cry of a child, echoing the uncertainty of a nation at a crossroads out. Amid the golden sands of Egypt, the tales spun around Moses and Aaron became threads woven into the very fabric of daily life. Marketplaces, once abuzz with the sound of haggling and the scent of spices, now carried a new kind of currency. Stories that grew in grandeur with each telling. At a stall laden with ripe figs and dates, two women exchanged more than just goods. Asila, her fingers deftly selecting the best fruits, murmured, "Have you heard, Merritt? They say that Moses can command the winds. Last night, the sudden gale that blew out my lantern. That was his doing." Merritt's eyes widened. "By the gods, I too have heard such tales. But there's more. My cousin from the northern village said that Aaron can summon moonlight. They say he brought daylight to the night, turning midnight into noon. As the tales swirled, a fisherman named Rahotep, mending his nets nearby, couldn't help but chime in. That's child's play compared to what I've witnessed. He began, pausing for dramatic effect, drawing the attention of those around him. I was out on the Nile, and I saw a shadow, huge and ominous, gliding beneath my boat. Before my very eyes, the waters parted, revealing a path to the riverbed. It was Moses and Aaron, showing their might to those who dared traverse the Nile. Children, always eager for stories, gathered around an elder named Sabu. With a voice perfected over years of storytelling, he began, "Gather around, young ones, for what I will tell is not for the faint of heart. They say in the darkest hours, Moses and Aaron can speak to creatures of the night. Owls, jackals, and even the elusive desert cats heed their call. A little boy, Kizi, with wide, inquisitive eyes, interrupted, but why? Why do they do all this?" Sabu leaned in closer, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "Power, young Kizi. They wish to show the might of their God and the extent of their influence over our land. As days turned into nights, the legends became as real as the pyramids that dotted the horizon. Moses and Aaron, whether by intention or mere circumstance, were no longer mere men in the eyes of the Egyptians. They had become entities, shrouded in a mix of fear, respect, and awe, a testament to the power of tales whispered under the Egyptian sun. In the dimly lit chambers of his sanctum, Nekbet stood over a long wooden table, parchment scrolls scattered everywhere. The soft glow of a single oil lamp danced on his features, painting him in a golden hue, casting dramatic shadows that mirrored his internal conflict. His confidant and advisor, Sakani, stepped forward, carefully choosing his words. "Master Nekbet, you've been holed up in here for days. The people need their leader." Nekbet turned slowly, eyes burdened with knowledge. "And what shall I tell them, Sakani? That our adversaries do not just harness magic, but command a deity of shadows." Sakani hesitated, then responded, "The people already speak of their feats. Is the reality truly more terrifying than the legends they already believe?" With a heavy sigh, Nekbet leaned on the table, hands clutching its edges. It's one thing to fear men of power, and entirely another to believe they channel the strength of a malevolent god. The terror it would instill, Sakani, would be unparalleled. Sakani approached, placing a reassuring hand on Nekbet's shoulder. But perhaps there's strength in knowing the truth. Knowing our true adversary could unite the people. Nekbet's gaze met Sakani's, or it could break them. There was a heavy silence, only interrupted by the distant sounds of Egypt. Muffled conversations, camels braying, the subtle whispers of the night. Sakani finally broke the silence. "The truth has a way of surfacing, my lord. Perhaps it's best it comes from you." Nekbet took a deep breath, ruminating on the weight of his next decision. If I reveal this truth, and Egypt crumbles in fear, the very foundations of our land will be shaken. And if you don't, Sakani ventured, and the truth still emerges, the people will feel betrayed, thinking their leader kept secrets that could have prepared them for the fight. Nekbet looked out towards the city, its silhouette resting under the crescent moon. The weight of leadership pressed on him, each choice carrying consequences that could shape the destiny of Egypt. "I'll need to meditate on this, seek guidance from the ancients," Nekbet whispered. Sakani nodded, stepping back, giving Nekbet the solitude he so desperately needed. The chapter closed with Nekbet, draped in contemplation, facing the looming decisions that would shape the fate of his kingdom. In the grand hall of Egypt's most esteemed library, a place of knowledge, ink-stained hands feverishly wrote, capturing the era's essence. Papyrus scrolls were spread across long wooden tables filled with tales of the times. Eshmun, an elder scribe with a long silver beard and keen eyes, beckoned to his protege, Amuneh. These are not just historical recordings, child. We are capturing the soul of Egypt in these perilous times. Amuneh dipped her quill into the inkpot, replying, Master Eshmun, the stories we write, do they not fuel the people's fears? Our depictions of Moses and Aaron, they've become almost mythical. Eshmun nodded, his gaze distant. That's the essence of chronicles, Amuneh. History is not just facts. It's the emotion of an era. And right now, fear is as real as the sands beneath our feet. Nearby, another scribe, Tahir, leaned in, his voice carrying an undertone of skepticism. But should we not provide hope, Master Eshmun, if we paint Moses and Aaron as these apocalyptic figures? Are we not sealing our fate? Eshmun looked towards Tahir, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Tahir, always the optimist. But remember, our duty is to the truth, however grim it may be. Amuneh paused, placing her quill down. But is our truth not shaped by our perceptions? If we perceive them as harbingers of doom, so will our scrolls. Eshmun sighed, looking at the scrolls around him. Our chronicles should reflect the times. Yet, they should also serve as a mirror, showing the people the depth of their fears. And maybe, just maybe, prompting them to find the strength to face it. Tahir countered, but if we only mirror their dread, are we not amplifying it? Perhaps it's our duty to find that sliver of hope amidst this chaos. Eshmun stared thoughtfully at the young scribe. Perhaps you're right, Tahir. Maybe amidst these dark tales, we ought to find and highlight that glint of hope, that chance for redemption. Amuneh's eyes brightened. Then let us balance our scrolls, capturing not just the doom, but also the undying spirit of Egypt, its resilience, and its hope. Eshmun nodded in agreement. Yes, for while we record the past, we also influence the future. Let our scrolls be both a testament to these tumultuous times and a beacon for brighter days ahead. The Grand Plaza of Thebes, once the epicenter of unity and celebration, was now a theater of discontent. Vendors argued loudly over dwindling supplies. Mothers clutched their children close, eyeing strangers with suspicion, and whispered conversations filled the air, each murmur dripping with blame and resentment. An altercation erupted near the central fountain. Two men, faces red with fury, were at odds. "It's because of your reckless prayers to that false god that we're in this mess," shouted the first man, pointing an accusing finger at the other. The second man, defending himself, retorted, "My gods are as true as yours. It's the Pharaoh and his blind trust in Nekhbet that has led us to ruin." A group of onlookers began to form, some nodding in agreement, while others shouted their dissent. The very fabric of Egypt's unity seemed to tear at the seams. A few steps away, a priestess Nefereh spoke with a city elder, Horemheb. "It pains me, Horemheb, to see our great nation so divided. Our gods, who once stood as pillars of unity, now seem distant and uncaring." Horemheb sighed deeply, the weight of years evident in his eyes. "Nefereh, the people's faith is wavering. They need something, someone to believe in. The Pharaoh's silence isn't helping." Nefereh looked around, her gaze filled with sadness. It's not just faith in the gods that's fractured, but faith in each other. Egypt's spirit, its very soul, is in peril. A young boy, overhearing their conversation, approached timidly. "Elder, priestess, why don't the gods speak to us? Why have they abandoned us?" Nefereh knelt, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. "Child, the gods test us, but they never abandon. It's our faith that needs to find its voice again." Horemheb added, "And our unity. We must remember who we are, a people bound by the Nile, the sun, and our shared history. We must not let fear tear us apart." The boy looked up, hope in his eyes. "Then let's remind everyone. Elder, let's bring back Egypt's spirit." Horemheb smiled. "Perhaps, young one, the spark we need lies not in our past or our gods, but in our youth." Nepheri nodded. "In times of darkness, it's often the smallest lights that shine the brightest. Let us kindle that flame and guide our people back to unity." The vast expanse of Thebes stretched below Nekbet's balcony, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The once vibrant streets now lay hushed, as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for a sign, a direction. Nekbet rested his hands on the cold stone balustrade, feeling the grainy texture beneath his fingers. The subtle wind from the Nile brought whispers of days gone by, echoes of laughter, and remnants of lost hope. A soft voice emerged from behind him. "My lord, it's late. You should rest." It was his most trusted aide, Anippe. She had been by his side through every triumph and challenge, her unwavering loyalty a rare treasure. Nekbet sighed. "Rest. Every time I close my eyes, I see the faces of our people. Their eyes filled with questions I cannot answer. Their hope diminishes with every rising sun." Anippe stepped beside him, her gaze following his. "They look to you for guidance, not because they expect answers to every question, but because they trust in your heart and your intent." He turned to her, eyes clouded with doubt. "But what if my intent is not enough? What if I lead them into deeper darkness?" Anippe reached out, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Then we find our way out together. You've never shouldered Egypt's burdens alone, and you won't start now." Nekbet smiled weakly. "Your faith in me has never wavered, even when my own has." Anippe nodded. "Because I've seen your heart, my lord. In the quiet moments when you think no one is watching, your love for Egypt and its people shines through. And that is the beacon we need." Nekbet took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill his lungs. "The path ahead is murky, but you're right. I cannot and will not let fear dictate our fate." Anippe gave a gentle smile. "That's the spirit, my lord. Now please, get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day, and with it comes new hope." Nekbet looked once more at the quiet streets below, a newfound determination in his eyes. The journey ahead was uncertain, but he would face it head on, with the love of his people guiding him through the shadows. The first rays of dawn painted the temple in hues of gold and pink. The grand edifice, adorned with intricate carvings and symbols, stood as a beacon of hope and reverence for the people of Egypt. Within its sacred walls rested the Ark of the Covenant, the embodiment of Egypt's pact with the divine. As the guards, Imhotep and Sinan, began their routine morning patrol, they exchanged light-hearted banter. Their duty, often uneventful, was considered a privilege, and they took pride in safeguarding the temple's treasures. As they approached the inner sanctum, Imhotep noticed the massive golden doors slightly ajar. Did the high priest forget to close the doors again? He joked, nudging Senan with his elbow. Senin, pausing for a moment, whispered, "Quiet." Imhotep strained his ears. "Hear what?" Whisper. Or maybe the wind," Senan responded uncertainly, shrugging off his comrade's unease. Imhotep confidently pushed the doors open, but as the inner chamber came into view, his casual demeanor vanished. The pedestal that was meant to hold the ark stood empty. "No, it cannot be," Imhotep gasped. Senan, his eyes wide with terror, murmured, "The ark." Both guards rushed to the pedestal, searching for any signs of forced entry, any clues. But the chamber remained untouched, save for the chilling absence of its most sacred artifact. The alarm. "We must raise the alarm," Imhotep exclaimed, racing towards the temple's bell tower. as the deep tolls of the alarm bell echoed throughout the city. The temple grounds were soon flooded with priests, city officials, and concerned citizens. The news of the ark's disappearance spread like a virulent fire. High Priest Merneptah, a tall, imposing figure, pushed through the crowd, his face ashen. "Who was on guard last night?" he thundered. "We were, High Priest," Sinine stammered. "But we saw no one, heard nothing unusual." Merneptah's eyes scanned the chamber, his thoughts racing. This is no ordinary theft. The Ark is not just a treasure. It's the soul of Egypt. It's the soul of Egypt. Its absence could plunge our land into darkness. Amidst the chaos, a voice rose. "We must consult Nekhbet." All eyes turned towards the temple's chief scribe. "Ah, Mose." He continued, "If anyone can decipher this mystery, it's him." Merneptah nodded. "Very well. But time is of the essence. Every moment the Ark remains missing, our fate hangs in the balance." The urgency of the situation palpable. The assembly dispersed, each with tasks to restore Egypt's stolen soul. The temple, which once emanated serenity, now buzzed with tension and dread. The Grand Council chamber was abuzz. Officials and priests gathered in urgent assembly. At the room's head, Pharaoh Akhenra sat, his usually radiant face now drawn and shadowed. High Priest Merneptah stepped forward, voice echoing in the vast hall. "The Ark isn't just our spiritual compass. It's the core of our kingdom's greatness. It's the epitome of our ancestors' wisdom, the nexus of the ancient electricity." A younger priest interjected. "For those unacquainted, High Priest, could you explain this ancient electricity?" Merneptah nodded. "Of course. Millennia ago, our forebears discovered a force, a sort of energy. They harnessed it, shaped it, and called it ancient electricity. This energy powers our grand obelisks, which light up the night. It drives our chariots without horses and draws water from beneath the sands. It's what differentiates us from other realms." Akhenre added, "And the Ark." A murmur swept through the room. An elder with silvery hair and wise eyes rose. "So you're saying without the Ark, this ancient electricity is rendered impotent?" Merneptah finished the sentence grimly. "The Ark is not just a symbol. It's a conduit, channeling this energy to our lands. Without it, we lose our lights, our machines, our very way of life." Taharka, the head of Egypt's engineers, voiced the dread everyone felt. "It's as if our very blood has been drained, leaving us weak, vulnerable." In the hushed chamber, Nekhbet, having been summoned earlier, stepped into the limelight. "If what we fear is true, and this isn't a mere act of robbery, but a strategic move, then our enemies are more cunning than we anticipated." Akhenre looked directly at him. "Nekhbet, you have peered into the shadows before, unraveled mysteries. Others could not. We need you to do it again." Nekhbet nodded, feeling the weight of Egypt's hope on his shoulders. "I will do everything within my power to restore Egypt's heart." With that vow, the council disbanded, leaving behind a room echoing with the enormity of their predicament and the hope that one man could make a difference. The sun had barely risen when the grand doors to Pharaoh Akhenra's throne room were flung open. The typically serene chamber, adorned with golden statues and intricate frescoes, now thrummed with tension. Akhenra stood tall, his usually controlled demeanor replaced by barely contained rage. "Who dares to insult the gods, the throne, and our ancestors by stealing the Ark?" His voice echoed, demanding attention. His chief advisor, Horemheb, cleared his throat hesitantly. "Your Highness, we are still gathering information. We've never experienced a breach of this magnitude." Akhenra's gaze turned icy. "Then maybe it's time to reconsider the capabilities of those who serve me. This isn't just theft. It's a declaration of war." General Sethnacht stepped forward, his armor clinking. "My liege, the guards stationed at the temple were found unconscious. They remember nothing. It's as if they were put under some sort of spell." Akunra's eyes narrowed. "Magic, you think? Could Moses and Aaron be behind this?" Horemheb responded, "It's possible, but we need evidence." The pharaoh's gaze landed on Nekhbet, who had just entered. "Ah, Nekhbet, tell me, wise sage, how did such an audacious act happen under your very nose?" Nekhbet, unflinching, replied, "Your Highness, I admit I am as perplexed as you. The ark was not only guarded by men, but by layers of mystical protection." "I don't want excuses," Akunra thundered. "I want answers." Nekhbet took a deep breath. "I understand your anger, Pharaoh. Give me time, and I will uncover the truth." Akunra's fury lessened just a fraction, replaced by a glimmer of hope. "You have until the next full moon. Find the ark, Nekhbet, or face the wrath of a nation betrayed." The throne room, once a symbol of power and divine rule, now became the epicenter of an unfolding crisis, each player understanding the gravity of the task ahead. Nekhbet's chambers were a stark contrast to the opulence of the throne room. Packed with instruments, scrolls, and artifacts, it felt more like the lair of an alchemist than the sanctum of the kingdom's revered sage. "Nerfer," Nekhbet called to his chief assistant, a young, eager, "To please, man. Gather everyone. We have no time." Within minutes, Nekhbet's trusted team, magicians, scientists, and scholars. Nekhbet began, "The ark is missing, and with it, the heartbeat of our civilization. Without its energy, our city, our magic, everything is at risk. We must act, and swiftly." Sekhet, a sharp-eyed magician known for her tracking spells, asked, "Have you tried tracing the energy signature of the ark?" Nekhbet nodded. "That's our best lead." Tai, an older scholar, interjected, "But with the ancient electricity waning, our instruments are less effective. How do we even begin?" "That's why we're here," Nekhbet replied with determination. "Together, we combine our knowledge. The ark is powerful. Even if it's concealed, it cannot be entirely hidden." Nerfer, ever the problem solver, suggested, "What if we create a temporary energy source, something to power our instruments just long enough to trace the ark?" Nekhbet considered the idea. "It's risky." Sekhet interrupted, "I might have something, a relic from the old kingdom. It's not as potent as the ark, but it might just suffice." Nekhbet nodded. "Fetch it, Sekhet. Meanwhile, I will try to communicate with the spirits of the temple. Perhaps they witnessed something." As the room buzzed with activity, Nekhbet felt a mixture of hope and trepidation. The weight of Egypt's future was on his shoulders, and failure was not an option. In the heart of Cairo's Grand Bazaar, traders and merchants whispered fearfully as once reliable machines began to falter. A once celebrated water pump, known for its ability to draw water effortlessly from the depths of the Nile, sputtered and wheezed, finally coming to a grinding halt. "By the gods! First the markets, now this," cried out Fatima, a merchant known for her colorful fabrics. Her once booming stall now lay in darkness, the intricate loom still and silent. Beside her, the fishmonger Asim desperately fanned his catch of the day, as the cooling system had failed. "These are dark times, Fatima. Without the ancient electricity, everything is coming apart." In the palace district, even the grand illuminations which had previously bathed the monuments in a golden glow now flickered weakly. Statues that once moved and interacted with passers-by stood static and lifeless. A noble woman, Lady Neferet, dressed in her finest, lamented to her attendant. "The grand ball. It's in 2 days. without the lights and music, it will be a disaster. The attendant replied, trying to console her. Perhaps it's a sign, my lady. Maybe we should postpone and pray for the return of the ark. It wasn't just the elite or the merchants feeling the loss. It permeated every strata of Egyptian society. In the outskirts where the commoners resided, wells that relied on ancient electricity ran dry. A young boy, Tarek, hurriedly approached his mother. "Mama, the water well isn't working." She looked up from her chores, a weary expression on her face. "It's the same everywhere, my child. The heart of Egypt is stolen, and we all feel its absence." Tarek looked puzzled. "Why would someone steal our heart, Mama?" She sighed. Power, revenge, a message. As the once vibrant city dimmed, hope became a scarce commodity, and desperation crept in. The theft of the ark wasn't just a loss of a relic. It was the unraveling of a civilization. The sun, high in the sky, beat down upon Egypt's capital as a lone figure approached the city gates. He was a simple messenger, but the scroll he held was anything but. The guards, already on high alert due to the theft of the ark, quickly surrounded him. "State your business," the lead guard, Rashidi, demanded. "I bear a message from Moses," the messenger replied, his voice unwavering despite the sharp spears pointed at him. The name sent a murmur through the guards. Rashidi, with a narrowed gaze, swiftly grabbed the scroll and unrolled it. His eyes widened as he read, and without a word, he turned and hurried to the palace. Within the opulent halls of the palace, Pharaoh sat surrounded by his advisors. Nekbet, who had already been under immense pressure, stood anxiously by his side. As Rashidi entered, all conversations halted, and the tension in the room grew palpable. "My lord," Rashidi began, offering the scroll, a message from Moses. Pharaoh took it, his fingers brushing the ornate seal. As he read, his face contorted with a mix of rage and disbelief. "He dares," he thundered. Nekbet, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What does he demand?" Pharaoh's voice dripped with fury as he read aloud. "To the great Pharaoh of Egypt, your prized ark now rests with us. This is not mere theft, but a demonstration. Egypt's heart might be in our hands, but its soul, its people, still belong to you. Release our brethren, and you shall have your precious ark returned. Fail to heed this, and Egypt will crumble, not by our hand, but by its own darkness." There was a stunned silence in the room. General Amun, always the strategist, was the first to speak. "It's a trap. He wants to draw us out, make us vulnerable." Nekbet, deep in thought, added, "Moses has always been about liberating his people. But this is audacious. With the ark, he not only challenges your rule, but the very essence of Egypt." Pharaoh stood, the weight of the situation apparent in his stance. "He seeks to bend me to his will, using our own power against us. But he forgets one thing. Egypt was great long before the ark, and it shall remain so long after." The advisors murmured in agreement, but inwardly, everyone knew that the tides had shifted. Moses wasn't just a rebel anymore. He was a formidable adversary, and the battle for Egypt's soul had truly begun. The heart of Egypt, usually pulsating with life, was now filled with an eerie quietude. The bustling streets of Cairo that thrummed with commerce and laughter now echoed with hushed voices and somber tones. At the heart of the city stood the grand temple of Ra, its majestic pillars reaching towards the heavens. Today, it became a refuge for the lost and grieving souls of Egypt. Huddled masses gathered around its entrance, lighting candles, their soft glow illuminating tear-streaked faces. An old woman, her hands wrinkled with age, began to sing a traditional lament, her voice frail but filled with emotion. "Mighty Ra, hear our plea. Return our heart, set us free. A young man, Aiken, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's not just the ark we've lost, he whispered to his companion, Nebbit. It's our spirit. Nebbit, her eyes shadowed with worry, nodded. Nearby, a priest addressed the crowd, his voice carrying weight and gravitas. My people, we have faced hardships before. Our strength does not lie solely in the ark. It lies in every one of you, in our unity, our resilience. This is a test of our faith, not just in the gods, but in ourselves. A mother, holding her child close, responded, But Priest Ahmes, how do we protect our children, our future, when the very essence of Egypt has been taken from us? Ahmes, taking a deep breath, replied, We find strength in each other. In times of darkness, community becomes our guiding light. We mourn today, but we also remember who we are, a nation that has weathered countless storms. We will weather this one too. As night fell, the grand temple was awash with candlelight, each flicker representing a prayer, a hope. People from different walks of life, merchants, soldiers, farmers, and nobles, stood shoulder to shoulder. Their shared grief also became a source of unity, a beacon of hope in desperate times. Nekhbet, observing from a distance, felt a tug at his heartstrings. The despair was palpable, but so was the determination. He realized that while the ark was a symbol of their power, the true strength of Egypt lay in its people, and that was something no one could ever steal. In the dimly lit chamber of his private study, Nekhbet's eyes darted over maps and scrolls spread across a large wooden table. Each artifact, each piece of parchment, represented a fragment of knowledge, a key that might unlock the ark's location. His trusted aide, Sinet, hesitated at the doorway, sensing the heavy aura of determination that seemed to emanate from Nekhbet. Master, Sinet began cautiously, the council wishes to negotiate with Moses. Nekhbet's gaze remained fixed on the map before him. Negotiation is but an acceptance of defeat. Sinet, we are the descendants of gods. We do not bow, we rise. Sinet stepped forward, his loyalty unwavering. With a deep breath, Nekhbet straightened up. We retrieve what is rightfully ours. I've been studying the energy signatures. There are traces we can follow, but we need more than just our knowledge. We need allies, warriors, strategists. From the shadows, a familiar voice chimed in. Then you have one ally right here. It was Hathor, a fellow mage, and a childhood friend of Nekhbet. Her prowess in ancient rituals and her keen sense of strategy made her invaluable. Nekhbet, a hint of a smile breaking his stern demeanor, greeted her. Hathor, I knew you'd come. She stepped into the light, her eyes fierce and unyielding. This is not just your fight, Nekhbet. It's Egypt's. And I stand by Egypt. The trio, united in purpose, began discussing strategies. They spoke of secret passages, old alliances, and potential countermeasures against Moses' powers. As dawn approached, their plan began to take shape. Sinet, ever the voice of caution, asked, Are we ready for the consequences? This isn't just about the ark anymore. It's about the very soul of Egypt. Nekhbet, looking out of the window at the first light of day, responded with conviction. Then let's ensure that soul remains unbroken. For Egypt's glory, we shall rise, unyielding, unwavering. Hathor nodded in agreement, her determination matching Nekhbet's. Then let the next chapter of this tale begin. Egypt shall not fall. The room, filled with the energy of resolve and unity, buzzed with anticipation. The stage was set for a grand pursuit, a quest of faith, power, and strategy, and at its heart stood Nekhbet, the beacon of Egypt's hope. The vibrant oranges and purples of the setting sun painted the horizon, casting the vast Egyptian landscape in a transient golden hue. As the final slivers of sunlight vanished, An eerie stillness descended upon the land. In the heart of the city, where bustling marketplaces once resonated with the hum of lively conversations, now only the soft whispering of the evening wind could be heard. Families, used to the perpetual illumination of their homes, fumbled in the newfound darkness. A mother, clutching her child close, tried to light an old oil lamp. "Mama, why is it so dark?" The child's voice trembled with fear. "We've lost something precious, my love." "But don't worry, the light will return," she replied, trying to sound more confident than she felt. Outside, in the grand square, a group of elders sat discussing the day's events. "We took the light for granted," mused one. "And now we pay the price," retorted another, his voice dripping with bitterness. Young Salima, a street vendor, felt her way to the familiar water fountain, only to bump into her friend, Anubis. "It's as if the very soul of Egypt has been extinguished," she lamented. Anubis, trying to inject some humor into the dire situation, joked, "Looks like the stars have finally gotten their chance to shine." But as they gazed upwards, the truth of his statement became evident. The Egyptian night sky, free from the eternal glow, was awash with millions of twinkling stars, creating a celestial tapestry that took their breath away. High above in the palace, Nekbet stood on the balcony, observing the darkened city below. The profound silence, punctuated by the distant sound of a baby crying, weighed heavy on his heart. Beside him, Hathor whispered, "The people are scared, Nekbet. This darkness, it's more than just the absence of light. It's a void, a hollow feeling deep within." He nodded gravely. "I know, but we'll bring back the light. We have to." Down in the streets, amid the pervasive gloom, candles and torches began to be lit. What the people lacked in ancient electricity, they made up for in resilience and unity. Groups started singing, some danced, and the resilient spirit of Egypt began to shine through, even in the deepest of nights. For in that profound darkness, Egypt discovered not only the beauty of the universe above, but also the unyielding strength and unity that resided within its people. The sun's rays painted the pyramids in a golden hue, but their usual shimmer, enhanced by the ancient electricity, was notably absent. The Sphinx, which once had illuminated eyes that served as a beacon in the night, now appeared as a mere shadow of its former glory. Down in the city streets, the once humming vehicles lay silent, their ornate designs and polished surfaces gathering dust. Merchants, who once showcased their wares using bright energy-powered displays, were now resorting to the age-old methods of shouting out their offerings. "I never thought I'd see the day when the chariots would return to our main streets," remarked Ramaz, a local baker, as he watched a horse-drawn cart make its way through the throng of bewildered pedestrians. His friend, Imhotep, sighed, and to think we once boasted of having the swiftest vehicles powered by the gods themselves. Now, we're back to this. In one corner of the city, a group of children stood staring at the grand clock tower. Its hands, which had never ceased movement for centuries, now stood still. "Time itself has stopped for us," whispered a little girl, her voice filled with wonder and a tinge of sadness. Meanwhile, in a popular square, an inventor named Akil tried to restart his famed water fountain. Once, it spewed water high into the air in magnificent displays of color and sound. Today, it was but a silent stone structure. A crowd had gathered, watching his efforts with a mix of hope and desperation. Akil, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, "Come on, old friend. Just one more display for the people." A voice from the crowd called out, "Perhaps the gods are angry with us." "Akil, maybe this is a sign." Akil turned, his eyes burning with determination. "Our marvels were born of human ingenuity and the blessings of the Ark. We will find a way to breathe life into them again." Elsewhere, Nekbet walked through the city, witnessing firsthand the sense of loss and confusion. The very marvels that had been symbols of Egypt's grandeur now stood as stark reminders of its current vulnerability. He approached a young woman, cradling a now silent energy powered lute. She asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Nekbet, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, replied, "We'll make it sing. And when it does, it'll be a song of our resilience." The lifeless marvels, though mute, spoke loudly of a civilization at a crossroads, caught between its glorious past and an uncertain future. In the heart of the city, what was once the bustling marketplace now resembled a disoriented maze. A crowd gathered around Iset, who had been renowned for her electrically powered water pump that supplied fresh water to the entire marketplace. Now, with the pump lifeless, she manually drew water from an old well, her hands already showing signs of wear. A mother, holding a thirsty infant, called out, "Please, Iset, just one more jug." Iset, wiping her brow, responded wearily, "Patience, dear. I'll get to everyone, but it's not as fast as before." Across the square, Nebu, a young boy, tinkered with his communication device, a relic that once allowed him to speak with his grandmother miles away. Now, it remained silent. His friend, Ammon, approached, holding a similar device. "Any luck?" Nebu shook his head. "It's like it's lost its voice. I just wanted to hear Nana's stories." Ammon sighed. "We all took these things for granted, didn't we?" In the narrow alleyways, households that were once lit with the warm electric glow now seemed to be swallowed by darkness. The faint flicker of candlelight emanated from some windows, casting ghostly shadows on the walls. At the home of the priestess Anipe, the family gathered around a single candle, its wax melting rapidly. "These candles won't last long," murmured her husband, Mukeder. Anipe, her voice edged with concern, replied, "And with everyone needing them, they're becoming more valuable than gold. We need a solution." Outside, a group of children played a game, using their shadows cast by candlelight. One child, Tia asked, "Do you remember when we played under the big lights in the square?" Her friend, Kipi, nodded. "It feels like a dream now." As the night deepened, a sense of collective nostalgia hung in the air. The city, once a beacon of ancient electricity, was learning to navigate the darkness. People whispered stories of the old times, their voices echoing a shared yearning. In the midst of it all, the resilience of the human spirit was evident. Neighbors shared candles, families sang songs to break the silence of the night, and communities came together, reminding each other that even in the duress of circumstances, they were not alone. The vast black canopy of the Egyptian night was punctuated only by the twinkling of stars. The streets, once aglow with electric brilliance, were now draped in an almost eerie silence. Within the humble abodes of the city, however, the darkness gave rise to intimate gatherings, lit by the feeble flicker of candles and oil lamps. In one such dwelling, young Amos sat nestled between his grandparents, his wide eyes reflecting the candle's flame. "Grandfather, tell me again about the days when the lights never dimmed," he whispered, a hint of longing in his voice. His grandfather, Senmut, a man of wrinkled hands and deep-set eyes, chuckled softly. "Ah, young one, those were the days. The city was alive day and night. The ancient electricity danced through our streets, lighting up our homes and powering our wonders." His grandmother, Neferet, added, "We had floating boats on the Nile, their lights shimmering like stars on water. Markets bustled even at night, with stalls illuminated brightly, displaying their wares." Ams, struggling to wrap his head around the concept, asked, "But how did it all work? What made the lights stay on?" Senmut sighed. "It was the Ark, my boy. a treasure so powerful it turned night into day. Harnessing its energy, our scholars and engineers crafted marvels. It was as if the gods themselves had blessed us with their power. A slightly older child, Merit, piped up from the shadows. Do you think it will ever come back? The glow? The magic? Neferet, her voice quivering with emotion, replied, Hope is a powerful thing. Merit. We must hold on to it, even in the darkest of times. His curiosity not yet sated, questioned further. But why did Moses take it? Why take away our light? Senmut, choosing his words carefully, said, There are battles fought not just with swords and chariots, but with beliefs and ideals. Moses has his reasons, as do our leaders. The world is not just black and white. There are shades of gray we must navigate. As the candle waned, casting elongating shadows on the walls, the family huddled closer. Their whispers, a blend of reminiscence and hope, became the lullaby of the night. The darkness outside was profound, but within the confines of their home, the tales of yesteryears kept the light of memories and dreams alive. Pharaoh Setnacht, ruler of all of Egypt, sat heavily on his golden throne, the weight of the kingdom pressing down on him more than ever. The grandeur of the palace, with its majestic pillars and intricate hieroglyphs, seemed dull in the absence of the radiant glow of ancient electricity. Around him, his trusted council gathered, their faces a mixture of concern and determination. I have been patient. Perhaps too patient, Setnacht began, his voice echoing through the vast hall. Our people grow restless, their faith in my leadership dwindling. Every moment we sit in darkness, we edge closer to chaos. His chief advisor, Horemheb, stepped forward. Your Majesty, we understand the urgency of the situation. The people see the missing ark as a sign of the gods' displeasure, which in turn weakens your reign. Setnacht's eyes, once fiery and assertive, now carried a touch of vulnerability. They do not just question the gods, Horemheb. They question me. The ark was not just a symbol of ancient electricity, but of my divine right to rule. Nekhbet, standing at the sidelines, approached. Pharaoh, our teams are working day and night. We are exploring every avenue to restore the ark to its rightful place. Setnacht shot him a piercing look. It is not enough to simply restore the ark, Nekhbet. We need to reaffirm our people's faith. This is not just about power and light, but about our very essence as a civilization. Queen Ahmose, graceful yet firm, addressed her husband. Setnacht, the people love you. They remember the golden era under your rule. We must remind them of the strength and unity of Egypt. We must show them that even in adversity, we stand united. A murmur of agreement ran through the council. The pharaoh nodded slowly, absorbing her words. Very well. We will host a grand assembly at the palace grounds tomorrow. Let the people come and voice their concerns. Let them see their leader is with them, every step of the way. Horemheb smiled. A wise decision, my lord. We shall make arrangements immediately. As the council disbanded, Setnacht's gaze lingered on the vast cityscape beyond his palace windows. The flickering candlelights from homes in the distance were a stark contrast to the once illuminated skyline. But amidst the uncertainty and despair, the pharaoh found a renewed determination. He would not just bring back the ancient electricity, but would also reignite the spirit of his beloved Egypt. The cold embrace of night settled over Egypt like a suffocating blanket. Streets that were once a beacon of light and activity now lay silent, interrupted only by the occasional hushed whispers and the distant cry of a child. In one of the city's central squares, a small group of villagers huddled around a dying fire. Their faces, half lit by the flickering flames, revealed a mixture of fear and curiosity. I heard it from Nassim, said Illyria, a young woman with raven, black hair. He said he saw a creature with red eyes and wings, lurking near the wells. Menes, an older man with a weathered face, scoffed. It's just tales to scare children. There's no such thing as monsters. But what if there is? Piped up a little boy named Akini. What if the darkness brought them here? Another man, Rami, pulled his shawl tighter. It's not just creatures. Last night as I walked through the alley, I felt a presence. A shadow, darker than the rest, followed me. I could hear soft whispers, just beyond my hearing. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Even if half the tales were born of fear and imagination, the very atmosphere lent credibility to every story. Menes sighed. We need to stick together. These are testing times. Our minds play tricks when the world seems unfamiliar. Illyria shivered. But what if some of the tales are true? With the ark gone and the ancient electricity lost, have we not angered the gods? Perhaps they have unleashed these terrors upon us as punishment. Akini clutched his mother's arm, eyes wide with terror. I don't want to be outside anymore. Can we go home, Mama? His mother, Sifu, kissed his forehead. Soon, my love. As the hours wore on, more tales poured in. Some spoke of eerie laughter echoing through the streets, others of ghostly apparitions and disappearing shadows. Fear bred more fear, and soon the line between reality and imagination became indistinct. Across the city, households barricaded their doors, clutching onto whatever light they could find, be it from candles, torches, or the rare glow of a lantern. The once great civilization of Egypt was now held hostage not just by physical darkness, but by the terrifying specters of their own creation. The palace chambers, dimly lit by the meager light of candles, were a stark contrast to their former glory. Scrolls lay scattered everywhere, hastily scribbled notes covering their surfaces. At the center of it all was Nekbet, who had transformed from a royal advisor to Egypt's last beacon of hope. He glanced up at Lapis, his trusted aide. We have to track the energy signature of the ark. It's unique. Nothing else in Egypt, or the world for that matter, could mimic its power. Lapis, face furrowed in concentration, responded, We have a few energy detectors left, but they're weak without the ancient electricity. We can try amplifying their range. Nekbet nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Then, that's our starting point. We'll modify the detectors, set them at various strategic points, and triangulate the ark's location. As the duo delved deep into their planning, another figure entered the room. Seba, the palace's chief engineer. Nekbet, I've been working on something. With the absence of the ancient electricity, I've been experimenting with alternative energy sources. Nekbet, intrigued, inquired, What do you have in mind? Seba unveiled a device with a series of mirrors and crystals. Solar energy. It's primitive and not as potent, but it might just be enough to power our detectors. Lapis, ever the skeptic, raised an eyebrow. Seba smiled. That's the challenge. But if we can store this energy, even if it's just a bit, it might give us the edge we need. Hours turned into days as the trio worked tirelessly, modifying detectors and harnessing solar energy. The first few attempts were met with failure. The range was limited, and the stored energy dissipated rapidly. However, on the fourth day, a detector, placed on the highest tower, emitted a faint but unmistakable signal. It was weak, but clear enough to suggest a direction. We're onto something, Nekbet declared, a glimmer of hope in his voice. We must move swiftly. If Moses knows we're tracking the ark, he might relocate it. Lapis nodded. We'll assemble a team. Nekbet, pulling on a cloak, said with newfound determination, This is our moment. Egypt's hope lies within the ark, and I'll stop at nothing to retrieve it. The quest had begun, not just for the ark, but for redemption, for a brighter future, and for the resurrection of a nation's spirit. The odds were stacked against them, but Nekbet's will was unyielding. The city, even in its silent state, echoed with the quiet resilience of its people. The streets, once alight with the wonders of ancient electricity, now bore the weight of uncertainty. But in this profound stillness, a glimmer of anticipation hummed in the air. In a humble dwelling, a mother cradled her child, whispering tales of Egypt's grandeur. "Do you see those stars, Amun? Each one is a promise that our light will return." Amun, with eyes full of wonder, asked, "Mama, will we have our lights back soon?" The mother hesitated, gazing out of their window at the first light of dawn creeping over the city. "Every night has its dawn, my love." Elsewhere, a group of elders sat around a dwindling fire, sharing stories of the past, intertwining tales of bravery and hope. "Remember the days when we built the Great Pyramids. Darkness did not deter us then, and it won't now," one elder proclaimed. Another added, "Our ancestors looked to the stars, the moon, and the first light of dawn for guidance. We too shall find our way." High above the city, on a vantage point, Nekbet and Lapis looked towards the horizon. The first golden rays were breaking, painting the sky in hues of hope. Lapis sighed. "Look at that, Nekbet." Nekbet nodded, deep in thought. "This dawn symbolizes more than just a new day, Lapis. It's a promise to our people, a reminder that even in our darkest hours, there's a light waiting to break through." Lapis glanced at Nekbet, sensing the weight of his responsibility. "We'll bring the Ark back. Egypt will shine again." As the sun rose higher, casting its golden glow over the land, Egypt stood still, taking a collective breath. Despite the challenges, the spirit of the nation remained unbroken. The battle for its soul was far from over, but as long as the sun rose each day, hope would never fade. The grand hall of the palace, often reserved for festivals and royal celebrations, was buzzing with a different kind of energy today. At its center, a vast round table had been set up. Surrounding it were the crème de la crème of Egyptian intellect and skill. As Nekbet entered, a hushed silence fell. His determined gaze swept over the assembly, recognizing some faces, while others were new. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," he began, his voice echoing through the hall. Izam, the chief engineer, stood up, his blue robe signifying his rank. "Nekbet, we've all heard the rumors. Is it true? Is the Ark truly lost?" Nekbet nodded gravely. "It's worse than we imagined. The Ark was not just our pride. It was the heart of our civilization. But lamenting our loss will not bring it back. We must act." Maya, a leading scientist with expertise in energy conversion, chimed in. The Ark was a unique creation, blending magic with technology. Replicating its power won't be easy. Nekbet agreed. "That's why I've gathered you all here. We need a solution, and fast." A young magician, Akil, known for his innovative spells, spoke up. "If we can't recreate the Ark, maybe we can create something similar. A new source of energy?" Isam pondered. The energy of the Ark was derived from a blend of the sun's power and enchantments. What if we focus on harnessing the sun directly? Maya, ever the realist, countered. "Harnessing raw solar energy is a challenge, but combined with magic, perhaps we can amplify its power." The room erupted in murmurs, ideas flowing and intertwining. Diagrams were drawn on parchment, ancient scrolls consulted, and heated debates ensued. The boundaries between science and magic became blurred as the best minds of Egypt tried to find common ground. Hours turned into days. Food and drink were brought in as the assembly hardly noticed the passage of time. And from this intense collaboration, a seed of an idea began to sprout. Nekbet, watching the flurry of activity, felt a glimmer of hope. If Egypt's greatest strength is its people, then this assembly is our most potent weapon. The assembly might not have found a direct replacement for the Ark yet, but the determination and unity displayed showed that Egypt was not defeated. The quest for ancient electricity had just begun. The chamber's grand double doors, made of cedar and inlaid with gold, closed behind Nekhbet and his apprentices. The room was dimly lit by torches, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the walls, which were engraved with stories of gods, kings, and battles from the ancient past. In the center lay a massive stone altar, already prepared with sacred artifacts and crystals. Lay the staffs in the formation of Ra's eye. Nekhbet instructed his chief apprentice, Seti, as he took his place at the head of the altar. Seti, a young man with keen eyes and a sharp intellect, arranged the ornate staffs, their gemstone tips gleaming in the torchlight. "Master," Seti whispered, "do you believe we can truly summon the energies we seek?" Nekhbet sighed. "We have to try, Seti. The very soul of Egypt depends on it." Around the altar, the other apprentices formed a circle, their hands clutching scrolls and amulets. Ani, the eldest among them, and a master of incantations, began a deep, resonating chant, her voice echoing through the chamber. As the chant grew louder, Nekhbet raised his arms, palms facing the sky. "Gods of Egypt, hear our plea. Bless us with the strength of the sun, the wisdom of the moon, and the secrets of the stars." The room's atmosphere became electric, the hair on the apprentice's arms standing on end. The stone floor vibrated, and the torch flames danced erratically, as if being tugged by invisible forces. Seti, focusing intently, began pouring a mixture of rare herbs and precious metals onto the altar. As they made contact, a bright blue flame erupted, illuminating the chamber and revealing hidden patterns on the walls. "Look!" cried out Kipi, the youngest apprentice, pointing towards the ceiling. A vortex of swirling energy was forming, drawing in the smoke and incense, twisting it into intricate patterns. "We're tapping into something," Nekhbet exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Continue the chants, don't break the connection." Hours seemed to pass in mere moments. The energy in the room peaked, and then, as suddenly as it began, the vortex above them dissipated, leaving the room silent but for the crackling of torches. Nekhbet, beads of sweat on his brow, slowly lowered his arms. "We've touched a fraction of the power we seek, but it's a start." Seti, his face flushed with exhilaration, nodded in agreement. "We may not have the Ark, Master, but we have determination and the gods on our side." Nekhbet smiled, placing a hand on Seti's shoulder. "And with that, we will light up Egypt once more." The grand chamber still hummed with the residue of their ritual when Iset, the head engineer and a voice of reason amidst the magicians, cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the room. "While our rituals tap into the cosmic energy," she began, her voice steady, "we need to consider more tangible methods of restoring power to Egypt." Seti looked puzzled. "You mean to suggest there are powers beyond the gods?" Iset chuckled. "Not beyond, but within the realm of what the gods have given us. Nature itself offers energy. We've just never needed to harness it." Nekhbet, intrigued, approached her. "I've heard tales from the Far East," Iset began, her eyes distant yet sparkling with possibility, "of people using the power of steam to move machines. And with our endless sunlight, we could perhaps convert the sun's rays into energy." Kepi, ever curious, stepped forward. "Sunlight as power. How does that work?" Iset smiled. "The concept is simple. We use large reflective surfaces to concentrate the sun's rays, generating heat. This heat can then be converted into motion or other forms of energy." Ani interjected, "But would such methods be enough to replace the ancient electricity we've lost?" "Perhaps not fully," Iset admitted, but it could bridge the gap and provide essential services to our people. Nekhbet nodded thoughtfully. Then let's begin. Iset, assemble your engineers. We will combine magic and mechanics. Over the next days, the palace grounds became a hub of activity. Giant polished mirrors were erected, focusing sunlight onto vessels of water, producing steam that powered rudimentary machines. Engineers and magicians worked side by side, combining incantations with innovations. One evening, as the sun cast a golden hue over the Nile, a shout echoed from a workshop. Nekhbet and his team rushed over to find a group of engineers, led by Iset, surrounding a device that hummed and glowed with a soft light. "We did it," Iset exclaimed. "We've successfully combined solar and steam energy to power this device. It's rudimentary, but it's a start." Nekhbet, beaming with pride, clapped her on the back. Magic and mechanics, gods and gears. Perhaps, together, they can guide us back to greatness. Seti grinned. A new dawn for Egypt, in more ways than one. Amidst the chamber filled with a fusion of old scrolls and new innovations, Nekhbet stood with a roll of papyrus spread out on a large table. His fingers traced the intricate lines and symbols of the ancient blueprints, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Can it truly be replicated?" Ane whispered, peering over his shoulder, her eyes darting between the ancient texts and the detailed diagrams. Nekhbet looked up, his gaze intense. "It won't hold the true power of the Ark, but it may serve as a decoy, or even a conduit." Seti, holding a golden chalice filled with shimmering liquid, approached cautiously. According to the texts, the Ark was not just an object, but a vessel of divine energy. Are we not blaspheming by trying to duplicate it? Nekhbet sighed, rubbing his temples. "We walk a thin line, Seti, but desperate times." Kipi interrupted, excitement evident in his voice. "I've sourced the materials. The purest gold from Nubia, lapis lazuli from the distant mountains, and quartz crystal from the great desert." "Good," Nekhbet nodded. "Now, the rituals. Every measurement, every weld and etching must be accompanied by the correct chant. We cannot afford any missteps." As days turned into nights and nights into days, the chamber became a sacred workshop. Artisans delicately shaped metals, while magicians whispered incantations. Gem cutters chiseled away, ensuring each stone fit perfectly into its designated spot. At each step, Iset, ever the skeptic, consulted the ancient scrolls. Here, she pointed to a series of hieroglyphs. It suggests the Ark was not just a storage device but a conduit. Perhaps if we replicate this design, it might channel some form of energy. Nekhbet looked thoughtful. A mock Ark that could draw from our new energy sources, combined with a touch of our magic. Ingenious. After what felt like an eternity, under the soft glow of candles and surrounded by a chorus of hopeful chants, the mock Ark stood complete. Ani, her eyes wide with reverence, approached and gently touched its ornate surface. "It's magnificent." Nekhbet, with a mixture of pride and anxiety, responded, "It's our best chance. But remember, its power is but a shadow of the original. Let's hope it's enough." The room echoed with a collective breath of anticipation. The weight of their endeavor, and the hope it carried, rested upon the gleaming replica before them. In the dimly lit chamber, the assembled crowd huddled around the gleaming replica. Candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, as anticipation hung thick in the air. Nekhbet stood tall, his fingers grazing the surface of the mock Ark, ready to initiate the final ritual. Seti, holding a rod tipped with a polished crystal, said, "Remember, if this works, the energy might be unstable. We need to be prepared for any outcome." Ani, her voice shaky, added, "Our calculations suggest this could channel at least a fraction of the ancient electricity. But calculations can't account for the mysteries of the original art." Kepi, taking a deep breath, announced, "All preparations are complete. We're ready." Nekbet nodded. "Very well. Begin the incantations." Iset began chanting, her voice echoing through the chamber. Slowly, others joined in, their voices merging into a powerful, harmonious crescendo. Nekbet pressed a carved stone, set within the mock ark, and waited. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, from deep within the ark, a soft azure glow began to emanate. It grew brighter, and a low hum filled the chamber. "It's working!" cried Kefi, excitement evident in his voice. But just as quickly as it had started, the hum sputtered, the light flickering uncertainly before dying out completely. An overwhelming silence fell upon the room. Iset, her voice barely above a whisper, murmured, "We were so close." Seti, visibly deflated, sighed, "Our efforts, our hopes, just snuffed out." Ani slumped, her face buried in her hands. All this, and we're still in the dark. Nekbet, although feeling the weight of the moment, maintained his composure. "This is but a setback," he declared. "We tapped into something, even if it was fleeting. That means there's a way. We just need to find it." Kepi, trying to muster optimism, said, "We've gained knowledge, even from this failure. We learn, adapt, and try again." Nekbet nodded. "Indeed. The journey to reclaim Egypt's brilliance is fraught with challenges. But our resolve shall not waver. We begin anew tomorrow." The vast throne room of the palace was usually a place of grandeur and awe, but today it was a cauldron of tension. Pharaoh's face was a thundercloud as he received report after report of the continued blackouts and the failure of the mock ark. Nekbet promised solutions, "And yet my empire remains cloaked in darkness," Pharaoh bellowed, his voice echoing off the golden walls. A hesitant voice broke the oppressive silence. "My lord Nekbet and his team are working tirelessly. These are complex matters." Pharaoh turned his burning gaze to the speaker, his chief counselor Amun-Ra. "And what do they have to show for it?" A flicker, a momentary tease of light. Amun-Ra swallowed, choosing his words carefully. "They're making progress, my Pharaoh. They're searching for alternatives, trying to—" Pharaoh cut him off with a wave. "Alternatives. I want the original ark, not some pale imitation. I want the heart of Egypt restored." In a quiet corner of the room, two junior counselors exchanged nervous glances. "He's never been this angry," one whispered. The other responded, "If Nekbet doesn't find a solution soon, it won't just be his position at risk. It might be his life." Near the grand entrance, another group of courtiers murmured among themselves. "Nekbet was once the favored one. Look how quickly fortunes change. I've heard there are those who seek to replace him. Some even suggest allying with Moses to return the ark." Pharaoh's voice boomed again. "I will not have Egypt ridiculed and belittled. If Nekbet cannot restore our pride, then perhaps he is not fit to serve." Amun-Ra, attempting to defuse the situation, stepped forward. "My Pharaoh, might I suggest giving Nekbet a little more time? The weight of Egypt's future rests on his shoulders. Let's not act in haste." Pharaoh glared, the fire in his eyes undiminished. "Very well. But let him be reminded, the sands of his time are running thin. I expect results." As the assembly dispersed, the weight of Pharaoh's wrath was felt by all, but most heavily by Nekbet, who stood at a distance, aware that the fate of Egypt and his own destiny were now perilously intertwined. The grand halls of the palace, which once echoed with laughter and camaraderie when Nekbet was present, now seemed cold and empty. Whispers filled the air as courtiers, who once sought his counsel and favor, subtly avoided him. Walking through the corridor, Nekbet felt the chill of avoidance. Old friends, magicians, and scholars turned their heads or found sudden business elsewhere. The once open doors now closed before him. Anahita, one of Nekbet's oldest allies, passed by him without a word, her face averted. The sting of her abandonment hit him hard. Anahita, Nekbet called out, hope lining his voice. She hesitated, then turned, her face a mask of neutrality. Yes, Nekbet. He took a step closer, searching her eyes for any sign of their past camaraderie. Have you two turned your back on me? She sighed, her facade cracking for just a moment. It's not personal, Nekbet. It's about survival, aligning with you now. It's dangerous. Nekbet's face tightened, but he nodded, understanding the game of politics and perception. I thought our friendship was stronger than palace whispers. Anahita's eyes glistened. Sometimes even the strongest bonds strain under pressure. I wish you well, old friend. With that, she walked away, leaving Nekbet even more isolated. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Nekbet turned to see two of his loyal apprentices, Senet and Merit. Master, we heard about the mock ark, Senet said, his face full of sympathy. Merit chimed in, determination evident in her voice. We're with you, Master Nekbet. To the very end. There are still those who believe in you. Nekbet managed a weak smile, drawing strength from their unwavering support. Thank you. With all the challenges ahead, your loyalty means more than you know. Senet nodded. Where to next? We're ready. Nekbet looked into the distance, the weight of Egypt's expectations heavy on his shoulders. We have much to do. Let's get to work. As the trio walked away, the corridor was silent but for their footsteps, signaling the loneliness of leadership and the price of failure in the unforgiving world of the palace. In the dimly lit chamber, the once brilliant gleam of the mock ark stood mute, reflecting the dwindling torchlight. The air was thick, laden with the remnants of incense, a poignant reminder of the once buoyant atmosphere filled with anticipation. Nekbet approached it slowly, his fingers gently tracing the ornate designs, feeling the cold metal beneath, each intricate etching, every gem, a testament to his endeavors, his sacrifices, and the faith his team had placed in him. From a corner, Merit watched him, her voice soft and tentative. Master, perhaps there's another way, another approach we haven't explored. Nekbet continued to gaze at the ark, lost in thought. So much was invested in this, Merit, not just materials and energy, but hope, the very essence of what keeps a nation alive. Senet, ever the pragmatist, chimed in. The solution is out there. But for now, we must address the immediate threats. The Pharaoh's patience is not infinite, and neither is our time. Nekbet sighed, feeling every year of his life weigh on him. I was once the beacon of this kingdom, guiding us towards progress, prosperity. Now I feel like the ship lost at sea, clouds obscuring my North Star. Merit approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You still are our North Star, Nekbet. Failures are but stepping stones. We will find our way back. Nekbet gave a small smile, appreciating her support. We must. In the distance, a muted rumble echoed. The palace was restless, and threats from outside its grand walls grew bolder. Nekbet straightened, pulling himself from his introspection. We'll regroup, he declared, his voice gaining strength. The journey ahead is treacherous, but we have faced worse. Let this mock ark serve as a reminder, not of our failures, but of our undying spirit. Senet nodded in agreement. We're with you every step of the way. The three stood in solidarity, united in their purpose, even as the shadows of doubt and external threats loomed large. The chapter of failures had ended, but the story of their resilience had only just begun. Amid the colorful tents of the bustling Egyptian marketplace, vendors peddled their wares while the tantalizing aroma of exotic spices wafted through the air. But for all its vibrancy, a new undertone resonated today. Everywhere one looked, clusters of people huddled together, their voices a mix of excitement, awe, and foreboding. A fishmonger named Irsu leaned over his stall, passing a fish to a customer, but his voice was low, secretive. "Have you heard? They say Moses has acquired a power unlike any we've seen, that he can command the very waters of the Red Sea." A woman named Netakirti, her arms full of fresh produce, scoffed. "Surely you just... Ursu, commanding the Red Sea. That's the stuff of old wives' tales." Nearby, at a fabric stall, two women examined the cloth, but their conversation was far from their immediate activity. "My cousin in the East claims he saw it with his own eyes," whispered one. A massive wall of water, standing as if held up by invisible hands. He said the ground beneath was dry as the desert sand. Her companion, Sifu, looked skeptical. At a jewelry stall, an old jeweler named Beck shared his thoughts with a group of curious onlookers. "This isn't just about Moses wielding some unnatural power. It's a sign from the gods. They're sending us a message." "And what message would that be?" a young man named Hor asked, trying on a bracelet. "That power always shifts," Beck said, his eyes glinting. "That those who were once powerless can rise. And maybe, just maybe, that we've been backing the wrong leader." The murmurs continued, moving like ripples in a pond, each adding their own interpretation, their fears, their hopes. As evening approached and the marketplace began to empty, the weight of the whispered tales hung in the air, leaving an entire nation in contemplative silence. As the last rays of the sun bade goodbye, one thing was certain. Whether it was just a story, an exaggerated tale, or a sign of things to come, it had sparked a change. Egypt was no longer just grappling with the tangible darkness of night, but also the looming shadows of uncertainty. The horizon, once dominated by the mighty structures and pyramids of Egypt, was now painted with a sea of humanity. Thousands upon thousands of Israelites, their shadows long in the dimming sun, moved as one cohesive body towards the beckoning promise of freedom. The dusty ground beneath their feet bore witness to their once shackled past, and now to this monumental journey. Amidst the multitude, elderly men and women, their backs stooped with age and labor, whispered blessings to the heavens. Young mothers with infants wrapped closely to their chests walked side by side with exuberant children who had only known a life of servitude. The air was thick with a mixture of anxiety, hope, and sheer determination. Mara, a young woman with fire in her eyes, turned to her elder brother Jamin. "To think that we are the generation to witness this, to feel the chains of slavery fall away. It's overwhelming." Jamin, his gaze fixed on the horizon, replied, "Our ancestors dreamed of this moment. And now we walk the path they could only imagine." As they neared the sea, the crowd began to slow, their collective gaze drawn to a figure standing with commanding presence. Moses, his robe billowing gently in the desert breeze, stood poised at the sea's edge. In his grasp, the ark shimmered, its ethereal glow casting a divine light on the scene. Nava, an elderly woman, approached Moses, her voice trembling with emotion. "Moses, will the waters part for us? Will the tales of old come true?" Moses turned, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and serenity. "With faith, Nava, even the mightiest of seas will yield." Behind him, Aaron and Miriam rallied the leaders of the 12 tribes, preparing them for the momentous event about to unfold. The murmur of prayers filled the air, rising like a harmonious song. Holding the ark high, Moses began to chant, his voice echoing across the vast expanse. The Israelites watched with bated breath, their collective hopes and dreams pinned on this pivotal moment in history. As the final notes of Moses' chant reverberated through the air, the waters began to stir. The grand exodus was not just a journey from slavery to freedom. It was a testament to unwavering faith, hope, and the indomitable human spirit. The vast expanse of the Red Sea stretched endlessly before the Israelites, its waters shimmering in the evening light. The reflection of the setting sun painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, casting long shadows on the sandy shores. A gentle breeze ruffled Moses' robe, carrying with it the saltiness of the sea and the quiet murmurs of a people awaiting a miracle. Beside Moses stood Aaron, who glanced nervously at the waiting multitude. "Brother," he whispered, "it's time." Moses nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. With a deep, steadying breath, he clutched the ark tightly, its intricate designs gleaming. "I have only known these waters as an obstacle," he murmured. More to himself than anyone, today they become the path to our destiny. An old woman named Eliora, her face etched with lines of age and wisdom, approached him. "Moses," she began, her voice a frail wisp, "I've seen many sunsets in my lifetime, but none as significant as this. Lead us to the promise our hearts have longed for." He looked down at her, eyes brimming with tears, touched by her faith. "With the Lord's guidance, we shall walk on a path never tread before." Drawing strength from Eliora's words and the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, Moses took a step forward. Raising the ark high above his head, he closed his eyes, uttering a sacred prayer passed down through generations. The atmosphere grew electric. The winds picked up, whipping through the crowd, carrying whispers of awe and hope. The waters, once calm, began to tremble. Waves grew erratic, crashing against one another, creating a symphony of chaos and wonder. Then, with a deafening roar, the waters began to recede. Slowly, then faster, they pulled away from one another, revealing a pathway of wet sand, flanked by towering walls of water on either side. Fish could be seen, suspended within the watery walls, and the seabed treasures glistened in the waning sunlight. Zipporah, Moses' wife, her hands clasped together in wonder, exclaimed, "It's a miracle. The stories of old, the prophecies, they're true." Moses, his face illuminated by the ethereal glow of the parted sea, nodded. "Today, we witness the Lord's power and grace. Let us walk through, and may our faith guide our steps." And as the first of the Israelites began their march between the watery walls, it became a moment etched in time, a testament to leadership, faith, and the unwavering belief in miracles. The ground, once submerged under the deep embrace of the Red Sea, now lay exposed. It was as if the earth itself held its breath, creating a path for the Israelites. The seabed, firm underfoot, was dotted with shells, seaweeds, and forgotten relics of the ocean's mysteries. Ezra, a young Israelite boy, bent down to pick up a unique-looking shell. Holding it to his ear, he exclaimed, "Father, I can hear the sea's whispers. It's like the whole ocean is inside this." His father, Jethro, chuckled, ruffling his son's hair. "That's the sea's memory, my boy. Today it shares its deepest secrets with us." As they walked, the colossal walls of water towered on either side, shimmering under the sunlight, casting fleeting rainbows. Schools of fish darted about, their scales gleaming, and occasionally, larger marine creatures would cast curious shadows, making children point in amazement and adults mutter prayers of gratitude and wonder. Miriam, Moses' sister, began to sing, her voice a soft lullaby against the backdrop of this miracle. Soon others joined in, their voices rising in unison, turning the miraculous passage into a corridor of song and praise. "I never believed I'd live to see such a wonder," murmured an elderly man named Eleazar. His friend Caleb nodded. We walk today between the embrace of the seas, a path crafted by the divine. Sarah, a young woman with a babe in her arms, said to her companion Lee, Lee, look at our children, walking on sacred grounds, witnessing history. They'll tell their children of this day. Leah, tears in her eyes, replied, Yes, we are part of a story much larger than us. We bear witness to his might. As the vast multitude continued, the weight of the moment was felt by all. From the elders who leaned on their staffs for support to the youths who carried the hope of the future in their eyes, they marched forward, united in purpose and faith. Moses, at the forefront, occasionally glanced back, ensuring the safety of his people, seeing their trust and the miracle unfolding around them. He whispered a prayer of gratitude. Today, Lord, we walk in your shadow, our faith unwavering, our journey just beginning. The vast, opulent hall of the Pharaoh's court echoed with murmurs as a messenger, sweat dripping from his brow, raced through the corridors. His sand-covered sandals left prints on the polished marble floors, a testament to the urgency of his journey. My Pharaoh, he exclaimed, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. The Israelites, the Red Sea, it parted. The Pharaoh's brow furrowed in confusion, his grip tightening on the ornate scepter. Speak sense, man. What do you babble about? The messenger, forcing himself to speak coherently, elaborated. The waters of the Red Sea, my lord. They stood tall like walls. The Israelites, they walked through it, on dry land, led by Moses with the ark. The room went silent, the magnitude of the statement weighing heavily. Generals, noblemen, and priests exchanged uneasy glances. High Priest Anubis, his face pale, whispered, the ark's power. Commander Seti, a seasoned warrior, scoffed, impossible. Another messenger, having just arrived, confirmed the story. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The waters, they stood still, defying nature. It's a power we've never seen. Tia, the queen, turned to Pharaoh, her voice laced with worry. This isn't just about the Israelites escaping, my love. It's a challenge to your reign, to our gods. The Pharaoh looked around, realizing the gravity of the situation. Not only had they lost their slave workforce, but the very foundation of their religious and political beliefs were being threatened. Send spies, he ordered. I want to know every move Moses makes, and gather our best strategists. This is not the end. If the gods are truly with us, we will find a way. Priestess Hathor, keeper of ancient scrolls, stepped forward. We must consult the oracle. Perhaps there's a prophecy or a solution in our scriptures. As the sun's rays filtered through the tall windows of the court, casting a golden hue, Egypt, for the first time in its long history, found itself questioning its invincibility. The tale of the parted sea wasn't just a marvel. It was a declaration of power, a shift in the balance that the mighty empire couldn't ignore. The sun was at its zenith, casting long, imposing shadows when Nekhbet, already wrestling with his failures, heard the tales of the Red Sea parting. Word had spread like wildfire, carried by the desert winds, making its way to every nook and cranny of Egypt. In the confines of his dimly lit study, surrounded by scrolls and artifacts, Nekhbet's apprentice, Iset, hesitated before breaking the news. Master, she began tentatively, they say Moses has done the impossible. Nekhbet, weary and defeated, looked up from his work. What more can that man do? Iset relayed the events, describing the towering walls of water and the pathway that emerged. The Ark, Master. It has powers beyond our wildest dreams. For a moment, Nekhbet's room was silent, except for the soft flickering of the oil lamp. Then, slowly, an idea began to take root. and a glimmer of hope sparked in Nekhbet's eyes. If Moses can do it, so can we. The ark was ours once. Its secrets belonged to Egypt. Iset, inspired by Nekhbet's sudden burst of determination, nodded eagerly. Yes, master. But how do we begin? Nekhbet paced around, his thoughts racing. The texts. There must be something in our ancient scriptures that Moses utilized. We will replicate it. Another apprentice, Merit, a young scribe, hesitated before speaking. But the ark is unique, master. Even if we learn the rituals, can we truly recreate its power? Nekhbet, feeling the weight of Egypt's expectations, replied, We must. It's not just about power. It's about restoring balance and reclaiming our honor. Drawing a deep breath, Nekhbet continued, Gather the most knowledgeable scholars. We will delve into every scroll, every inscription. The answers lie within our history. As Iset and Merit rushed to carry out Nekhbet's instructions, the once defeated magician found renewed purpose. In the heart of this crisis lay an opportunity, a chance to rise from the ashes of his past mistakes and stand tall once more. For Nekhbet, the race against time had just begun. The banks of the Nile River teemed with expectant crowds. Word of Nekhbet's audacious attempt had spread, and all of Egypt seemed to have turned up to witness the spectacle. The murmurs of the crowd provided a constant background hum, their faces a mix of skepticism and hope. Nekhbet stood at the river's edge, dressed in ceremonial robes adorned with symbols of the god Legion. His eyes closed momentarily, drawing in deep breaths, attempting to center himself amidst the weight of expectation. His loyal apprentice, Iset, approached with a small vial containing a shimmering liquid. This is the essence of the lotus, master. It might amplify your powers, she whispered, her face showing a mix of concern and hope. Nekhbet nodded, accepting the vial. He consumed its contents, feeling a rush of warmth and energy. Stepping forward, he raised his arms, reciting an ancient chant invoking Legion. The very atmosphere seemed to charge with an electric energy as the wind picked up, rustling the reeds and palm fronds. The waters of the Nile shimmered and rippled, seeming to respond to Nekhbet's call. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, the waters began to part, creating a small pathway. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd. But just as quickly as it had started, the waters crashed back into place, splashing Nekhbet and those closest to the riverbank. The once excited murmurs now turned to whispered doubts. Is this the great magician of Egypt? Scoffed one onlooker. He's lost his touch, another whispered, pity evident in their eyes. Iset, rushing to Nekhbet's side, tried to shield him from the murmurs, her eyes welling up. Master, we tried our best. Nekhbet, drenched and defeated, looked at the mocking river. It's not the end, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Legion is with us. I just need to find another way. Merit, coming forward with a cloak to drape over Nekhbet, offered a reassuring smile. Every setback is a setup for a comeback, master. We believe in you. Gathering his robes, Nekhbet turned from the river, his resolve unwavering. The road ahead was uncertain, but his spirit remained undeterred. The golden rays of the setting sun reflected off the towering walls of water, making them sparkle like countless diamonds. The Israelites moved forward, their faces alight with wonder and hope. The distant sounds of their songs of praise and gratitude carrying on the breeze. Eliora, a young Israelite woman, paused to touch the wall of water. It feels like a dream, she whispered, her fingers brushing against the liquid barrier. Her grandfather, Samuel, walking beside her, replied, It's the power of faith, my child. We were oppressed, but now, look at us, walking the path of freedom. Across the distance, atop a dune overlooking the scene, two Egyptian soldiers stood. their silhouettes dark against the fiery backdrop. "Do you see that, Imhotep?" "One of them?" Osiris asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "I never thought I'd live to see the day when our captives would walk free and challenge the might of Egypt in such a way." Imhotep, the older of the two, with a beard streaked with gray, responded solemnly. "It's not just about them walking free. Osiris, it's a message to all of Egypt. The balance of power, the very foundation on which our nation stands, is trembling." Osiris looked down. "What do we do now?" "We adapt," Imhotep replied, his gaze still fixed on the retreating backs of the Israelites. "Power, like the sands we stand on, is ever shifting. Today, we've seen the God's will. Tomorrow, only time will tell." In the heart of Egypt, the bustling marketplaces had grown silent. People gathered around fires, sharing hushed conversations, their faces reflecting the uncertainty of the times. A young boy, clutching a toy, looked up at his mother. "Ma, why are they saying that our gods have abandoned us?" She pulled him close, searching for the right words. "Sometimes, my love, change is necessary. Our gods haven't abandoned us. Perhaps they're teaching us to find strength in unity, to rediscover who we truly are." As night fell, a vast tapestry of emotions enveloped Egypt. From the Israelites' hope-filled journey to the Egyptians' introspective silence. The events of the day signified more than just a physical exodus. It was the dawn of a new era, a shift in the age, old balance of power. Golden walls shimmered in the torchlight as guards hurriedly marched through the vast corridors of the palace. Their footfalls echoed, and their faces were taut with stress. Whispers filled the air, getting louder as they neared the throne room. Inside, Pharaoh sat on his grand throne, the opulence of the room contrasting starkly with the worry lines etched on his face. His fingers tapped impatiently on the golden armrest. His advisor, Horus, approached cautiously. "My lord, the people are growing restless. Rumors are spreading like wildfire." Pharaoh's gaze, intense and piercing, met Horus's. "I am well aware, Horus. That's why we must act, and quickly." Just then, the heavy doors of the throne room were pushed open, revealing a somewhat disheveled Nekhbet. He bowed low, taking a moment to catch his breath before speaking. "You summoned me, great Pharaoh." Pharaoh's voice boomed, filling the room with its intensity. "Nekhbet, the pride of Egypt has been wounded. The Israelites, our slaves, mock us with their newfound freedom. You promised to reclaim our glory, and yet here we are." Nekhbet, attempting to mask his own desperation, replied, "Your Highness, the forces at play are beyond what any of us anticipated, but give me another chance. I have an idea." Pharaoh leaned forward, the gold of his headdress glinting. "Speak, and it better be worth my time." Nekhbet cleared his throat. "I believe there are ancient texts, ones even older than our current records, that speak of harnessing the elements. If we can access those, perhaps we can forge our own miracle." A silence hung in the air as Pharaoh considered Nekhbet's words. Finally, he spoke, his voice softer, yet laced with determination. "Very well, Nekhbet. This is your last chance. Retrieve those texts, harness whatever power they speak of, and restore Egypt's honor, or face the consequences of your failures." Nekhbet nodded, sensing both the weight of the responsibility and a sliver of hope. "I won't disappoint you, my lord." As he left the throne room, the gravity of his task sinking in, the whispers of the courtiers resumed, each word emphasizing the urgency in the air. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the ornate palace halls. Servants and officials moved hurriedly, their silhouettes dancing on the golden walls. But one figure stood still, bathed in the light streaming from a window. Nekhbet, deep in thought, he clutched an old, worn-out scroll. Anan, one of Nekhbet's few remaining loyal apprentices, approached cautiously. Master, the whispers grow louder. The people's faith in us wanes. Nekbet nodded, eyes still fixed on the horizon. I've been going through ancient texts. Anian. There's a ritual described here, one that can harness ancient electricity on a scale we've never attempted. Anian's eyes widened. But Master, such a feat. Nekbet turned to face him, a determined fire in his eyes. If the stories of our ancestors are to be believed, then yes. But it's risky. Before Anan could respond, they were interrupted by a messenger. Magician Nekbet Pharoah demands your presence immediately. The throne room was a spectacle of tension. As Nekbet entered, all eyes turned to him, their gaze mixed with curiosity, hope, and doubt. Pharoah spoke, his voice dripping with impatience. Nekbet, the Israelites mock us with every step they take on dry land. What do you have to say for yourself? Swallowing his fear, Nekbet stepped forward. Great Pharaoh, I promise you, a passage through the sea, just as Moses has done. The room erupted in hushed murmurs. Pharaoh's eyebrows shot up in surprise. A bold claim, magician. How do you plan to achieve this? Nekbet took a deep breath. By harnessing the power of ancient electricity, my lord, a power that our ancestors spoke of, one that's been lost to time. Pharaoh leaned in, intrigued. Time, resources, and unwavering faith, Nekbet replied. Pharaoh considered this for a moment, then declared, You have until the next full moon. Succeed, and all of Egypt will sing your praises. Fail, and your fate will serve as a reminder to all. As Nekbet bowed and took his leave, the weight of his promise hung heavily in the air, echoing the hope and desperation of a nation. The desert's unforgiving sun blazed down, its rays reflecting off the vast stretch of the Red Sea. The usually serene coast was now a hive of activity. Tents dotted the landscape, and the once silent air was filled with the hum of machinery and whispered conversations. A colossal metal apparatus stood prominently on the shore, surrounded by a myriad of smaller devices, some glowing mysteriously, others emanating an almost rhythmic pulse. The machinery, a blend of ancient design and innovation, bore the marks of countless hours of labor. Nekbet stood in the center, overseeing the final touches, his silhouette sharply contrasting against the intricate backdrop of technology. Anan approached, holding a parchment. Master, the last of the components have arrived, he said, handing over the list. Nekbet scanned it briefly. Good. Everything must be perfect, Anan. There's no room for error. Anan nodded, his gaze shifting to the gathering crowd. The people are anxious. They whisper of the Israelites' God and Moses' miracle. Nekbet sighed, and so they should. But today we'll show them the might of Egypt and the power of ancient electricity. Nearby, a group of soldiers murmured among themselves. Captain Horem, a seasoned warrior, addressed his fellow soldiers. Do you believe in this, brothers? Can this magician truly challenge the gods? A younger soldier, Seti, piped up. I want to believe, Captain. If not for us, then for Egypt. We need a win. Horem placed a hand on Seti's shoulder. Then let's hope Nekbet's confidence isn't misplaced. As the afternoon wore on, dark clouds began to gather, casting ominous shadows on the scene below. The sea's waves grew restless, crashing louder against the shore. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed across the gathering. People of Egypt, behold the might of our nation, Nekbet announced, arms raised. Today, we reclaim our pride and show the world that we too can harness the forces of nature. A murmur ran through the crowd, their eyes fixed on the machinery and the sea beyond, waiting, wondering, hoping. The gathering storm above seemed to mirror the tempest of emotions below. The entire coast was blanketed in a silence, save for the deep, rhythmic chants that emanated from the heart of the assembly. A large circle of magicians, hand in hand, surrounded Nekhbet, their voices rising and falling in harmony. The notes were haunting, ethereal, and seemed to reverberate through every grain of sand and every drop of water. As the chants intensified, the large apparatus began to hum and glow. Streams of blue and green energy shot upwards, creating a dance of lights in the skies. Nekhbet, standing tall and regal, held in his hands a staff adorned with crystals that pulsed with the rhythm of the machines. A nearby spectator, an old woman, clutched her granddaughter close. "I've seen many things in my life, child," she whispered, her voice trembling, "but never something like this." The young girl, wide-eyed, responded, "Is the sea going to listen, grandmother?" The old woman hesitated, searching the horizon. The sea listens to no one, but perhaps, just perhaps, it might heed a plea this strong. Nekhbet's voice rose above the chants, powerful and commanding. "Mighty sea, hear the call of Egypt. Bend to the will of our land, for we command you." The wind began to howl, picking up sand and creating miniature cyclones. The waves, once calm, now roared with fury, rising higher with each chant. The energy, palpable and alive, seemed to converge on a single point in the sea. Captain Horem, gripping the hilt of his sword, shouted over the wind to his fellow soldiers, "Brace yourselves! Men! Something's happening!" Seti, clutching his shield, replied, "By the gods, look!" All eyes turned to the sea as a massive whirlpool began to form. Water churned and swirled, creating a vortex of immense power. The sea appeared to be responding, retracting, as if considering the possibility of parting. Nekhbet, sweat dripping down his brow, poured every ounce of his energy into the ritual. The staff in his hands glowed brighter, the crystals almost blinding. "By the power of the ancients, by the might of Egypt, I command thee to part." The crowd held its breath, waiting, hoping, praying. The whirlpool grew larger, the chants louder, and the atmosphere, thick with anticipation, felt as if it would burst at any moment. The wind, which once howled with a fierce intensity, began to ebb, and the once aggressive waves started to lap gently against the shore. The enormous whirlpool that had captured everyone's attention gradually diminished in power, its swirling rage coming to a quiet, anticlimactic end. A hush settled over the gathering, the weight of disbelief palpable in the air. Captain Horem, struggling to keep his voice steady, muttered, "It can't be. It can't be." Seti, his shield now resting on the sand, replied with a hint of sadness, "The sea has spoken." The old woman, her grip on her granddaughter tightening, whispered, "The sea listens to no one. Child." The young girl, tears forming in her eyes, looked up. "But Nekhbet is the greatest magician. Why didn't it work?" "Sometimes," the old woman sighed, "the world has its own will, beyond the reach of magic or men." Nekhbet, once standing tall and commanding, now looked defeated, his shoulders slumped, and his staff no longer glowing. He stared at the waters, willing them to part with every ounce of his being. Yet they stood still, a vast expanse of blue, indifferent to the pleas of mere mortals. From the back of the crowd, a voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. "Behold, the great Nekhbet and his mighty." Laughter spread, some out of mockery and others out of nervous relief. Nekhbet's apprentice, Anipe, rushed to his side, her voice urgent. "Master, we must leave." Nekhbet, his voice barely audible, murmured, "I promised them a miracle." "And you tried," Anipe replied gently, pulling him away. "But the sea has its own magic, its own will." As they retreated, the vast sea behind them seemed to shimmer, As if mocking the attempts of the once great magician, the waters remained still, their silence a testament to the true power of nature's defiance. Dust swirled around the camp as the evening winds began to pick up. The once orderly rows of tents seemed haphazard, and the fires that were usually ablaze with energy and stories now emitted a feeble glow. Shadows of soldiers, previously standing tall and proud, now appeared hunched and defeated. Captain Minez sat heavily on a crate, his helmet resting beside him, its gleam lost in the dimming light. His friend, Lieutenant Harcuff, approached, a water skin in hand. "Thought you might need this," he said, handing it over. Minez took a deep swig, then sighed deeply. "What has become of us, Harcuff? We were once the mightiest force this world had seen." Harcuff settled beside him, gazing out at the sea's vast expanse. Legends in our own time. And now, look at us, waiting for a miracle that never came. From a nearby tent, the soft strains of a melancholic tune played on a lyre reached their ears. Soldiers, who once sang songs of their grand conquests, now hummed a mournful tune of loss and longing. Sergeant Nefer, a veteran of countless battles, approached the two, his usually bright eyes clouded with doubt. "We faced greater odds, tackled mightier enemies. But this unseen force, it makes one question everything." Minez nodded, rubbing his temples. "How do you fight something you can't see, can't touch? How do you really men against?" "Nothing." Nefer looked at the distant silhouette of Nekbet, who was being consoled by his few remaining loyalists. "Perhaps it's not a battle to be won with swords and shields, but with hearts and minds." A young soldier, Akin, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "But we're trained to fight, to conquer. This, waiting, this powerlessness, it eats at you." Harcuff wrapped an arm around Akin's shoulder. "Every generation faces its trials, lad. This is ours. We must find a way to rise, to adapt." Menes stood up, his voice firmer. "Then we must change our approach, rely on our bond, our unity. We may not have the power of the ancient electricity or the gods' favor, but we have each other, and that's a force no one can reckon with." The night deepened, but the fire of determination, once dimmed, began to kindle anew in the hearts of the once mighty Egyptian army. The palace was alive with tension. Courtiers whispered in hushed tones, their eyes darting around nervously. Servants moved swiftly, trying to avoid the wrathful gaze of their ruler. At the center of it all, Pharaoh sat on his magnificent throne, a golden scepter in his grip, his knuckles white with rage. The enormous double doors of the grand hall were flung open, and Nekbet was ushered in, his head bowed, flanked by guards. The silence was stifling. "Is this your grand display, magician?" Pharaoh's voice boomed across the hall, echoing off the ornate walls. "Is this the might of the great Nekbet?" Nekbet swallowed hard, finding his voice. "My lord, I tried everything in my power." "Tower," Pharaoh interrupted, his voice dripping with contempt. "What power do you speak of? The waters stand, our enemies march on, and Egypt's name is tarnished." Commander Seti, one of Pharaoh's most trusted advisors, stepped forward. "Sire, perhaps it is time to rethink our strategy. Maybe we—" Pharaoh's gaze silenced him instantly. "It is not strategy I need, Seti. It's results." Queen Hatshepsut, always a pillar of calm, gently placed a hand on Pharaoh's arm. "My love, we must remember that our strength lies in unity. Turning on each other will not help our cause." Pharaoh turned to her, his face softening for a brief moment, then returned his glare to Nekbet. "You promised me victory, Nekbet. You promised the power of the ancients. Yet here we stand, humiliated and betrayed." Nekbet, trying to maintain some dignity, responded, "I believe in Egypt." My Pharaoh, my Pharaoh, my every action, every attempt was for her glory. The air grew colder as Pharaoh leaned in, his voice low and threatening. Your belief does not interest me. Results do. One more failure, magician, and you will know the full extent of my wrath. As Nekhbet was let out, the weight of Pharaoh's words hung heavily in the room. The entire empire stood at a precipice, and the choices made in these moments would shape the fate of Egypt for generations. The Red Sea stretched out infinitely, its vastness overwhelming, the gentle waves caressing the golden sands with an almost mocking tenderness. The sun had begun its descent, casting a melancholic shade of orange and crimson on the horizon. Nekhbet stood there, his silhouette a stark contrast against the fiery backdrop. The gentle breeze rustled his robes, and his staff, which once symbolized his power and command, now felt like a mere prop. A younger apprentice, Ankh, hesitantly approached him. Nekhbet didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the horizon. After what felt like an eternity, he finally whispered, Ankh, do you ever question the power of belief? Ankh, taken aback by the depth of the question, replied, Master, belief is what fuels us, what drives us to try, to hope. Nekhbet turned to him, his eyes filled with sorrow. But what when belief betrays you? When all you've believed in, all you've worked for, crumbles before your very eyes. The young apprentice struggled to find words. Perhaps it's not the belief that has failed you, master, but the direction in which it was steered. Nekhbet gave a weak smile, looking back at the sea. The gods have their ways, Ankh. And today, I've been reminded of my place in their grand design. Ankh gently placed a hand on Nekhbet's shoulder. Master, Egypt may not see your worth now, but time has a way of revealing truths. Your legacy, your knowledge, will live on. Nekhbet's gaze softened. Thank you, Ankh. But for now, it's a legacy of failure. The two stood side by side, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness of the night slowly enveloping them. The vastness of the sea, indifferent and eternal, continued its dance, a reminder of the forces that men, even great ones like Nekhbet, could never truly tame. The grand hall of the palace was adorned with golden pillars, each shimmering under the glow of countless torches. The air was filled with the sweet scent of frankincense and myrrh, and the gentle hum of lyres and flutes played in the background. Nobles, dressed in their finest linen, mingled, their voices a gentle cacophony of laughter and discussion. At the center of it all stood Nekhbet, a figure of authority and reverence. His robes, deep blue with intricate gold embroidery, signified his importance. Around him, a crowd of eager listeners hung on to every word he spoke, their faces reflecting admiration and awe. Master Nekhbet, a noblewoman began, her voice dripping with flattery. Your recent demonstration of the celestial alignment was nothing short of a marvel. However do you command such knowledge? Nekhbet smiled, a confident gleam in his eyes. The stars, my dear, whisper their secrets to those who listen. Nearby, a group of young apprentices took notes, hoping to glean a fraction of Nekhbet's wisdom. He was the pinnacle of achievement, a beacon of Egypt's greatness. The echo of footsteps brought Nekhbet back to the present. The same hall, once vibrant and full, now felt cold and empty. The golden pillars had lost their luster, the torches burned low, and the once resplendent murals had started to fade. Nekhbet, now in simpler robes, walked slowly, each step heavy with the weight of memories. The voices of admiration were replaced by the hushed whispers of pity and disdain. The same nobles who once sought his counsel now averted their gaze, their faces showing a mix of pity and contempt. As he passed, two young noblemen whispered just loud enough for him to overhear. To think he was once the jewel of Egypt, how the mighty have fallen. Nekhbet paused. drawing a deep breath. He had to gather himself, push past the shadows of his former glory. He muttered to himself, "The past is a shadow, but I am still here, in the light." A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Ankh, ever loyal, master. Do not let their words cloud your heart. Your true legacy is not in these halls, but in the knowledge you've shared, the lives you've touched. Nekhbet looked at his apprentice, a hint of a smile forming. Thank you, Ankh. Sometimes, we need reminders of who we were to understand who we are. The two continued walking, the echoes of their footsteps, a stark contrast to the grandeur of days gone by, but a testament to their unwavering spirit. The grand court of Pharaoh was packed. Courtiers in jeweled collars and pleated skirts, advisors with scrolls and tablets, and the royal guards with their spears and shields all turned their gazes in one direction. The entrance. Their anticipation was palpable, like the charged atmosphere before a storm. As Nekhbet stepped in, the whispers grew louder, weaving a tapestry of tales, each more accusatory than the last. Is that him? The magician who failed Egypt? A young courtier asked, her voice tinged with disdain. Indeed. Once our protector, now the reason for our shame, his companion replied, eyes narrowing as they settled on Nekhbet's form. Nekhbet could feel the weight of their stares, the pressure of the collective disappointment, resentment and anger. Each gaze was like an arrow, piercing through his already fragile confidence. Amidst the crowd, an advisor loudly commented. He promised Pharaoh miracles, yet delivered only despair. And now, chimed in another, we are the laughingstock of neighboring kingdoms. Pharaoh, seated high on his throne, eyed Nekhbet with a cold, discerning stare. The silence that ensued was more oppressive than any cacophony. Nekhbet, he began, his voice dripping with barely contained anger. Once you stood before me as Egypt's pride. Now you are the embodiment of its fall. Nekhbet swallowed hard, feeling the lump in his throat grow. Great Pharaoh, he began hesitantly, I have served Egypt with all my heart and might. The forces that defy us now are unlike any we've known. A mocking laugh cut him off. Save your excuses, spat a nobleman from the sidelines. Egypt does not need them. We need power, success, and miracles. Pushing through the swirling emotions, Nekhbet locked eyes with Pharaoh. Your Majesty, grant me one more chance, not for my sake, but for Egypt. Pharaoh's gaze was long and contemplative, and the entire court held its breath. The weight of the kingdom's gaze, thick with anticipation and judgment, rested heavily upon the magician's shoulders. The grandeur of Pharaoh's hall, with its gilded pillars and opulent tapestries, was always a sight to behold. But today, it felt stifling to Nekhbet. The room's ornate beauty did little to distract from the icy atmosphere that gripped the space. As Nekhbet approached the throne, every step echoed, each footfall feeling like a heavy heartbeat, mirroring the trepidation within him. The distance between him and Pharaoh seemed endless, a vast chasm emphasizing their strained relationship. Pharaoh sat elevated, his silhouette framed by the magnificent throne. His eyes, once welcoming and warm when they met Nekhbet's, were now cold, almost glacial. Nekhbet, Pharaoh began, voice dripping with a chilling formality. You stand before the throne once more. Tell me, why should I entertain your words again? Nekhbet hesitated, gathering his thoughts. Great Pharaoh, our bond was forged in times of prosperity and strength. I come before you, not to ask for trust, but to earn it back. A murmur passed through the court. It was no secret that Pharaoh and Nekhbet once shared a closeness that transcended their professional roles, but the recent events had cast a dark shadow over that camaraderie. Pharaoh leaned forward, the weight of his scrutiny bearing down on the magician. And how, dear Nekhbet, do you propose to mend what's broken? My kingdom lies ridiculed, and its protector. He paused, a hint of bitterness, tainting his tone, has failed it. Nekhbet felt the sting of Pharaoh's words, but he pressed on, determination evident in his voice. I have stumbled, yes, but my devotion to Egypt remains unshaken. All I seek is an opportunity, one last chance to restore our pride. The room was thick with tension, every attendee hanging onto the words exchanged between the two powerful men. Pharaoh's eyes, though still cold, now held a glimmer of intrigue. Proceed with caution, magician. The rope you tread upon is frayed, and there is little room for another misstep. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Nekhbet nodded. Thank you, Pharaoh. I will not let you, or Egypt, down. Despite the slight thaw in the conversation, the coldness in Pharaoh's reception was a clear reminder to Nekhbet. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, and there was no room for error. The hall was silent, save for the occasional rustle of a robe or the distant hum of the palace's daily operations. All eyes were trained on Nekhbet, who stood a few paces from Pharaoh's imposing throne. His usually confident posture was slightly hunched, and there was a vulnerability in his stance that was uncharacteristic of the once mighty magician. Great Pharaoh, Nekhbet began, his voice carrying the weight of his failures. I have walked these halls for decades, serving you and our land with utmost devotion. We have seen triumphs and tasted the bitterness of challenges together. Pharaoh watched, his gaze unyielding, but his silence a tacit permission for Nekhbet to continue. Our legacy, Nekhbet continued, has always been one of supremacy. Our gods, our might, our innovations, they have always been unparalleled. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for what he had to admit. But what we face now is unlike anything we've ever encountered. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Many had seen or heard about the miracles Moses wielded. I have always believed in our gods, in our strength. But Moses and his God, they challenge our very beliefs, their power. It's immense, he confessed, his voice laced with a mix of awe and dread. The ark they possess, it's not just a tool. Pharaoh's eyes flickered momentarily, a sign that Nekhbet's words had touched a nerve. After all, the Egyptian empire's pride was wounded, its very foundation shaken. We did not just battle a man, but a force that felt omnipotent. Nekhbet's voice quivered. I did not fail due to a lack of effort or skill, but because the magnitude of their deity's power was unforeseen. Nekhbet then dropped to one knee, a gesture of utmost humility. I beseech you, my lord, understand the depth of this challenge. Understand that what I faced was not just Moses, but the overwhelming might of a God unlike any we've known. The entire room held its breath, waiting for Pharaoh's response. Would he understand Nekhbet's plea? Would he see the passion and truth in the magician's words? Or would Nekhbet's efforts be in vain, leaving him to bear the brunt of Pharaoh's wrath? Only time would tell. Pharaoh, his expression as inscrutable as ever, leaned back on his throne, the weight of his decision evident. The hall was a symphony of whispered voices, each opinion more conflicting than the next. In the midst of it all, Nekhbet stood, an emblem of past glory, now tarnished. Seeing Pharaoh deep in thought, Nekhbet took a cautious step forward. Mighty Pharaoh, I am humbled and regretful, yet within me still burns a fire, he declared, his voice strong and unwavering, demanding attention. He continued, the ark's power is undeniable, but so is my resolve. I have, over decades, accumulated knowledge that I've not yet revealed, secrets that could turn the tide in our favor. Whispers grew louder, piqued by curiosity. Secrets from the great magician himself. Drawing a deep breath, Nekhbet's eyes shimmered with determination. I have been reluctant, for using such power comes with risks. But for Egypt, for you, my Pharaoh, I am willing to stake everything. Grant me one last chance to restore our glory and retrieve what was taken from us. One of the advisors leaned in, whispering into Pharaoh's ear. But Pharaoh, raising a hand to silence him, kept his eyes on Nekhbet. And what if you fail again? What then, old magician? Nekhbet, his gaze unwavering, responded, Then let my life be the price for my shortcomings. But if I succeed, let Egypt's glory be the testament of my devotion. There was a heavy silence, the air thick with tension. Pharaoh, his eyes searching Nekhbet's, seemed to be seeking any hint of deceit. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded. Very well. One last chance, Nekhbet. But remember, you've staked more than just your life. You've staked Egypt's pride. A renewed spark ignited in Nekhbet's eyes. You will not regret this, my Pharaoh. The power of a promise, especially one made in the name of Egypt, is unbreakable. We shall rise again. As Nekhbet left the hall, the magnitude of his pledge weighed on everyone present. But there was also a flicker of hope, for if anyone could restore Egypt to its zenith, it was the master magician who had served it for so long. Silence reigned supreme in the grand hall, each tick of the ceremonial clock echoing the steady beat of anticipation. Nekhbet stood rooted, his posture stoic, but the lines on his face betraying the weight of his plea. Courtiers exchanged fleeting glances, wondering if the great magician had swayed the pharaoh. The stillness was broken by a soft, clinking sound. Pharaoh, swirling the wine in his goblet, deep in thought, suddenly met Nekhbet's gaze. Your words have reached my ears, Nekhbet, but have they reached my heart? Nekhbet, taking a deep breath, responded, Great Pharaoh, my allegiance to Egypt is unwavering. All I seek is an opportunity to defend her honor. General Sati, a seasoned warrior with countless victories under his belt, stepped forward. With respect, Pharaoh, he intoned. We have seen Nekhbet's attempts and witnessed their outcomes. Can we afford another failure? Before Pharaoh could reply, Lady Hatshepsut, his trusted advisor, intervened. But can we afford not to try, General? Moses and his God have challenged the very core of our beliefs. This is about more than just retrieving an artifact. Nekhbet, seizing the moment, added, We face an adversary unlike any before. The Ark's power is beyond mortal comprehension, but I believe in Egypt's strength and in the power of the secrets I've yet to unveil. Pharaoh's eyes darted between the fervent faces of his council. His voice, when it came, bore the weight of his responsibility. The balance is delicate. Nekhbet, you have served Egypt with distinction, yet recent events have cast shadows over your achievements. He paused, letting the tension build. However, the love you bear for our land is evident. And so, against my better judgment, I grant you one final opportunity. Nekhbet's relief was palpable, but he bowed deeply. You will not regret this, mighty Pharaoh. Pharaoh raised a hand, but heed this. If you fail, it won't just be your reputation at stake. Egypt's pride and the faith of her people hang in the balance. Do not let us down. As Nekhbet exited the hall, a mix of whispers erupted, some filled with hope, others with skepticism. The die was cast, and Egypt's fate rested on the shoulders of its once great magician. As the sun set over the horizon, casting the mighty pyramids in a soft amber glow, Nekhbet found himself atop a secluded hill, overlooking the sprawling expanse of Egypt. He could see the lifeblood of the land, the Nile, shimmering in the distance. It was here that he often sought solace during his most trying times. Behind him, the soft rustle of footsteps broke his reverie. It was Ma'at, his oldest friend and confidant. I heard the pharaoh's verdict. She began hesitantly, her voice gentle. Nekbet nodded, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. Ma'at walked up beside him. You faced much, old friend, more than any in the palace realize. Yet, your love for Egypt, it's something I've always admired. Nekbet let out a soft chuckle. My love for Egypt is my curse and salvation. Every mistake, every failure, they sting deeper because it's this land I've let down. Ma'at sighed, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You've done more for Egypt than many ever will. And remember, every sunrise brings a new beginning. Nekbet turned to her, a rare tear glistening in his eye. I fear, Ma'at, that the weight of my failures will overshadow any past glory. But it's not for the glory I fight. It's for the children who play by the Nile, the farmers who till the land, and the merchants who dream of prosperity. It's for Egypt. Ma'at smiled softly, and that, dear Nekbet, is why you're her true guardian. No matter the odds, your resolve never falters. The two stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the serenity of the evening. As the stars began to dot the vast canvas of the night sky, Nekbet's spirit seemed to rejuvenate. I'll restore her glory, Ma'at, no matter the cost, he whispered. Ma'at nodded. I believe you will. The chapter closes with the silhouette of Nekbet against the backdrop of a starlit sky, symbolizing the eternal bond between a guardian and his cherished homeland. The grand hall of Pharaoh, usually filled with a cacophony of courtiers and their incessant chatter, bore an unusual silence. All eyes rested upon Nekbet, who stood alone, illuminated by the gentle light from the grand chandelier overhead. His shadow, elongated and sharp, danced behind him, mirroring the weight of the moment. Pharaoh, seated atop his throne, gazed down with an inscrutable expression, flanked by his trusted advisors. The intensity of the room was palpable. The only sound was the distant rustle of palm leaves in the wind, making its way through the open windows. Nekbet began, his voice shaky but resolute. Great Pharaoh, guardian of Egypt's eternal flame, I stand before you, not as the mighty magician who once walked these halls with pride, but as a humble servant, pleading for your grace. A whisper of murmurs ran through the court, but Pharaoh silenced them with a mere wave of his hand. You've witnessed my failings, Nekbet continued, but remember the times when my magic guarded these lands, the foes I've repelled, the bounties I've summoned. Those were not mere displays of power, but offerings of love and loyalty to you and our beloved Egypt. Asenath, a fellow courtier and one-time friend of Nekbet, interjected, her voice dripping with disdain. And yet, when we needed you the most, you failed. Moses and his God mocked Egypt, and you stood powerless. Nekbet, looking down for a moment, took a deep breath before addressing her. True. Asenath, I cannot change the past, but given the chance, I can pave a way for a brighter future. He then turned back to Pharaoh, desperation evident in his eyes. Grant me this one opportunity, and I swear on the sacred sands of the Nile, I shall restore the glory and pride of Egypt. I have secrets yet revealed, depths of my powers untouched. Pharaoh, leaning forward with a hint of interest, spoke, his voice echoing in the vast hall. And if you fail again, Nekbet? Drawing himself up with a resolve that surprised many in the hall, Nekbet replied, Then let my life be the price for my shortcomings. The room was silent for what seemed like an eternity, the tension thick enough to be cut with a knife. Pharaoh finally spoke, his voice cold and detached. Your words are passionate, Nekbet, but Egypt cannot be swayed by mere words any longer. The stakes are too high. With that, Pharaoh signaled for his guards, leaving Nekbet's fervent plea unanswered and the magician's fate hanging in the balance. The grand hall, adorned with hieroglyphs recounting Egypt's ancient glories, now bore witness to a moment of profound tension. As Nekbet continued speaking, pouring his soul into every syllable, he scanned the faces around him. His heart sank. His gaze met with Asenath's. Where once there had been camaraderie, her eyes now held an icy contempt. "You promised us safety, protection," she whispered, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. "You assured us that no power could defy Egypt while you stood watch. And yet, here we are." Nekbet's old mentor, Pharoah, stood with a deep furrow on his brow, his disappointment evident. He had taught Nekbet everything he knew, and to see his protege in this state was heartbreaking. "I believed in you, Nekbet," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of shattered trust. From the shadows, Merit, a young apprentice who once looked up to Nekbet with admiration, whispered to a companion, "To think I aspired to be like him. It all seems like a cruel jest now." But it was Pharaoh's gaze that hurt the most. The bond they had shared, the deep trust and friendship cultivated over countless shared experiences, now seemed lost. Pharaoh's posture was rigid, his face a mask devoid of warmth. After a moment that felt like an eternity, Pharaoh finally broke the silence. "Your words," he began, voice dripping with disdain, once held promise. "They assured a nation. But now they are but empty echoes in this hall of our ancestors." Nekbet, struggling to maintain composure, replied, "Great Pharaoh, I understand the gravity of my failures, but I beseech you to see past this moment of darkness and envision a future where Egypt rises once more." Pharaoh leaned back, his eyes studying the magician with an intensity that was unsettling. "Your vision," he said coldly, "has already cost us dearly." Nekbet's heart ached, the weight of disappointment pressing down on him like the desert sands. Every gaze in the room, every whisper felt like a dagger to his soul. But he stood undeterred, waiting for Pharaoh's final verdict. Amidst the silence of judgment, a distant hum reverberated through the grand hall. The vibrations from the ancient machinery, long dormant, seemed to awaken memories from a time of prosperity and innovation. The walls, lined with intricate designs, depicted scenes of marvels, levitating objects, glowing pyramids, and ceremonies bursting with radiant energy. These were the days when Egypt harnessed the power of ancient electricity, with Nekbet at its helm. A courtier, sensing the nostalgia in the air, remarked, "Remember the Festival of Lights, how the entire city would glow under Nekbet's magic. It was as if Ra himself had descended upon our lands." Another added, "And the time he levitated the obelisk with just a wave of his hands, while it hummed and buzzed with electricity. It stood as a testament to our unmatched prowess." A murmur of agreement spread through the hall. Many recalled moments where they had personally witnessed Nekbet's feats. From a corner, Merit's voice rose, a hint of admiration breaking through. None can forget when he powered the lighthouse of Alexandria, guiding ships from afar with a beacon brighter than 1,000 stars. Nekbet, drawing strength from these reminiscences, stepped forward, his voice firm. "Great Pharaoh, these were not mere tricks or illusions. They were manifestations of Egypt's glory, achieved through mastery and understanding. I plead with you to remember not just the missteps, but also the peaks of our shared journey." Pharaoh, his face unreadable, looked around the hall, absorbing the blend of awe and nostalgia on the faces of his courtiers. "Nekbet," he began, his voice softer, "it is true. This hall and our great land have echoed with your achievements, but the present weighs heavily upon us. The past, no matter how grand, cannot shield us from the challenges of today." Yet, even as Pharaoh's words rang with truth, the echoes of past triumphs served as a gentle reminder. While the present was filled with shadows, there was once a time when Nekbet had illuminated Egypt's path to glory. Nekbet's closing remarks hung in the air, echoing in the vastness of the grand hall. His chest rose and fell rapidly, the weight of his pleas taxing his very spirit. He dared to lift his eyes, searching the assembly for a sign, any sign of empathy or understanding. But the counselors who once sought his counsel averted their eyes, as if even meeting his gaze would bring them misfortune. The elegant tapestries on the walls seemed to close in on him, their intricate patterns a maze of judgment and indifference. From the corner of the room, the whisper of silk was heard as Lady Isra, once a close confidant, delicately shifted in her seat, making it abundantly clear that even she wouldn't come to his defense this time. The memories of their shared laughter and camaraderie seemed like a distant dream. Tutankhamun, a young noble with aspirations of greatness, took this moment to say coldly, "Perhaps if our great magician had focused more on his duties than on his grand tales, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Nekhbet's once steady hands shook ever so slightly, but he maintained his composure. He turned his eyes to Pharaoh, seeking some semblance of warmth from the ruler he had served diligently. But Pharaoh's face was as unreadable as the Sphinx, his posture rigid and unyielding. A voice, brittle with age but resonant with authority, pierced the suffocating silence. High Priest Amosi, a beacon of wisdom in the court, spoke, "Though we stand in judgment, let us not forget our own imperfections. Nekhbet's past glories were our glories too. In his failures, we too have faltered." But even this sentiment was met with an almost tangible coldness. The judgment was clear. In this court, amidst these people, Nekhbet stood alone, grappling with a chill far colder than the desert's night. As Nekhbet stood forlornly, the hall began to come alive with a symphony of hushed voices, like the soft rustling of papyrus in the wind. "Have we put too much faith in him?" whispered Neferet, a cunning advisor, to her counterpart, Bess. Her eyes darted around, taking in the shifting dynamics of the room. Bess leaned in, his voice dripping with cynicism. "Faith. We put faith in results. If Nekhbet cannot produce them, he's as useful as a broken chariot." From another corner, General Akom, clad in his ornate armor, muttered to his fellow commanders, "We need a plan, not just magic tricks. If we're to challenge the Israelites, it will be with might and strategy." One of his peers, Commander Tiaya, responded, "But the sea. How do we overcome such power? Our armies, our chariots, mean nothing against it." Meanwhile, Lady Isra, still draped in her silken finery, confided in her handmaid, "I remember a time when Nekhbet's word would light up this hall, when his power was unmatched. How did we come to this?" The handmaid hesitated before replying, "Times change, my lady. Perhaps the gods have other plans for Egypt." At the heart of the room, closest to Pharaoh, stood the influential council of priests. Their whispered deliberations held an air of gravity. "If Nekhbet cannot control the ancient electricity, who can? We must find a way to appease the gods," murmured one priest. Another, his voice tinged with fear, added, "And what of the ark? Its power is undeniable. We must reclaim it, or risk its wrath upon all of Egypt." In this hall of power and politics, every whisper, every murmur told a story of an empire at a crossroads, of loyalties tested, and of the looming shadow of a once great magician whose fate now hung in the balance. Nekhbet stood alone. His once robust frame now seemed to sag under an invisible weight. His eyes, which used to glitter with confidence, now reflected the storm of emotions raging within him. Around him, the grandeur of the hall served as a mocking backdrop, amplifying his solitude. From the distant corners of the room, Lord Anpu addressed the gathering. Once, Egypt placed its hopes in Nekhbet's hands. But now, where has that brought us? To the edge of ruin. His voice was cold, accusatory. Lady Isra, who had always held a soft spot for Nekhbet, responded with more restraint. "Remember his contributions. We cannot blame him solely for our fate." But her words seemed lost in a sea of growing discontent. A cacophony of voices rose, each one louder and more damning than the last. "He promised results," cried one. "He's lost his touch," sneered another. In the midst of this storm, a young scribe named Icon, who had once been mentored by Nekhbet, approached him hesitantly. "Master Nekhbet," he whispered, "I still believe in you. The tales of your deeds inspired me." Nekhbet looked at him, his eyes moistening. "Thank you, Icon. But faith is a rare commodity these days. It's easier to find a scapegoat than a solution." As the weight of accusations continued to crush him, Nekhbet's thoughts traveled back to brighter days when his word was law, and his magic was a beacon of hope. "How fickle is the court's favor," he mused silently. General Akholm, usually stoic, could not remain silent. Enough. This incessant bickering solves nothing. Yes, Nekhbet has faltered. But who among us hasn't? We must look ahead. However, the tide of blame was too strong, and Nekhbet felt the burden of it all pressing down on him. The hall, filled with its opulent displays and whispering masses, had turned into a lonely, cold place for the fallen magician. The chapter, in its poignant conclusion, encapsulated the cruelty of fleeting loyalties and the weight of being a scapegoat in an empire's hour of need. The throne room was charged with a palpable energy, a hum of anticipation that thrummed through the air. At the center, Pharaoh's grand golden throne seemed to radiate a particular glow, casting long shadows on the marble floors. Pharaoh sat there, eyes narrowed in contemplation, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Beside him, the high priestess Neferre whispered, "Your Majesty, the land looks to you for guidance. This decision will shape the very future of our kingdom." Pharaoh nodded, his gaze never leaving Nekhbet. Nekhbet, the focal point of the room, stood with as much dignity as he could muster. Though beads of sweat glistened on his brow, he knew that the weight of each heartbeat could tip the balance between redemption and ruin. A hushed whisper ran through the assembled crowd. Lady Isra turned to her confidant, saying he doesn't deserve this humiliation. Remember the prosperity he once brought. But Lord Anpu retorted, that was then. General Akholm, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward. Your Majesty, we must consider the future. Personal feelings aside, what does Egypt need now? Before Pharaoh could answer, a surprise voice rang out. It was Icon, the young scribe. Great Pharaoh, if I may. Nekhbet is not just a magician. He embodies the spirit of Egypt. In our darkest hours, he's been our beacon. To forsake him now is to forsake our legacy. The room was silent for a breath, processing the audacity of the young man's interruption. Yet his sincerity resonated, adding another layer to the unfolding drama. Pharaoh stood up slowly, drawing all eyes to him. The moment of truth was upon them. As Nekhbet braced himself, the chapter beautifully encapsulated the raw emotion of the scene, a lone guardian awaiting judgment, and a kingdom's fate hanging in the balance. The sun had just started its downward arc when the rhythmic pounding of a drum echoed through the city streets. Mothers who were haggling in the marketplace, children chasing each other in the alleys, and craftsmen busy with their trade, all stopped to listen. The town crier, known for his booming voice, took a deep breath. By the will of Pharaoh, the living God, he began, and every ear strained to catch the next words. Nekhbet, the guardian of Egypt, will be exiled from our lands for his failures. He shall be banished to the desert, to face the wrath of the elements. Gasps filled the air as the weight of his words settled. Nekhbet, our Nekhbet, whispered an old potter to his apprentice. The young boy's eyes were wide. But he's the one who made the Nile bloom with his magic. Why would Pharaoh do this? Elsewhere, a group of women drawing water from the well, exchanged anxious glances. It's true he failed recently, but haven't we all? To banish him, one murmured, trailing off. As the news spread, clusters of conversations sprouted across the city. In a shaded courtyard, a group of scholars debated fervently. It's a political move, one argued. Pharaoh needs someone to blame, and who better than Nekhbet? A scribe shook his head. It's more than that. The people lost faith in him. This is Pharaoh's way of showing he's taking action. Amidst the chaos, an old woman, known for her tales and prophecies, spoke up, capturing the attention of those around her. Remember, every story has its cycles, she said with a distant look in her eyes. Today's hero can be tomorrow's exile, but the desert has its own mysteries. Perhaps Nekhbet will find something out there that even the great walls of Egypt couldn't offer him. As dusk approached, the city's rhythm slowed, but the weight of the decree hung in the air. Homes that usually resonated with laughter and mirth now echoed with hushed conversations and whispered concerns. The chapter artfully captured a city grappling with the shocking decision, mourning the impending loss of a once celebrated guardian. In the bustling heart of the city, the marketplace was abuzz with more than just the usual banter of trade. Fruit sellers, craftsmen, and merchants alike were embroiled in heated discussions, each echoing the sentiments of a city torn apart. Under the canopy of a fruit stall, Mira, a young merchant, passionately spoke to her customers. "It's the right decision," she exclaimed, holding up a ripe fig for emphasis. "We need the gods back on our side. If banishing Nekhbet is what it takes, then so be it." A few stalls away, Horace, an elderly spice trader, shook his head in disagreement, his voice trembling with emotion. "Nekhbet was our guardian. One mistake, one lapse in his magic, and we discard him like old cloth. Is this the gratitude we show our protectors?" Nearby, soldiers on their break joined the debate. One of them, a young man with a chiseled jawline named Seti, argued the decision comes from Pharaoh, our divine leader. We must trust his judgment. Perhaps this will finally bring back the balance we've lost. His friend, Anku, retorted, "But at what cost, Seti?" "At the cost of a man who dedicated his life to Egypt." In a shaded corner, away from the squabble, children played with clay figures, mimicking the adults' discussions. A young girl, Isra, molded a figure resembling Nekhbet and said to her friend, "My mama says he saved my grandpapa from a crocodile attack once. How can they just send him away?" Her friend, a boy with twinkling eyes named Kizi, responded, "My father says sometimes big people have to make big decisions, even if they hurt." As the day wore on, it was evident that Nekhbet's fate had not just divided opinions, but had stirred the very soul of the city. In homes, temples, and taverns, debates raged. Some prayed for a change of heart from the pharaoh, while others believed it was a step towards a brighter future. Amid the chaos, an old bard strummed his lyre and sang an old ballad of heroes and their tragic fates, reminding all that the line between honor and disgrace was often a thin one, easily swayed by the winds of time and circumstance. The grand square, once the heart of celebration and festivities, was now barely recognizable. A cacophony of hammers, shouts, and the clinking of tools dominated the atmosphere. "Secure that beam over there," yelled Ammon, the chief engineer, pointing at a towering gallows. His face was lined with sweat and determination. "We've got to be ready by nightfall." Beside him, Tia, a skilled artisan who had once created beautiful sculptures adorning the square, worked on crafting metal clamps and fittings. Her hands, which once molded clay into art, now bent steel. "I never thought I'd see the day," she muttered, pausing for a moment. "This place was where my son took his first steps." Shipri, a young worker hauling a heavy coil of wire, responded, "Times have changed, Tia. I used to fly kites here, and now," he gestured towards the looming platforms and poles, "I'm not sure what we're turning it into." A group of elders sat at the square's edge, watching the transformation with a mix of resignation and sorrow. One of them, a woman named Neith, spoke softly. "This square was where I danced on my wedding day. Now it feels like we're preparing for a dark ritual." Her friend, Sobek, a frail man with cloudy eyes, nodded. "Do you remember the Festival of Lights, Neitha?" The square shimmered with colors and laughter. "Now it's also—" As evening approached, the eerie glow of ancient electricity began to illuminate the structures. The once vibrant mosaics and carvings on the surrounding buildings were now overshadowed by the grim metallic constructions. As workers tested the machinery, bolts of electricity arched between the poles, casting long, dancing shadows across the square. The sight was both mesmerizing and terrifying. "I've done as Pharaoh commanded," Ammon murmured to Tia, looking around with a heavy heart. "But at what price to our spirit?" Tia looked up, her eyes reflecting the electric glow. "Sometimes, Ammon, we lose pieces of ourselves to the demands of the present. I just hope we can find them again." The transformation was complete. The square, which had once resonated with joyous cheers, now stood as a haunting testament to a kingdom's desperate bid to regain its lost glory. The day's dwindling light was being quickly replaced by the unnatural, pulsating glow of ancient electricity. The mechanisms whirred, hummed, and clicked into place, each component working in tandem to harness the immense power. "It's alive," mumbled Happy, a mechanic with grease smudged hands. He adjusted a large dial, causing a surge of energy to flow through a series of conduits. The arcs of blue electricity jumped between terminals, illuminating the square with its erratic brilliance. Sitting atop a platform, Senate, an elderly scholar who once penned tales of the marvels of ancient electricity, gazed upon the scene below with a mixture of fascination and dread. "I've written of its wonders," he whispered to himself, "but never imagined it could look so malevolent." Nefertari, a maiden who often sung tales of Egypt's grandeur in the square, approached Senate, her voice trembling. "The songs I sung, they spoke of the beauty of our energy, of its power to heal and unite. But this," she gestured towards the electrified square, "this feels like a perversion." Senate nodded, understanding her turmoil. "Every force, be it nature or man-made, has its dual nature, my child. Water gives life, but it can also drown. Fire warms, but it can also burn." Down below, a group of children watched with wide-eyed wonder, their innocent curiosity tinged with a hint of fear. "It looks like the night sky during a storm," observed a young boy named Seti. His friend, Merritt, gripped his hand tighter. "But storms pass, Seti. This feels endless." Meanwhile, the court's mage, Asim, who once rivaled Nekbet in power, observed the electric play with a critical eye. "This energy, it's been tampered with," he confided to his apprentice, Bess. "It's no longer pure. Its essence has been changed." Bess, his eyes fixed on the erratic dance of the arcs, replied, "Can we ever harness it again for good, Master?" Asim sighed. "That remains to be seen. For now, it's a reflection of our kingdom's current state, powerful, unpredictable, and on the brink." The square, now transformed and coursing with ancient electricity, stood as an emblem of Egypt's dichotomy, its past glory, juxtaposed against a future filled with uncertainty and electric tension. The distant rhythmic thud of feet on sandstone grew closer. With each step, the murmurs of the crowd, a mixture of anticipation and sorrow, intensified. The square, once alive with electric tension, now bore a sense of mournful anticipation. From the far end, a line of guards in gleaming armor came into view. Their disciplined march was the backdrop for a frail figure, shoulders hunched but head held high. Nekbet, the sun caught his shackles, making them gleam ominously. His robes, once resplendent, were now dusty and tattered. But as he took each step, his eyes, defiant and deep, scanned the crowd. As Nekhbet approached Anipe, a merchant's wife whispered to her neighbor, "Look at him. How the mighty have fallen." Her neighbor, Kifi, replied softly, "Yes, but remember the festivals he made brighter, the winters he made warmer. He deserves our respect, if not our sympathy." A little away, a cluster of scholars and scribes stood observing. Ptahhotep, an old scribe, remarked, "It's ironic, isn't it? He who commanded the ancient electricity will now face its wrath." Beside him, his younger counterpart, Ahmose, said with a heavy heart, "And yet, look at him, shackled and humbled, but still a guardian. That spark in his eyes, it's hope, or maybe a plea for understanding." Nekhbet halted at the center of the square, right beneath the looming electric structures. For a moment, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, he found a familiar face in the crowd. His daughter, Neferet, tears streaming down her face, reached out a trembling hand towards him. Their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, an entire conversation transpired. Love, regret, pride, and hope. Nearby, Iset, a child of merely 10 winters, asked her elder grandmother, "Why do they hate him now? Wasn't he our hero?" The old woman sighed. "Life is a river, dear one. It changes its course often, bringing fortune one moment and despair the next. Today he stands shackled, but in our hearts he remains the guardian who once protected us." As the crowd's murmurs continued, the air was thick with emotion, judgment, empathy, and the somber reality of a kingdom facing its own reflections through the fate of its fallen guardian. The creak of the wooden platform under Nekhbet's feet seemed deafening in the tense hush of the square. As he took each step upwards, the murmurs swelled like a rising tide, giving voice to the multitude of emotions bubbling amongst the crowd. A brash voice from the back jeered, "Traitor, you have forsaken Egypt." Nearby, a potter named Ramses shook his head. Short memories they have. It wasn't long ago that Nekhbet was the pride of our kingdom. His friend, Seti, grunted in agreement. Yes, but failures often echo louder than successes, especially ones of this magnitude. From the opposite side of the platform, an old crone, Hasina, sobbed, clutching a faded amulet, a token of protection Nekhbet had crafted years ago. "Oh, mighty guardian," she cried. "Why did the gods abandon you?" Her granddaughter, Layla, wrapped an arm around her. "Perhaps it's not the gods, Grandma. Perhaps it's us who've lost our way." A cluster of priests in white robes stood a little away, their expressions inscrutable. One whispered to another, "The energy's force is unforgiving." Nekhbet tried to command it, but even he wasn't immune to its whims. His companion, a younger priest, responded, yet his intent was pure. He aimed for greatness, not for himself, but for Egypt. Up front, near the platform, stood Merit, a renowned singer. Her voice, which had once sung praises of Nekhbet's deeds, now quivered with grief. I sang of his victories, his marvels. How does one sing of such a tragic fall? Her friend, Sifu, a musician, said softly, "We sing of his spirit, Merit. The spirit that even now, in his darkest hour, refuses to be extinguished." Above them all, Nekhbet stood tall on the platform, the cacophony of voices merging into a dissonant chorus. Though the sentiments varied, anger, sorrow, pity, regret, they all underscored the profound impact one man had made on an entire kingdom. The chattering of the crowd suddenly hushed as a deafening fanfare of trumpets echoed through the square. From the grand archway emerged Pharaoh, adorned in a lavish gold and jewel, encrusted headdress, his royal blue cape flowing behind him like the Nile in its majesty. The very air seemed to vibrate with his presence. As he neared the platform, even the ancient electricity seemed to pulsate in tandem with his steps, the blue glows momentarily intensifying. Every eye was fixed on him, a symbol of both reverence and might. Pharaoh raised his hand and the entire square fell silent. "People of Egypt," he began, his voice resonant, "we stand at a crossroads. Our great empire has been challenged, our gods tested, and our pride wounded." A murmur of agreement ran through the crowd. "Order," he continued, "is the bedrock of our civilization. Without it, we crumble, divided and weak. Loyalty is not just expected, but demanded of every son and daughter of Egypt." He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd, resting momentarily on Nekhbet, who, despite his chains, met Pharaoh's eyes with a quiet dignity. "Failure," Pharaoh's voice hardened, "especially failure that jeopardizes Egypt's very existence, cannot and will not be tolerated." Beside the platform, a mother whispered to her young son, "Remember this moment. Child, this is the might of Pharaoh, the living God." A scribe standing not far from them nodded silently, his quill ready to record this historic address. Pharaoh's eyes flared with intensity. "Let today be a lesson to all, a reminder of the cost of defiance, of the weight of responsibility each of us bears to our land, to our gods." He took a final sweeping gaze at his subjects. "Egypt's glory shall not be dimmed. Not by outsiders, not by our own. We rise, we adapt, and above all, we prevail." As Pharaoh concluded, the square erupted in a mix of cheers and murmurs. His message was clear. The age of tolerance had ended. It was now the era of Pharaoh's dominance. Nekhbet's chained feet shuffled as guards led him to the center of the platform. Above him, the ancient electricity mechanism loomed, a grotesque marvel of engineering. Its tendrils of electric blue energy writhed like serpents, hungering for a conduit. In the crowd, an old woman, her face lined with age and wisdom, murmured a prayer under her breath. Nearby, a young man clenched his fist, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the guardian who had, in his childhood, been the stuff of legends, the one whose tales of valor and prowess, with the ancient electricity, had been bedtime stories. "You cannot do this," a voice cried out from the throng, quickly shushed by neighbors who feared reprisal. Yet the sentiment was clear. Not everyone was in agreement with this judgment. Nekhbet, despite his imminent fate, stood tall. His voice, though weary, still held strength as he addressed the sea of faces before him. "People of Egypt, I have served you, protected you, loved you as my own. If my end brings solace, so be it." A hush fell over the crowd. Above, the ancient electricity thrummed, its hum resonating with an almost sentient anticipation. Technicians busied themselves around the mechanism, ensuring the flow of energy was at its zenith. Pharaoh, from his elevated seat, watched with an inscrutable expression. "Proceed," he commanded with a simple yet heavy gesture. The guards positioned Nekhbet beneath the primary conduit. The hum grew deafening, the blue light so bright it cast the entire square in a surreal glow. Time seemed to slow. Each heartbeat echoed like the slow beat of a ceremonial drum. And as the chapter drew to a close, the air thick with tension and raw emotion, all of Egypt seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the tragic crescendo of the Guardian's finale. Dusty roads, once familiar to Nekhbet as a revered guardian, now stretched before him like a path to purgatory. The heat of the sun seemed almost personal in its intensity, beating down on his worn frame. Yet it was not the scorching sun, but the weight of the chains that bore him down, each link whispering tales of his perceived betrayals. As he stepped, memories flooded back, celebrations in his honor, children cheering his name, and the prideful gaze of Pharaoh when he had first harnessed the power of ancient electricity. Now, those same streets echoed with a mournful silence, punctuated only by the clinking of his chains. From the crowd, hushed voices emerged, a mix of pity and disdain. He was the beacon of Egypt. How did it come to this? Our protector turned traitor. Can such power ever be truly harnessed? Or is it always destined to destroy its master? Nearby, a mother pulled her child closer, shielding his eyes, but the young boy, curious and defiant, peeked through. "Is that the guardian, Mama?" he asked, his voice quivering. "Yes," she whispered, a single tear sliding down her cheek. "But remember him as he was, not as he is." Nekhbet continued his march, the colossal platform looming ahead. An old friend, General Akom, now among the ranks overseeing his execution, couldn't meet his gaze. The guilt and sorrow in Akom's eyes were evident. "I'm sorry, Nekhbet," he muttered under his breath, a sentiment meant more for himself than anyone else. Nearing the platform, Nekhbet paused. Lifting his head, he surveyed the sea of faces. His voice, though worn, resonated with a strength that surprised many. "I walked these streets as your guardian," he began, "and now I walk them as your lesson. Let my fate remind you of the delicate balance between man and the powers we seek to wield." As he ascended the stairs, the chain's weight grew, not from their metal, but from the heavy realization of a destiny that awaited, a descent not just onto a platform, but into the abyss of history's judgment. The vast expanse of the crowd seemed like a living tapestry, each face a thread woven into the intricate fabric of Nekhbet's life. With every step he took, memories stirred, reflected in the eyes of those who watched. There, to his right, stood High Priest Marin, a former ally and confidant. Their shared secrets, strategies, and ambitions had once been the stuff of legends, but now Marin's eyes were cold, lips pressed into a thin line. Yet in the depth of those eyes, Nekhbet saw a flicker of regret, a silent acknowledgement of the times that were. Further along, he spotted his distant cousin, Tiaya. Their childhood escapades had been full of mischief and laughter. Now, her eyes brimmed with tears, her hands wringing the edge of her shawl, her sorrow palpable in the heavy air. Among the sea of faces, a group stood out, his apprentices. Young Iset, with her fiery spirit, always challenging and pushing boundaries. Then there was Maquette, methodical and reserved, often providing the counterbalance to Iset's impulsiveness. And lastly, Sinin, whose unwavering loyalty had been a beacon in Nekhbet's darkest moments. The trio's expressions were a mix of defiance, sadness, and disbelief. They had seen their mentor in his prime, and now witnessed his tragic fall. A whisper pulled Nekhbet from his reverie. It was a hushed conversation between two onlookers. "He trained my son," one woman murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "Nekhbet gave him purpose when he was lost." Nearby, a tall, broad-shouldered man observed Nekhbet with a look of disdain. "He promised protection," he spat bitterly. "Look where that got us." Nekhbet continued his ascent, but with each step, the faces blurred into a mosaic of emotions. Love, anger, pity, remorse. Every glance, every murmur, every tear was a testament to the profound impact he'd had on their lives, for better or worse. And as the platform drew near, it wasn't just the weight of his chains he felt, but the collective weight of 1,000 stories, 1,000 emotions, all converging on this singular, heart-wrenching moment. The murmurs of the crowd dwindled to a hushed expectancy as Nekhbet took his position at the center of the platform. The blue luminescence of the ancient electricity threw glimmers of light onto his weathered face. There was a brief pause before he began, an almost tangible stillness. With a deep inhale, Nekhbet began to move his hands in intricate patterns, each gesture a piece of an elaborate dance passed down through generations of Egypt's most esteemed magicians. As he moved, sand from the ground below swirled up around him, animated by his energy. Ankh, Wedja, Seneb, he whispered, the words slipping out with every breath, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and anticipation. Remember, Legion, he thought to himself, the memories flooding in, the times he'd summoned forces that awed the courts and baffled his rivals, when the silent god had answered his pleas and augmented his powers. You once responded to my call, Nekhbet murmured, more to himself than anyone else. I implore you once more, O Silent One, heed my plea in this dire hour. As his chant grew more intense, a gentle hum resonated in the air, harmonizing with the drone of the ancient electricity. The crowd looked on, a mix of hope, skepticism, and awe evident on their faces. Some began to whisper prayers of their own, while others scoffed at the desperate display. I've seen him do the impossible. A man in the crowd whispered to his neighbor, his eyes fixed on Nekhbet. But can he change his fate? His neighbor responded skeptically. Back on the platform, Nekhbet's chant reached a crescendo. He could feel the energies of the universe converging, the silent god's presence looming, listening. As the intensity peaked, Nekhbet let out a final, desperate cry, imploring the deity for one last miracle, one last display of the power that had once made him the most revered magician in all of Egypt. The air grew still, every eye fixed on Nekhbet. His hands were outstretched, fingers trembling as if reaching for an unseen entity. His eyes were clamped shut, tears cutting trails down his sunken cheeks. The hum of the ancient electricity seemed to grow louder in the silence, creating an eerie contrast to his fervent plea. For a moment, time itself seemed to pause. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred the sand, forming many whirlwinds that danced around the platform. Many in the crowd took a step back, startled, hoping that this might be a sign. Legion, Nekhbet murmured, a trace of hope in his voice. The winds grew stronger, and the sand rose higher, blocking him from view for a fleeting moment. When it settled, Nekhbet was still there, his eyes desperately searching the skies for a sign. An old woman in the crowd, draped in tattered robes, whispered to her granddaughter, "It's the echo of the desert, child. Sometimes the sands play tricks, reflecting our deepest desires and fears." A young apprentice, his voice laced with sorrow, murmured to his friend, "I had hoped Legion would answer. He saved us so many times before." His friend, with a heavy sigh, responded, "Even the gods have their limits, it seems." Nekhbet, seeming smaller and even more vulnerable than before, dropped his hands to his side. "Legion," he whispered, the name more of a lament than a summoning. The mournful call echoed into the vast desert beyond, met only by the mocking cry of distant birds and the rustle of shifting sands. That familiar connection, that guidance he had relied on for so many years, was conspicuously absent. The once mighty magician was truly alone, the weight of his isolation pressing down on him more than any chain ever could. The desert's echo, a reminder of the indifferent vastness of nature, was all that replied to his desperate plea. The platform's rough wood grazed Nekhbet's feet, but his mind was far from the present. He was transported back to a time when the sands of Egypt hid secrets, not sorrows. In a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx, a much younger Nekhbet with bright eyes and unblemished skin stood before an ancient glowing monolith. Its luminescence filled the cavern, casting golden patterns on the walls. He could hear a soft humming, a sound he'd soon recognize as the heartbeats of Legion. "Who are you?" the young Nekhbet had whispered, his voice trembling with awe. "I am Legion," came the ethereal reply, the words resonating within the confines of the chamber, and within Nekbet's very soul. And you, Nekbet, are chosen. From that moment, their fates intertwined. With Legion's guidance, Nekbet harnessed the ancient electricity. Egypt marveled as he powered grand structures, illuminated night with the brightness of day, and fueled innovations beyond imagination. A playful memory flickered. Nekbet, surrounded by eager apprentices, made electric arcs dance between his fingers. The young ones had laughed with joy, their faces lit with wonder. And then there was that evening beneath the starlit skies when he and Legion had communicated for hours, pondering existence, power, and the promise of tomorrow. You and I, Legion's voice had echoed, we will shape the future of Egypt, of mankind. But now, as the hum of impending doom grew louder, those golden moments felt like illusions. The laughter, the awe, the promise, they were but echoes, growing fainter amidst the jeers and murmurs of the present crowd. Tears welled in Nekbet's eyes, not for himself, but for the lost dreams of an era that once held such promise. An old advisor, watching from the crowd, whispered to his companion, "He once lit up our world, but every flame, no matter how bright, eventually flickers and fades." His companion, a priestess, replied, her voice soft, "But memories, they live on, and in them, Nekbet will always be the beacon he once was." The once chattering crowd slowly quietened, their voices receding like the ebb of the tide. The vast square, once alive with murmurs, was now cloaked in an almost eerie stillness. Each person, whether they sympathized with Nekbet or scorned him, was drawn into the gravity of the impending moment. A mother pulled her child close, her fingers tightly clutching his small hand, her eyes filled with tears. "Watch, my son," she whispered, her voice quivering. "Remember this day, for history unfolds before us." An old soldier, his battle-scarred face impassive, muttered to a comrade, "Never thought I'd see the day when the man who stood beside us in battle, illuminating our darkest hours, would meet such an end." A young woman, her attire suggesting she belonged to the nobility, murmured to her maid, "Such a waste. He could have achieved so much more. Why did he falter?" The only sound that permeated the silence was the soft shuffle of Nekbet's feet and the rattle of his chains. Each step seemed to resonate louder than the last, echoing the heartbeats of those in attendance. From a balcony overlooking the square, a priest, his face inscrutable, intoned, "O gods of Egypt, bear witness to the judgment of the mortal realm. May this act restore balance and appease any wrath you harbor." As the moments stretched, it felt as if even the wind held its breath, the banners hanging limp, the torch flames steady. It was a silence so profound, it seemed to amplify the weight of the tragedy that was about to unfold. The sun was sinking low, casting long shadows across the grand square. Nekbet, standing tall despite his chains, turned his face towards the horizon. The warm hues of the setting sun painted the skies in shades of crimson and gold, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. A soft wind rustled, carrying with it the scent of the Nile and distant memories. Memories of days when the horizon held nothing but promise, of times when he and Legion had reshaped the very course of Egypt's destiny. "I once stood at the pinnacle of power and knowledge, blessed by your guidance." "Legion," Nekbet murmured, his voice barely audible, lost amidst the gentle breeze. "Where are you now in my hour of need?" Beside him, a guard shifted uneasily. "Do you speak to the gods or to phantoms of your past?" he asked, a hint of curiosity breaking through his stoic demeanor. "To both," Nekbet replied, a sad smile tugging at his lips. "But it seems neither deigns to answer." An elder who had been watching the proceedings from the crowd stepped forward. "Nekbet," he began, his voice raspy, yet filled with a warmth that seemed out of place in the cold atmosphere. I remember when you first harnessed the power of ancient electricity, lighting up our nights and fueling our dreams. Egypt will not forget. Nekhbet turned to look at the man, recognition dawning in his eyes. Master Anubis, he breathed, memories of his early days of training flashing before him. Your faith honors me, even if misplaced. The elder, Anubis, shook his head. Faith is never misplaced, Nekhbet. It's the foundation of all we do. Perhaps it is not Legion who has abandoned you, but you who have forgotten how to listen. Taking a deep breath, Nekhbet looked back to the horizon, searching, yearning. But the vastness only mirrored his own isolation. With a heavy sigh, he whispered a silent farewell. To Legion, to his past, and to the future he would never see. The square, once filled with the murmur of the crowd, stood enveloped in a heavy, oppressive silence. All eyes were on the platform, where Nekhbet, the magician who once commanded the very energies of the universe, now stood defeated and alone. High Priest Imhotep, leaning on his ornate staff, approached Nekhbet, his voice echoing in the stillness. You were the pride of Egypt, Nekhbet, the beacon of progress and innovation. But pride comes before a fall, does it not? Nekhbet met Imhotep's gaze with weary eyes. Every era has its zenith and its twilight. Priest, I merely played my part. From the periphery, a young maiden with tear-streaked face cried out. He gave us light when there was none. He gave us hope. A general beside her retorted, and he brought calamity upon our heads. As they argued, Anubis stepped forward, raising his hands for silence. The scales of Maat are not for us to judge, he intoned. Nekhbet's journey was grand. Nekhbet's journey was grand, filled with marvels and miracles. Let us not let its end overshadow the brilliance of its course. Pharaoh, watching from his elevated throne, signaled for the executioner. The hum of the ancient electricity began, its blue aura illuminating the twilight. Nekhbet closed his eyes, memories of his first experiment, his first success, and the joyous celebrations that followed, rushing back. As the energy surged, Anubis whispered a prayer to the gods. May his journey to the afterlife be as grand as his life here. And then, with a flash, it was over. The once mighty magician, the pride of Egypt, was no more. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving behind the platform and the lingering traces of ancient electricity. The grand square, which had seen countless festivals, celebrations, and innovations, bore witness to the end of an era, the era of Nekhbet, the magician whose journey began with promise and wonder, but concluded in silence and twilight. The vast, golden desert stretched out infinitely, interrupted only by the towering pyramids and intricate temples. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows over the landscape, the magnificent structures stood still, like silent sentinels, guarding Egypt's secrets. In the distance, two travelers, a father and his young daughter, trudged their way towards one of the grand temples. Father, began the girl, her voice filled with wonder, why do these buildings look so sad? The father, a seasoned historian named Kamuzu, looked thoughtfully at the structures. They are not sad, Misi. They are reflective. They've witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets, wars and peace treaties, births and deaths. And now they've witnessed the fall of a great magician. Messi looked up at him, her large eyes seeking more. You mean Nekhbet, the one who tamed the ancient electricity? Kamuzu nodded, stopping to sit beside a fallen pillar, patting a space for Messi to join him. Yes, little one. These monuments saw Nekhbet at his prime, illuminating our lands with wonders, and they stood tall when he met his tragic end. Drawing patterns in the sand, Maisie murmured, they look like they're mourning him. Kamuzu looked at the pyramids, their peaks touching the early evening sky, and the temples with their hieroglyphs telling tales of bygone eras. In a way, they are. They're a testament to our history, to our triumphs and failures. Just as they celebrated our achievements, they mourn our losses. For Nekhbet and for every son and daughter of Egypt who walked these sands. As darkness began to envelop the landscape, the duo continued their journey, leaving behind the towering monuments. And as the night deepened, the structures, bathed in the glow of the moon, seemed to whisper tales of glory, wonder, and melancholy, silent witnesses to the ever-changing sands of time. The setting sun cast a soft golden hue on the waters of the Nile, the river flowing lazily, its course shaped by countless centuries. On its banks, several boats bobbed gently, their owners preparing for another evening of fishing. Ismail, an old fisherman with sun-wrinkled skin and white stubble, prepared his wooden boat, tying a frayed net onto its side. Beside him, his grandson Aman, barely in his teens, observed the river with curious eyes. "Why do you look so troubled, grandfather?" Aman questioned, his voice gentle, noticing the distant look in Ismail's eyes. Ismail sighed, his eyes fixed on the shimmering waters. The Nile, Ammon, has seen Egypt's rise and fall. It has heard stories of great pharaohs, brave warriors, and magical beings. And now, it listens to the lament of a lost magician. Ammon shifted closer to his grandfather, the mention of Nekhbet igniting his interest. "Are you speaking of Nekhbet, the one who could control ancient electricity?" "Yes," Ismail nodded. "The river celebrated with us when Nekhbet illuminated our cities. And today it mourns his tragic end with us." Ammon looked down, twirling a reed between his fingers. "Is that why the fishermen look so sad, grandfather? Because they miss him?" Ismail glanced around, observing his fellow fishermen. Their motions were mechanical, their usual camaraderie replaced by a heavy silence. In a way, yes, we all cherished the gifts he brought. But more than that, the Nile feels the sorrow of the land and its people. We draw from its strength, and in return, it bears witness to our joys and sorrows. A soft splash echoed as Ammon cast his net into the water. "Do you think the Nile can hear our prayers, grandfather?" Ismail looked down, his fingers brushing the water's surface, creating tiny ripples. "The Nile has always been a guardian to us. Maybe, just maybe, it will carry our prayers to the gods and seek their favor once again." As night blanketed the skies, the two sat side by side, their hopes and prayers merging with the river's soft murmurs, creating a symphony of memories and wishes. The Nile, as always, flowed gently, listening, comforting, and embracing the tales of a land steeped in history and magic. The golden sands seemed to have encroached upon the city, weaving their way into the alleys of the once lively bazaar. The wooden stands, which once displayed a rainbow of spices, textiles, and treasures, stood empty, covered with a thin film of dust. The sounds of haggling, laughter, and the jingle of coins had given way to eerie silence, only punctuated by the occasional rustle of the wind or the distant caw of a raven. Sayyadia, a former spice merchant, walked through the market with slow, heavy steps. Her once bustling stall was now just a skeletal frame, a ghost of its past. As she passed by, she could almost hear the echoes of her past customers, their voices lingering in the empty air. "Sayyadia, is that you?" a voice called out. She turned to see Karim, the old jeweler, his face sunken, his eyes betraying the weight of his heart. "It is, old friend," Sayyadia replied with a weak smile. "It's been ages since I walked these lanes." Karim sighed. These streets were once filled with life. "Sayyadia, look at them now. It's like the heart of Egypt has been ripped out." Sayyadia nodded, clutching a small pouch of spices she had managed to salvage. "I remember the days when children would run around, stealing apples, Women would haggle endlessly, and travelers from distant lands would marvel at our treasures. And now, Kareem gestured around. Only memories remain. The execution, it has cast a pall over everything, as if the city shares in Nekbet's fate. Saadia's gaze drifted to a dilapidated fountain in the center of the bazaar. Do you remember the festivals, Kareem? The music, the dance, the fire, eaters, and the stories of ancient electricity. It all seems like a dream now. Kareem took a deep breath. Maybe, one day, the bazaar will find its voice again. Maybe we'll rebuild, find new hope. Saadia, with a tear glistening in her eye, whispered, "Until then, we hold on to our memories, our stories. They are the soul of this place, and souls never truly perish." The two friends shared a quiet moment, their silhouettes fading with the setting sun, casting long shadows on the sandy grounds of the deserted bazaar. In the dimly lit interior of a local tavern, the soft glow of oil lamps illuminated huddled figures. The atmosphere was thick with a mixture of incense and tension. Where once laughter and tales of valor echoed, now only hushed voices and the occasional clink of cups resonated. At a corner table, three men sat close, their faces shrouded in shadows. Ammon, a temple scribe, leaned in, his eyes darting around to ensure no eavesdroppers. "Have you heard the latest? They say Nekbet's demise wasn't an accident, but an orchestrated event." Beside him, Tahar, a potter, widened his eyes. "Surely you jest, Ammon. The pharaoh himself declared it a punishment for Nekbet's failures." Ammon smirked. And since when has a pharaoh's word been the undeniable truth? Think, Tahar. Nekbet's mastery over the ancient electricity was unmatched. Could someone have seen that as a threat? Iset, a dancer, interjected, her voice tinged with fear. "If what you say is true, then our land is in more danger than we thought. With Nekbet gone, who will harness the ancient electricity? Who will protect us?" Tahar pondered this, his fingers playing with the rim of his cup. Iset has a point. Perhaps it's not just about Nekbet's fall, but about what comes next. Ammon sighed. "All I know is, our city isn't the same anymore. The once great Egypt, which stood tall with Nekbet's wonders, now seems vulnerable, shaken." A loud crash at the entrance interrupted their conversation. The tavern's door swung open, revealing the silhouetted figure of a city guard. The entire room went silent. "Evening, folks," the guard boomed, his voice echoing through the tense air. "Just a friendly reminder to keep your conversations light. It's for the good of all." The trio exchanged nervous glances. The message was clear. The walls had ears, and in these uncertain times, speaking one's mind was a dangerous game. As the guard exited, the murmur of conversations resumed, but with an added layer of caution. The weight of Nekbet's absence, the fear of the unknown, and the oppressive hand of authority had forever changed the dynamics of the once joyful city. The vast chamber was awash with gold and turquoise, but its opulence now seemed to be swallowed by the shadows that the torches couldn't chase away. The large throne, once a beacon of strength, now appeared more like a cage for the man who sat upon it. Senu, the trusted vizier, approached with caution, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. "My lord," he began, tentatively, "the people grow restless. There are murmurs in the city. Conversations about Nekbet, about your—" The pharaoh looked up, his eyes a deep well of anguish. "Senu," he whispered, "once I was the living embodiment of Horus, the protector of our land. Now look at me, reduced to a mere mortal, confined by my own uncertainty." Senu hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "It is a trying time, Pharaoh, but the land looks to its leader. They seek guidance, reassurance. A bitter smile graced the pharaoh's lips. Guidance. Nekbet was my guidance. With him by my side, the ancient electricity sang songs of progress and prosperity. Now all I hear are hushed whispers and silent judgments. The vizier knelt beside the throne, his voice softening. My lord, it's not too late. The people still believe in you. Perhaps it's time to emerge from this isolation, to be the beacon they so desperately seek. The pharaoh gazed into the distance, the weight of his crown almost palpable. And what if I fail? Senu, what if Egypt's decline is but a reflection of my own? Senu sighed. Every leader faces trials, my lord. But it's not the absence of challenges that defines greatness. It's how one rises in their wake. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the crackling torches. The pharaoh exhaled slowly, a glimmer of determination lighting his eyes. Perhaps you're right. Maybe it's time to reforge our destiny. Senu smiled, hope kindling in his heart. Together, we shall face the morrow, and Egypt will rise once more. The chapter subtly highlighted the vulnerabilities even a leader, as mighty as the pharaoh, could feel. It was a poignant reminder that beneath the golden mask of authority lay a human, fraught with doubts and fears. In a dimly lit chamber, beneath the stone streets of the city, a clandestine meeting was underway. Roughly carved into the walls were glyphs and symbols, remnants of Nekbet's teachings. The flickering candlelight revealed a circle of faces, some lined with age and others fresh with youth, but all animated with purpose. Remember the first time he called upon the ancient electricity, whispered an old man, his hands trembling with emotion. The very sands beneath our feet danced to its tune. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, her eyes bright with wonder, responded, I was but a child then, but I remember the lights, the brilliant blues, and the way the night turned to day. An older apprentice, Adam, smiled wistfully. He was not just a magician. He was an innovator, a teacher, a beacon of hope. The way he harnessed that energy, it was nothing short of divine. A hushed murmur of agreement spread throughout the group. It's not just about the marvels, another voice chimed in, but the lessons he taught us. To question, to learn, to always seek knowledge. And yet, sighed a middle-aged woman, adjusting her shawl. Look at what they've reduced him to, a cautionary tale. Adam's voice grew firmer, which is why we gather, to remember him as he was. Not the fallen guardian, but the visionary who showed Egypt a path to the future. Young Nuri, said the old man, turning his gaze to a boy in the corner. You have something of his, don't you? The boy, no older than 10, hesitated, then pulled out a small, intricately designed artifact. It hummed softly, radiating a faint glow of ancient electricity. He gave it to me, Nuri whispered. Said it was the key to our past and future. The room fell silent, all eyes on the pulsating relic. Adam nodded. This is what we must protect. Not just the memory, but the essence of Nekbet's legacy. Determined faces nodded in unison. The legend of the magician would live on, not as a whisper in the dark corners of Egypt, but as a flame, kept alive by those who believed in his vision. The sun cast a burnt orange hue as it began its descent, its warm rays kissing the top of the pyramids. In a quiet corner of a crumbling palace balcony, 2 figures stood observing the landscape. Nefra, a historian in her prime, and her elderly mentor, Ozahar. Do you see it, Nefra? Murmured Ozahar, his voice filled with years of wisdom and sorrow. The sun sets, just as our empire is experiencing its own dusk. Nefra, her dark eyes scanning the horizon, replied, I do, master. It's as if Ra himself is retreating, saddened by our fate. Ozahar turned to look at the shimmering Nile, its waters reflecting the golden red hues of the sky. That river has seen countless empires rise and fall. It flows with stories of great kings, noble warriors, and now. The people are lost, Master, said Nephera, her voice heavy with emotion. They've forgotten the power of unity, of innovation. Nekbet tried to remind them, but his voice was silenced. The elderly mentor sighed. Every civilization has its cycle, my child. We have witnessed the rise of Egypt, its grandeur, its zenith. Now, we must come to terms with its decline. Nephera clenched her fists. But it's not just about acceptance. We must also remember, learn, and perhaps one day rise again. Ozahar smiled, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. That's the spirit. Just as the sun will rise again tomorrow, so too can Egypt. But for now, we document, we remember, and we ensure that our stories, our learnings, are passed on. The two stood silently, absorbing the beauty before them. The pyramids, despite the challenges, still stood tall, a testament to human achievement. The Nile, though surrounded by an empire in decline, flowed with promise and hope. As the final rays disappeared, the empire was enveloped in the gentle embrace of the night, marking the end of a day in an era. The chapter conveys the poignant realization that every civilization, no matter how grand, faces its twilight but also carries the potential for rebirth. Under a canopy of countless stars, in the vast desert that once thrived as the heart of Egypt, a circle of people sat around a roaring campfire. The youngest, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, clung to every word of the elderly storyteller, Amesis. You see, children, began Amesi, her voice carrying the weight of the past, long before our time. This land was illuminated not just by the sun and the stars, but by a light that came from within the earth itself. A young boy, Sakani, interjected. Was it magic, Grandma Amisi? Amisi smiled, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. Some called it magic, others science. They named it ancient electricity. It was harnessed by the greatest magician of them all, Nekbet. The little ones leaned closer, their imaginations ignited. What happened to him, Grandma? Asked a young girl, Mena. Amisi sighed. He soared to heights unimaginable, but also faced profound tragedy. He was a guardian, a protector, but the winds of time are relentless, dear ones. His light dimmed and Egypt faced its twilight. But he's not forgotten, right? Sakani's voice quivered with hope. Amisi chuckled. Oh, not at all. His legacy lives on in stories like these. And who knows, maybe one of you will rediscover the secrets he once held. Mena looked at the stars, her mind racing. In their way, they do, Amisi replied. The gods remember all those who make an impact. And Nekbet's light, though lost to us, still shines somewhere out there. As the night deepened and the fire's embers dimmed, the stories continued, blending fact and fiction, weaving tales of wonder and melancholy. With every retelling, the legends grew, waiting for a new dawn when they might be reborn in the hearts and minds of future generations.